Wendy, test 1, 2, 3. This is English pose. English pose, English pose. This is English pose.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
Recording in progress.
As a core country of the continent, because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces proportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events, and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade.
Good morning, colleagues. Can we call our meeting to order?
Some of the recommendations.
Can we please take our seats? We want to start the meeting.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome back. We are pleased that you are all back, and we would like to proceed with the business of the day. Just one announcement from security. They've told me to announce that if we can kindly request delegates not to bring in the food plates inside this plenary, nor the disposable coffee cups. So we would like you to have a safe environment. Please refrain from bringing food or the disposable coffee cups here, and have a very good deliberation. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Today, I hope you had a good night's sleep after the dinner. Today, we're focusing on statutory issues. And from the agenda, we are going to have several presentation and reports which need our consideration during this meeting of senior officials. For this session 4, we have 3 reports, and I'm going to request that the presenters, they stick to 10 minutes each so that we can have more time for exchanging and comments and discussions. So our first report is the report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the ECA from April 2023 to February 2024. And this will be introduced by the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division of ECA, Said Adejumobi. Could we? And also if we could have on the podium the Nassim Olumane, who's going to present also, who is the Acting Director of Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources Management Division. If they could come up here so that we move as swiftly as possible in between the change of presentations. Mhm. Okay. Said, you ready?
Thank you very much, Chair. The Chair of the Bureau and members of the Bureau, the Deputy Executive Secretary, Antonio Pedro, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Said Adejumobi. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results at the ECA. I will be presenting this report on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECA. It's a report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Commission from April 2023 to February 2023. In the report, I will highlight some of the key achievements of the organization on the work carried out within this period. They are just key highlights. My colleagues who will speak after me will elaborate on the details of the work we've done in the Commission in the course of the year. This presentation should be seen within the context of, one, the mandate of the organization, the strategic focus of the organization, and the mantra that we have. Our mantra in ECA is ideas into action for a transformed and prosperous Africa. So we generate knowledge, we translate that knowledge into policy, and we use that policy to provide technical advisory services to member states. That's what we do. And our mandate is to support the continent in the process of socioeconomic transformation. In other words, we use the knowledge we've generated and the policy actions to support the continent in its march towards transformation and development. Our mandate has been unpacked into 5 strategic areas, and those 5 strategic areas have been fine-tuned. I will speak to that towards the end of my presentation. It's also important to note that the work of ECA is multi-year in nature. And although we do have annual business plan, we have the program plan and budget, which we'll be presenting to you. But in terms of impact of our work, it's multi-year in nature because the process of development is very cumulative. So we need to understand this within the context of how we do our work and the kind of difference we have in supporting you and the other regional institutions in the work that they do. So coming up. These are the key areas of intervention I'll be speaking to in terms of the work we've done in the course of the last year. Macroeconomic stability, domestic resource mobilization, and innovative financing, effective and integrated development planning incorporating Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which my colleague who spoke yesterday, Stephen Karingi, spoke about. I will try and elaborate a little bit further on that. Our work on industrialization and economic diversification within the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. As many have argued, the African Continental Free Trade Area is seen as the Marshall Plan for Africa's development and transformation. Climate resilience, energy transition, and blue economy, women empowerment, gender mainstreaming in national and sectoral policies, and leveraging technology to modernize statistical systems and transform national economies. These are the interventions we've made within the context of fostering macroeconomic stability. First is integrated planning and reporting tool. ECA has developed a tool called Integrated Planning and Reporting Tool, which is used to support member states in integrating Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 in national development plans. The major benefit of this is that countries do not need to do double reporting. You do only single reporting in reporting on the two agendas and also in terms of framing your national development plans. So in the course of the year, ECA supported quite a number of countries in this regard. And as a result of that, ECA was awarded the 2023 International Standards of Accounting and Reporting Honors. This is a major honor in terms on reporting standards all over the whole world, and ECA won that award. In terms of taxation, we supported quite a number of countries in terms of reforming their tax administration to make it more efficient and to be able to improve domestic resource mobilization. What we're also working on now is about taxation in the digital sector, in ensuring that the digital sector is able to contribute to national development in our respective countries. The design of property tax. Some countries have also approached us in terms of support on the design of property tax policy, which we have done. In terms of innovative financing, we've supported quite a number of countries in the development of their capital markets. For us to be able to mobilize resources outside the state system, we need to develop our capital markets. And in this regard, ECA is supporting countries in doing that. We're also working on inclusive bonds in cross-border trade and craft processing sectors. We've done studies on this, and we are following up in terms of policy advice to countries on how they can raise bonds to support cross-border trade and craft processing sectors. In terms of innovative financing, we are working extensively, and the Deputy Executive Secretary, Anand Mosi, spoke about this yesterday on climate-related financing, including debt for nature swaps, green and blue bonds, and domestic capital, debt for nature swaps. In terms of policy making, we supported countries in terms of economic modeling for evidence-based policy formulation and forecast, and also in enhancing demographic, it's not democratic, demographic dividends in national budgetary processes. We've also supported countries in terms of developing the capacity of public officials in development planning and also in development policy making. This is not reflected on the slide, but this is part of what we have done in the course of the year. On climate issues and energy transition, including the blue economy, we've made major interventions. ECA played a major role in the hosting of in the organization of the Africa Climate Summit, which took place in September 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya, which culminated in the Nairobi Declaration, emphasizing not only a common African position, but also Africa's position on climate financing, investments, and green industrialization. The Nairobi Declaration was quite key in terms of Africa's position at COP28. ECA offered technical support to the African team of negotiators in the preparations for COP28. ECA, working with the African Union, organized the Africa Pavilion at the COP28. And also, we've played a major role together with some other partners in the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, which was agreed upon at COP27. But the operationalization was discussed at COP28 in Dubai, and ECA played a major role on that. In terms of the development of carbon markets, ECA has been supporting countries on this. We've been providing technical advice and support advisory services to member states in this regard. And in terms of training, in terms of the details of the operationalization of the capital market, we've also been supporting countries in terms of energy modeling in ensuring that the continent is able to undertake energy transition and move to low carbon energy processing, and also promote inclusive and resilient climate development. The Moroni Declaration, which took place in Comoros in June 2023, ECA played a major role in supporting the chair of the African Union at that point in time, which was Comoros, in facilitating the meeting that took place there. And the Moroni Declaration was about how ocean and climate action in Africa could support the blue economy and regional value chains. On the African Continental Free Trade Area, ECA has taken major steps, working together with the CFTA Secretariat and other key partners. We've supported countries in formulating national strategies on the CFTA. We've done this in almost about 32 countries over a period of time. And the national CFTA strategies are supposed to help countries to promote trade, investments, and production through the CFTA. It's supposed to provide the comparative advantage in terms of how they will benefit maximally from the CFTA process. We've been supporting some regional economic communities in terms of satellite imagery and artificial intelligence in money transport corridors. The Lamu corridor is what we are currently working on with the regional economic community to make sure that we can have artificial intelligence to monitor transport corridors. With this, I think the burden in our border post will be drastically reduced. We've been working on regional digital trade, the Digital Trade Integration Index, to monitor progress on digital trade. And we've supported quite a number of countries in developing migration statistics, because this is a very thorny issue. It was spoken about yesterday. The chair of the Bureau spoke about it in terms of developing migration statistics and official recognition of migrant workers' skills and contribution to national development. Oftentimes, migration is criminalized on our continent. We see it in the negative dimension. But ECA's narrative and ECA's argument, which we're working with countries on, is that in fact, migration is the locomotive of history. And migrants do contribute substantially to the economies of their host countries. And we've supported countries in developing these migration statistics and showing empirically how migrants have been contributing to development in their host countries. Within the context of promoting industrialization and economic diversification, we've been supporting countries on establishing special economic zones. The chair spoke about what we're doing with the agro-industrial park between Zambia and Zimbabwe. We've also been supporting DRC and also DRC and Zambia in the creation of a joint special economic zone for the battery and electric vehicle initiative. The framework agreement was signed in the course of the year, and the implementation process has begun. We've supported quite a number of countries in harmonizing national industrial policies with sub-regional and continental industrialization strategies, and also developed local content thresholds in the pharmaceutical, fertilizer, and packaging subsectors. On leveraging digital data and new technologies to modernize statistical systems and transform national economies, we supported quite a number of countries in terms of improving their national census through deploying digital technology in data collection and analysis. Before, it took some countries 6 months, 7 months to be able to get their result of census out. Now we are looking at 2 months, and we're even looking at a shorter period of time, probably within a month. And digital technology is doing the magic, and we're supporting our countries in this regard. Rebasing of GDP through integrated use of natural capital accounting by member states. In rebasing our GDP, the capital standing of our countries will be higher, and our access to funds at the global market, financial market, will of course be much more improved. We've been deploying digital technology in enhancing animal production and value chain, ensuring that animal husbandry is more done in a more sophisticated way, and in a way that countries can improve their animal production and also the value chain within the sector. In terms of gender empowerment and mainstreaming gender in national and sectoral policies, we've been enhancing women's productive employment through increased provision of digital and export-oriented services by women-led SMEs, mainstreaming gender perspectives in national plans, policies, and programs by member states, empowering young girls with skills in digital technology for better employment opportunities and contribution to national development. Chair, I will be handing very soon. Looking forward. In terms of looking forward, we think it's extremely important to strengthen our collaboration with our major partners, the UN system, the African Union, the regional economic communities, and other strategic partners towards achieving the goal of 2 agendas, 1 framework. The whole notion of 2 agendas, one framework is about Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, converging both of them and having a single implementation process for both. So we do refer to these as two agendas, 1 framework. Shaping the direction of the future. The second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 will be very key. For us, it will become the major focus area in terms of our work. I'll be speaking to that in one of my presentations later on, and also the UN 6 transitions. And of course, as we move into designing the pact of the future through the summit of the future, that will also become part of what we define our road ahead. Our 2024 strategic focus areas, which I said at the beginning that I will speak about, these are the new areas that the institution has crafted for itself in moving forward. Macroeconomic policies and development financing, regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization, technology, connectivity, and digital transformation, climate change, and food security. And of course, we've got the cross-cutting issue of data and statistics, including the social dimension of gender. Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Just quick observations from my part. I think there are 2 issues which have caught my interest really is the issue of design of property tax policy and the issue of inclusive bonds. I think this has generated some interest, especially the issue of bonds. So I hope countries can take advantage of this available capacity within ECA to assist countries as we move towards Agenda 2063. And also on Agenda 2063, the issue of progress and monitoring, etc. I think for me, it's critical to say, where are we going, and so forth, so that we don't end up just with rhetoric and huge names and just titles without us following up and making sure that we are really achieving what we're moving towards the Agenda 2063. It's a huge task, I know, but I think also for us, we need concrete areas to say, how do we monitor progress? How do we measure progress? How do we monitor everything, etc.? So I think that's my pick. And also the issue of these agro-industrial parks and the issue of the resources, natural resources, mineral resources for electric vehicles and batteries. I think these are good initiatives for the countries and for Africa. And I hope also we can move quickly in some of these areas as we try to industrialize our economies. But thank you very much. Can you go straight into your second presentation? The second presentation is going to be on report on the follow-up to the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in terms of what transpired there, etc., and the key issues. Thank you, Said.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is for us to report as the Secretariat on the follow-up to the resolutions of COM 2023. At the COM of 2023, which is in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, some resolutions were approved by the Conference of Ministers, and it's mandatory for us as Secretariat to report on progress in terms of what we've done in implementing those resolutions. In 2023, 13 resolutions were adopted by the Conference of Ministers. We have implemented 10 of those resolutions. 3 of those resolutions do not require any action for us, from us as ECA. So that's why they are not reported upon. And you can see those resolutions below. The program plan and budget that was adopted does not require any follow-up reporting. Increased support to EDEP. This was an action for the Secretariat in New York in terms of increasing the funding profile for EDEP and reinforcing the role of EDEP. There was also an action for the headquarters. So in New York, we needed not to report on them. We've clustered the resolutions that were approved into 3 major groups. The first is data statistics and digital transformation, in which we have 2 resolutions. We had 2 resolutions approved on accelerating sustainable development, and we had 3 resolutions approved, and on partnerships for development, and in which we had about 6 or 7 resolutions approved. On data statistics and digital transformation, ECA was requested by Resolution 2023/2 on rebasing national accounts. I've mentioned it in my earlier presentation. ECA supported member states in building consensus, undertook the design of national accounting survey questionnaires, and we've been following up with member states in terms of rebasing their national accounts within the context of their GDP. ECA supported 5 countries in developing satellite accounts to improve analytical capacity of national accounting within that process. On digital transformation for an inclusive and secure common future, ECA supported 5 countries, which are listed there, to develop digital strategies, legal and regulatory regimes, and tools and applications. ECA also supported the establishment of the roadmap for African governments to use in implementing policy guidelines for digital identity cards, and conducted a study on digital trade regulatory framework in providing empirical evidence on impact of regulatory regime on digital trade flows. I did also mention the work we've done on taxation in the digital sector, which we're still working on, and we've done some studies covering about 6 countries. On accelerating sustainable development, ECA is working very closely with the African Union in developing the Continental Energy Security Policy Framework. And the technical paper which ECA supported in preparing was submitted to the AUCSTC in September 2023. It was adopted, and now we are in the process of finalizing the strategy itself, the policy framework, and moving into implementation. Support in the establishment of online platform to facilitate discussions on energy futures in Africa. In terms of Resolution 2023/4 on accelerating sustainable development through gender integration and trade, ECA provided technical advice service to private sector and state parties to the agreement on the CFTA on development of a 5-year continental strategy on building regional value chains in textile and apparel sector. We did support the government of Zimbabwe in development of local content thresholds for pharmaceuticals, fertilizer, and packaging sectors, and conducted diagnostic studies on cotton and textiles, wood and paper value chains in Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. On accelerating sustainable development in relation to food systems transformation in Africa, ECA worked with other partners to develop the guidelines for agro-pole development in Africa and submitted this to the STC of the AU in November 2023. Conducted a study on gender dimension of COVID-19 impact mitigation in Guinea with focus on access to land ownership and women's participation in food security and agribusiness. On mobilizing climate finance for a green recovery, ECA provided technical assistance to Zambia and a few other countries to establish emission battery baselines, as well as elaboration of other essential components outlined in the harmonized protocol of the Congo Basin Climate Commission to facilitate access to carbon credit markets. Supported the use of alternatives to chemicals in smallholder farming to help reduce green gas house emission in Sao Tome. On Resolution 2023/8 on expanding the Great Blue Wall initiative, ECA extended support to Cape Verde and Sao Tome and Principe in increasing number of targeted states from 10 to 12, supported the African Alliance Climate Commission in developing a roadmap to assist members to access sustainable finance on climate-related issues, and like I noted earlier on, supported the leadership of the African Union at that point in time, which was led by Comoros, in convening the meeting in Moroni, which culminated in Moroni Declaration for Ocean and Climate Action in Africa in June 2023. On advancing sustainable debt coalition, EC has been working very intensively with other partners, particularly the African Union, on the reform of the global financial architecture, including the issue of sovereign debt architecture, highlighting the need to include climate contingency clauses consideration for debt for initial swaps in all new sovereign debt, and as conducted study on the implementation of a debt for nature swap mechanism, and supported this Island States Climate Commission to further the implementation of the Great Blue Wall Initiative. On reforming the global financial architecture, EC has been working very intensively on this within the context of the high-level panel on the reform of the global financial architecture, of which the African Union, the African Development Bank, and other partners are part of. The Deputy Executive Secretary, and Moses, spoke about that extensively yesterday. EC has been advocating for the debt service suspension initiative in various forums, highlighting the need to restructure the common framework for debt treatments. And ECA has conducted 5 meetings of the high-level working group. Partnership for Development. ECA supported 5 countries to digitize their national development plans and align them to the Agenda 2060 and Agenda 2030. We intensified our collaboration with the African Union and the African Union Development Agency, and also the African Peer Review Mechanism. We collaborated with AUDA NEPAD on the elaboration of the African Science, Technology, and Innovation Indicators Initiative. We also worked very closely with them within the context of the formulation of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, the African Union, AUDA NEPAD, the UNDP, and other stakeholders. We've been working with the African Union to increase the number of focus countries to measure illicit financial flows. Because what you cannot measure, you cannot fix. How do we measure illicit financial flows? And how do we plug the loopholes in our national economies to ensure that we're able to combat illicit financial flows? We did organize high-level policy dialogues to review progress in the implementation of Agenda 23 and Agenda 2030, which was led by the leadership of both the UN and the African Union. Chair, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much for elaborating on all these issues, on the various resolutions which were passed in Addis Ababa. Progress on implementation, I think for us member countries, I think the issue of implementation becomes critical, and the issue of how do we measure this progress. Now, there are very interesting issues we have touched on. The issue of rebasing national statistics. I think right now there's popular talk of the natural resources. How do we incorporate this into our national statistics, into GDP? I see you're doing quite a lot on the value chains. We've been discussing the issue of value chains here. So this is commendable. Mobilizing climate finance for green economies. I think, yes, this is a critical area for most of us here. And then on the debt issues, I thought also it would be important for ECA to be a voice for African countries in debt distress in terms of the efficacy of the G20 common framework. I think there are serious challenges there in terms of the process, etc. So I think we also I would want to urge ECA to look at this, see how we can go in and see how this whole framework can be reformed so that it's fit for purposes for African countries. But otherwise, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you. Now we move on to the third report for this session. This is the report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development on its 9th session and follow-up activities introduced by the Acting Director of Technology, Climate Change and National Resource Management Division, Nassim Olmane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable delegates. So this presentation is related to the report document referenced E/ECA/COE/42/9. Mr. Chair, the presentation is in English, but I will speak in French. So I give a few seconds to the honorable delegates to change the channel. Monsieur le Président, cette présentation.
Chair, this presentation stems from the report of the African Regional Forum on this Sustainable Development from its 9th session, and you have a follow-up or track progress. So it was ECA/CR92. So during this presentation, I will focus on the findings and the follow-up of this forum on sustainable development. And I'll seize this opportunity to present some of the projects for the third session of this forum. So there are two objectives to this presentation. First of all, to inform the committee and ask you to share your opinions and recommendations regarding the report, and also to fast-track the pace and scope of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, but also to seek your opinions and your input for the planning of the 10th session and crystallize your effective involvement in these preparations. So the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development is mandated by a UN General Assembly resolution, but also by a joint resolution of the Conference of ECA/AUC Ministers of Finance prior to 2015, that is before SDGs. This forum is held on a yearly basis in order to track progress and really advance the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. The main functions are to first sustain a firm commitment to the two agendas, track the implementation of the progress of these two agendas objectives, strengthen capacities in order to implement these two agendas by providing a platform for peer learning and exchange and for good practice dissemination. It also aims to mobilize and strengthen multi-stakeholder engagement, creating synergies and concerted efforts in order to deliver both agendas. It equally seeks to identify and promote transformative actions, levers, partnerships to further drive this progress, making it more flexible and involving more commitment. And finally, it leads to a common African position that will be promoted at the level of the high-level Political Forum for Sustainable Development that is held on a yearly basis in New York, but also for a joint position regarding the SDG Summit as held back in September 2023. The 9th AFSD Forum was held in Niamey back in February. That's from 28 February to 2nd March 2023. It was against a special backdrop because the impact of climate change are more and more palpable across the continent. It was equally against the backdrop of the Ukrainian war with its inflation, the persistent effects of COVID-19 was also against the background, and we all know the impact that had with regards to the debt of African countries. So the forum was focused on how to accelerate the inclusive and green recovery from multiple crises through an integrated approach involving the full implementation of both agendas. The forum focused on an in-depth review of and an analysis of progress, as well as the mapping the necessary measures to be taken in order to accelerate the progress regarding SDGs 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17, touching on water industrialization, cities and partnerships, as well as the corresponding goals of Agenda 2063. This was the opportunity to support African countries carrying out their voluntary national reviews last year. So last year we had 7 countries. This year we'll have 17. You have the 7 countries listed there. So this provided a platform for member states and other stakeholders to learn, to share, to learn from one another, to learn from other member states and stakeholders, to share good practices in order to fast-track the implementation of both agendas. This equally, of course, led to the development of this common position, that was presented during the high-level Political Forum on Sustainable Development that was held in July 2023 and during the SDG Summit held in September 2023. So the forum was marked by a solid multi-party commitment, especially from the youth. There was a significant involvement of the youth, and this led to the peer learning and sharing of good practices for the implementation of the 2 agendas. African countries agreed that despite the crisis, it's important to achieve SDGs and the objectives of Agenda 2063 by implementing transformative initiatives. Of course, it can be observed that SDGs are largely lagging behind in terms of the implementation of SDGs. And it's only through such key initiatives as enshrined in the Niamey Declaration, which I will present in the next slide. It's only through this that African countries will be able to accelerate and catch up in the implementation of SDGs. Yes, there are VNRs, and the key messages entered or shared in New York, as well as the Niamey Declaration, led to a solid position on the way to bring back SDG implementation on track and how to achieve that. So quickly, some key messages. In order to achieve these SDGs, countries and partners or to implement innovative and transformative initiatives such as the Great Blue Wall Initiative, the Great Green Wall Initiative, the AFCFTA, strengthen the Sustainable Debt Coalition, the initiative on battery mineral value chains, developing a regional carbon market, SDG 7 on energy and digital transformation. So these are indeed continent-wide initiatives that will enable countries really accelerate and in an innovative manner the implementation of those SDGs. In these key messages, we also find the need to integrate closely the issue of debt and the implementation of SDGs, especially implementing and supporting the proposal made by the Secretary General on the stimulus plan for SDGs, and firmly support the reform of the international financial architecture. And finally, accelerate SDG implementation through transitions in 6 priority axes. These are food systems, energy access and affordability, digital connectivity, education, job and social protection, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. 3 crises. We are gearing up for the 10th session of the ARFSD, the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, ECA, in collaboration with the government of the Republic of Egypt, the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and the United Nations system as a whole are preparing this forum that will be held in Cairo from 21st to 23rd April 2024, but there will be pre-events from 17th to 20th April, whether it be online or in person. There will be a high-level participation at the opening involving the President of Egypt, the AUC chairperson, the UNDSG, the ECA executive secretary, the President of ECOSOC, the President of the AFDB, as well as the chair of the 9th session of the ARFSD. The team of this session is reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063 and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises. So this involves looking or diving into the implementation of SDG 1 to 13, 16, and 17 on poverty, food safety, food security rather, climate action, governance, and of course, partnership. As always, it will also involve developing innovative solutions in relation to those SDGs and mobilizing and generating African input for the high-level forum on SDGs in 2024. But this year, as you know, we have the Summit for the Future that will be held on the margins of the General Assembly in September 2024. So we will need to adopt a common African position for the Summit of the Future. Of course, all stakeholders will be called to provide inputs regarding this position. As you know, the Summit of the Future must lead to a commitment from all countries for the future. So there will be several events. I'll urge you, of course, to go on the ECA website, especially on the forum. You'll find more details on this 10th session of the African Regional Forum. On that, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think there's lots to absorb from this presentation, lots of issues. And I hope participants and delegates have picked on the key issues which are being raised. But the one I'm particularly interested in is the issue on innovative solutions to eradicate poverty. I think this issue has been evasive for Africa. We have seen worsening poverty levels in Africa. And again, I think maybe we can learn from other countries outside the continent how they've managed to move so rapidly in this process of eradicating poverty levels. Here, I've been following what is the way China has attacked poverty. I'm not saying let's adopt China's approach, but they've made tremendous progress. There was a report about this progress by the World Bank Group, which is very, very interesting. So I think this is an issue which will be critical going forward as we try and move and eradicate this issue which has been us for too long, where we're seeing numbers increasing rather than decreasing. So I hope the ARA FSD 10, we can come up with concrete measures and lessons learned from other countries. But I think there's a lot to be done. I don't envy this program is heavy going, but I hope we have the abilities and capacities to move forward on this area. So colleagues, can we now open the floor for discussions? Maybe we can do it in batches. We start with the first paper report, and then so that we can adequately note the issues, and then we can then move on to the next paper until we complete the discussions on the three papers. Then we can break for coffee. So the floor is open for contributions and discussions. Thank you. There is Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, you have the floor. Thank you.
Voilà, merci.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Good morning, everyone. Please allow me beforehand to commend the quality of this presentation. My comment will touch on taxation on the digital sector. I noted with great appreciation that this is a sector that has been put forward as a key sector in every presentation. So in our bid to transition to an inclusive green economy here in Africa, on one hand, we noted that there is a significant digital divide. There is a great potential here provided by modern technology, focusing on transport and smart data processing. However, there is need for significant funding in order to develop those networks. Oftentimes, we can observe that this sector is regarded as a cow, a milking cow that we can leverage as through taxation. And I heard someone saying that if we were to treat it as an animal, we needed to consider it as as a horse rather, that is to pull the carriage. So the idea for me would be for us to propose here that there be some reflection on taxation on this sector, smart taxation done in some countries as part of the regulations could lead to the reduction of those taxation subject to infrastructure development in the first phase. So this is just an avenue for reflection. We know this is a critical subject. Our states, our regions, our sub-regions, with a level of investment, may not be able to develop projects that can address this issue thoroughly. So I think we should push this issue to the private sector, at least for some time, so that we be able to develop the necessary infrastructure such that they be well tailored for our future needs again. So I propose that as part of this conference, we propose that some studies be carried out on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Burkina. Recognize Senegal.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank ECA for providing us with this opportunity to address timely issues, among which mobilizing sustainable funds. And I would like again to thank ECA for its earlier presentation, especially regarding the progress made. There are two issues that have caught my attention, and I would like to have further information in that regard. These pertain to debt swaps. In your intervention or in your presentation, it appears that countries were supported. Here, I'd like to know, in real terms, what are the steps that were taken? What are the projects that you identified for debt swaps? Were some funds pooled and to what tune in order to concretely address this? So really, what was done? My second concern touches on carbon taxation. Granted, there are some initiatives carried out in our countries with some partners. It is fortunate that ECA is focusing on these and some actions have been undertaken. Here again, we really like to know what has been done really, or in real terms. As you said, there is need to share experience in order to help countries that are involved in the same matters so that we learn from one another and we move faster in terms of sustainable fund mobilization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senegal. We recognize Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We would like to congratulate the achievements of ECA during this time period that we are evaluating. And we want also to highlight that many of the achievements that were reported are part of what Mozambique has been doing. For instance, in terms of mainstream climate change into our planning and budgeting processes, where we codificate the budget, internal budget that we allocate for climate issue. And specifically, we are implementing a strategy for protecting our public financing, considering that climate change impacts a lot in our economic development, but also for our performance of our financing. In terms of innovative funding mobilization process, we also wanted to highlight that we are improving, we are creating the specific regulatory framework for carbon markets. And for this, we are having the support of Africa Carbon Market Initiative. We're at this process, and also in terms of debit for climate swap, we reached an agreement and we started to implement it with Belgium. Evaluating is around 2.5 million US dollars for the debit for climate swaps, but we think that we have more opportunity to engage with other partners, and this is the way that we suggest that many African countries can follow. In terms of energy transition, here I want to highlight that Mozambique launched its strategic energy transition evaluator. This was launched last year. But for this report, what raised the more interest for our part, considering the challenges that we still have, is the capacity of ECA on assisting country to optimize the taxation system. Because here we see challenge and the dilemma, considering that we have a very limited space to green our economy, especially adapting our taxation system. And we think that to collaborate with ECA and learn from other countries would be very important for us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mozambique. Quite interesting. I think the debt for nature swaps, this has been an issue. What can we learn from each other? I think there's an opportunity there to learn from Mozambique. Thank you so much for that contribution. I recognize Tanzania.
Thank you very much, excellent chairperson, for giving the floor. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the ECA for work well done and welcome the report, the first report of the Executive Secretary on the activity of the Economic Commission for Africa for April 2023 to February 2024. Chairperson, under that, we appreciate that ECA, the Economic Commission for Africa, has planned for intervention on activities relating to leveraging technology to modernize statistical system and transform our national economy. However, taking into account the development of science and technology, which foster our digital economy, we urge the Economic Commission for Africa to prioritize capacity building on the area of digital taxation and advocacy on curbing illicit financial flow. Further, Chairperson, as the African member states have adopted the protocol on digital trade, it is imperative to ensure that the issue of data governance and data security is addressed. In this regard, Chairperson, there is a need for the ECA to extend their capacity building program in the area of data governance and data security. We submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. You touch on something close to my heart, illicit financial flows. I think we've done so many studies. I think it's high time we find solution for this aspect, because given the size of the illicit financial flows and their potential as a source of revenue to our governments, I think we need to find now action in terms of what are we going to do? What are we planning? How do we assist countries to reduce illicit financial flows? Studies are done. We know that money is going out. Now I think we need action. I recognize DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
I commend the quality of the work in the report presented by the ECA, as well as the progress made in different areas, especially in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, in light of what has been said, Chair, I have a number of concerns. We do have a number of concerns. What should we do, Chair, to make sure that we improve access to innovative financing for the continent? Second question, Chair. What are the tools of the financing models, innovative financing models, which are adapted to the realities of Africa? And then the third concern is as follows. What would be the facilitation framework for that funding or financing? So those are some of the concerns, Chair, that I would like to put forth. But I would like to say that within the framework of the global funding system, building a new funding architecture at the global level must be part and parcel of a plan and a process of changing the global economic order at large. So the funding systems of the World Banks must be created in such a way that they can transform the situation to eradicate poverty in an effective way and in the long term. Those systems can only be effective and equitable if the socioeconomic networks that they are part of support us through the processes of privatization, deregulation, and the socioeconomic costs taken into account, as well as the ecological costs. Chair, I think that despite the rhetoric of the division of the world and the creation of a new global financing architecture, there's practically no serious attempt to regulate the speculative capital flight at the global level, as well as the private funding at the global level. Most of the countries of the South are massively indebted and depend on funds from the North, as well as international funding assistance. During the last global crisis, instead of imposing a discipline into the funding institutions and banking systems responsible for the crisis, the government said, no, let's accept the few $1 million so that we can continue with business as usual, other than deregulating funding capital, financing capital. The global international institutions increased funding, and the World Bank and other financial institutions which serve the interests of the private capital did just that. So some of the concerns are those ones that I have enumerated, and they are the concerns of the DRC that we raise out of the previous presentations. We congratulate all that has been done in the 9th Forum for Sustainable Development, which was held in Niamey. We do thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, DRC. I think the Secretariat has noted your concerns, which are valid and need to be addressed. Thank you. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving our delegation this opportunity to share our thoughts. Chair, we listened very carefully and would like to thank the presenters for giving us very informative presentations. Now, we were just looking at the presentation on taxation in digital sector. And we are trying to ask ourselves that we are aware that the WTO has imposed a moratorium on the imposition of customs duty on electronic transmissions since 1998. And we were just trying to find out how the ECA is dealing with the compatibility issues with the member states on the WTO obligations. We are further aware that that moratorium is renewed almost yearly. And we recall that at the ministerial conference in 2022 in Geneva, it was again renewed. So we are just trying to find out how ECA is helping us as member states on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. We have online intervention from Nagla Nozahi from Egypt Central Bank. Can we connect, please?
Good morning, Excellency. This is from the delegation of Egypt. We have three back-to-back interventions from MFA and Central Bank and then Ministry of Finance. So I will start from my side. First of all, we'd like to thank very much the presenter for his presentation and for the comprehensive presentation that he has presented to us. And just as an information note, we would like to confirm our hosting of the upcoming African Sustainable Development Forum in Cairo during the period 21 to 23 April 2024, and to inform as well the esteemed participants that we will be holding an African summit on the margins of the African Sustainable Development Forum, to be as well followed up by the 4th edition of the Aswan Forum on Sustainable Development MPs. One last remark from my side, Excellency Chair, is maybe to mention to the Secretariat that we have received a couple of days ago an email with the wrong dates for the African Sustainable Development Forum. So we kindly request if this can be rectified from the Secretariat side. I will now give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Nagla from the Central Bank of Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like first to congratulate ICA for excellent work. For the excellent work and the presenter for comprehensive presentation. First of all, I would like to realize the importance of developing financial market of African countries and the connected among African stock market. It's not only close the financial gap for Africa, but also it promoting transparency and accountability. Africa can formulate more sound economic policy and would allow them to foster a stable environment that encourage investment and saving. National authority in Africa will be able to address poor governance in all of its forms: corruption, inefficiency, transparency, use of public resource, and official lack of accountability. By prioritizing board interest over specific or vested ones, moreover, African countries should work on spreading powers of factors of the fiscal and monetary policy, calling for independency of central banks in Africa. Thank you.
Can we confirm that they said there are 3 speakers from Egypt? In the meantime, maybe I'll ask Said to quickly respond to some of the issues, and then we can move on to the comments on the second report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would like to thank the distinguished delegates for your questions, comments, and observations. For the observations and the comments, we've noted them. But to specific questions, I will respond to some. And I will also invite my colleagues who are working on the subject matter to also respond to others so that you can get more detailed responses to your questions. Chair, on the issue of the evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan, and how do we ensure that we are able to monitor progress on the second 10-year implementation plan? ECA worked very closely with the African Union in terms of the evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan. And the result that came out of that is that the level of implementation was not even across all the flagship projects. For some, like the CFTA, there was remarkable progress. For others, the performance was below average. So it's a mixed bag. And part of the challenges identified in that process was about the domestication of the Agenda 2063 national development plans, that in quite a number of member states, these were not domesticated. And to that extent, they were not implemented the way the first 10-year plan should have been implemented. So that's why, like I said earlier on, EC has been working very closely with our member states to ensure that both Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 are domesticated in our national development plans, and we're able to follow up with implementation. But fast tracking to the second 10-year implementation plan, Chair, we are working with the African Union and the AUDA NEPAD to develop a robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure that we do not drop the ball and to ensure that we're able to track progress and review progress in terms of the implementation of the second 10-year plan. Like Nasim mentioned, my colleague seated on my right, we're also exploring the possibility of having the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development as a platform to also measure progress in terms of Agenda 2063, particularly second 10-year implementation plan. So, and that will be within the context of two agendas, one framework. So it's not only the SDGs that we monitor in progress, we'll also be monitoring progress in terms of Agenda 2063. We have virtually the same member states. We report to the same heads of state. So to that extent, we should have a single platform in terms of how we monitor progress. On the issue of debt restructuring and the G20 in particular, I will defer to Anan Mosi, our Deputy Executive Secretary, charge of programs. He's been leading this initiative to respond to that. On the issue of digital taxation, I will say a few words and also invite my colleague, Maktar, who has been working on this. EC has conducted a study in this regard, and our finding is that the net benefit in terms of lowering tax on the digital sector far outweighs the tax that will accrue from that sector. That it's an enabler and it creates multiplier effect on the economy. We're still conducting more studies. We have not finalized that. We're still looking at the experiences of countries in that regard, and I will invite my colleague Maktar to come in and talk about this. On debt nature swap, Mozambique talked about the experience. We also supported Cape Verde, and Cape Verde was able to make significant progress in terms of debt for nature swap. We can work with you. I think that's Benin. We can work with you in terms of supporting you in this regard to be able to do this. On illicit financial flows, ECA has been working very intensively in this area. In fact, the high-level panel on illicit financial flows, the Mbeki panel, the famous Mbeki panel, was established by ECA, in which we brought the issue of illicit financial flow on the continent to global attention in terms of how much resources Africa was losing through illicit financial flows. What we are doing currently, two things that we're doing, and I also invite a colleague of mine to speak to that. One is about measuring. You cannot fix what you don't know. You can't fix it. Countries must be able to measure in terms of the extent of resource outflow through illicit financial flows from their countries and identify the various, concretely the various sources, because there are several channels of illicit flows, that, in terms of the specific experiences of countries. So we're looking into that. We've also worked very intensively on the International Tax Corporation that was recently put in place. That was in December in New York, and ECA played a major role in that, working with the Africa group in New York, preparing the technical paper, supporting them. It was a very big battle to get that particular tax convention in place. And the next step would be, how do we work with our member states and also the UN Secretariat in terms of the implementation of that. What do we do to increase access to innovative financing? We spoke about a few. I think apart from the state financing, financing from the public sector, I think it's important for us to look at the private sector. You know, how do we improve our domestic capital markets? How do we make them a very important hub of financing? And we've been working with countries on that. We also talked about the climate-related financing that is taking place. And we think that it's extremely important to improve our domestic resource mobilization through expanding our production base, because that's extremely important. Again, I will invite a colleague of mine who heads our macroeconomic policy division to speak to that. Chair, with your permission, let me go straight to invite some of the colleagues who will speak to the specifics of this issue. Anan Mosi, you want to say?
If they could be very brief, because we need to cover two more papers. Thank you.
Gives the floor to
Thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, I've talked yesterday regarding the issue of common framework and the type of reforms that we've been advocating and working on building consensus among ministers of finance in terms of what are the key asks and amplifying it at a global stage. So we've highlighted the key areas of reform there, and this will be greatly supported now with the African Union having a chair at the G20. So this will be one of the core areas of focus to advance, and also there is significant interest from the Brazilian G20 in that issue. So we have a critical momentum to actually progress in this regard. The issue of digital taxation, we will have later a presentation during the conference on it. There is no one size fits all, is what I can say. It depends on the issues of, what are the impediments for penetration and of internet penetration and access and so on. That differs from a country to a country, depending on the specifics and initial conditions. Is there enough competition in the sector to lower prices? Issues of infrastructure. So there is a lot that need to be considered in determining what is the best action. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maktar, are you in the room?
Yeah.
Yes. Maktar, can you?
I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think the issue of taxation of the digital sector is very important for the African development. As you know, since COVID, the world become digital. And we expect for Africa to get $180 billion by 2025 for this digital economy. It is the reason why we have conducted this study in 6 countries. And we have seen quite interesting result when we optimize this taxation. This optimizing taxation in the digital sector provide a lot of opportunity in terms of connectivity, increasing connectivity, increasing job creation, as well as increasing GDP. We are going to present this study on Monday during the roundtable on digital technology. And we have seen if a country can optimize this taxation with also sound regulation, it will be a lot of benefits for the continent, and the continent will be ready for the fair industrial revolution. The delegate of Uganda highlight very important issue regarding the WTO for the digital trade tax. ECA will support African country also to develop a framework to assess and monitor the impact of tax and applicable policy on the economy. This framework also will take into consideration for taxing the digital trade goods as we are implementing the AfCFTA. It is very sensitive question for Africa, and we will work with all African countries to support them to get better benefits of this taxation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adam or Gamal, will you like to speak to our work on illicit financial flows? Adam, are you there?
Thank you. Very briefly, we in ECA continue to work with partners on fighting illicit financial flows, and the work has actually brought together partners from all over Africa, of course, including African Union and African Tax Forum and other institutions. And the work on illicit financial flows culminated in papers, technical papers that supported Africa Group in New York to negotiate the global framework for tax cooperation. And as you all know, that framework was endorsed by the General Assembly with 125 developing countries voting in its favor. And we will be organizing a side event on this Saturday here on the issue of global tax cooperation framework. And this is very critical, as Said mentioned, for us in Africa. We need new norms that really give us more space to fight tax evasion, tax avoidance, and all sorts of illicit financial flows. And I think we are in the right direction, but the fight, I think, will continue until the conference on the fourth international conference on financing development, which will be organized next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam, Chair. And last, I would like to call on Stephen Karingi to speak about the issue of the WTO raised by Uganda.
Thank you very much, Said. And I think the question that was asked by Ambassador of Uganda on the WTO moratorium is actually we are hoping to see what comes out of the meeting as they close today. I think it's still tilting towards the extension of the moratorium, unless something has happened that I'm not aware in the last 48 hours. My sense to this question, because you asked what ECA is doing, I think DES Hanan has talked to it. MACTA has talked to it. My view, okay, my thinking is that we need to look at this question of this digital taxation in the context also of the negotiations that are going to happen in New York under the UN, and even the issues that are arising about carbon tax. I think we need to have at least one platform where all these things are discussed. As it were today, you have conversations on taxation in OECD, you have conversations related to this moratorium in WTO, then you have the UN, and then you have the issue of the carbon tax coming up. So at the moment, I think as ECA, what we need to do is to look at all these things in totality, and I think that's the point that DES Hanan was making before we really can be able to speak authoritatively. The moratorium question came many years back. Now we have the carbon tax, and we already have these carbon border adjustment mechanisms that the delegation of Egypt raised yesterday. And we need to have a good grasp of all these issues, even as the UN leads these negotiations. So in my view, I think the UN should be the one that is leading all these conversations rather than having all these side conversations that are making things look so confusing. So I don't think I've given you a right answer, Ambassador, because we need to have a full grasp of all these issues because they are related. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, Chair. We've taken note of all the other comments, working more on data governance and data security. My colleague, the director of our Data and Statistics Division is not here. He's in New York attending a meeting, but we shall convey this and we shall note this in the proceedings of the meeting. So on that note, Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Said, and your team and colleagues for the responses. I was going to move to the second paper, given the timelines we have. There's Egypt on the online. Again, if they could be brief so that we move to the second and third paper before we break for coffee. Is Egypt online now?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will just be very brief. I would like just to thank the Secretariat for the work done on the presenting of the reports, as well as in preparing the reports. I just have a very brief comment when it comes to the integrated planning and reporting tool. As we understand from the presentation and the report, there have been a number of countries that have been benefiting from such a tool. So we'd like to know from the Secretariat, how do they intend to make sure to mainstream this kind of tool, so it helps us as well to make sure that our national planning is pretty much aligned to the two agendas, 2030 as well as the Africa 2063, to make sure that also we are able to report on this progress made and also to be able to assess how can we even improve in the areas that we are still lagging behind. I would like to thank you very much.
Do we have the second session to ask questions or contribute from Egypt? Ahmad Anaki. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for the very interesting contributions. I think the issues have been well noted, and thank you so much. Can we move to the second?
Chair, just a very quick one. Egypt, we've taken note of your interests in
Recording in progress.
Is Egypt still on? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I hope that you can hear me. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. We can hear you. Good morning.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to thank you for the way I'm honored chairing our meeting. And Mr. Chair, very briefly, I just want to thank and congratulate UNACA for the effort carried out over the last years and encourage them to continue the good work. Also, Mr. Chair, I want to recognize the work in supporting the work of Sustainable Debt Coalition, which has been announced on the finance on the margin of COP27 held in Egypt. Mr. Chair, I also wish all African member states to join the coalition, and we still, as Ministry of Finance, waiting for the positive response for the letter sent from His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Maït, Arab Republic of Egypt, Minister of Finance, to all the finance ministers, and we really hope to hear a positive response from them. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Egypt. I gather Zimbabwe wants to come in. Please go ahead. Okay, if there's none, then we continue. Now, looking at the second paper, this is the report on the follow-up of the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Again, I think this was a straightforward paper on the resolutions and what has been happening. We note the 13 resolutions adopted and also the 10 which have been implemented and the 3 which we are also noting that there was no ECA action required. Are there any comments from the floor on the second presentation on the resolutions? Good. I was hoping there would be none. Thank you. On the third report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, can we have comments? If we can also be very brief and concise in our interventions. Thank you. Floor is open. Burkina Faso, please come in.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. I would like to congratulate the speaker for his brilliant presentation. I just have a few suggestions, saying that we are looking for solutions to fast track the achievement of SDGs. I'd like to suggest that we find ways to build the capacities of scientists to make forecasts and respond adequately to climate change related disasters and phenomena. Indeed, Africa is hard hit by droughts, floods, among other disasters. So there needs to be a mechanism to forecast those phenomena. I think that's not impossible. It is feasible, provided that the scientists work to it, such that in Africa we'll be able to foresee those events and avoid disasters. The second suggestion I'd like to make pertains to the assessment of the input of our resources, whether it be for food security or for our national economies. As someone mentioned earlier, we'll be unable to fully grasp what we cannot fully assess. Looking at non-timber products, someone mentioned it yesterday. These are some of our local products that contribute to, in more than one regard, to our food security. But to date, in Africa, I don't think there is an appropriate mechanism to assess the contribution of these products towards food and nutritional security, and even its contribution to our GDPs. So it will be important for us as Africans to develop those mechanisms. Granted, perhaps in every country there is such a system for statistical data collection on the exploitation, the processing and trade of such products. But I am almost certain that these systems still need to be updated. So why not establish a team at the African level to find ways to assess them fully? And it's only when we will know what we have, when we know what we lack, that we'll be able to really find solutions in order to overcome those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Burkina. Any other contributions? Oh, Zimbabwe. After Zimbabwe, DRC, Congo.
So it's fine. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. After listening to the experiences by different countries around mobilization of climate financing, I was just wondering whether it would help the continent if ECA, for example, were to help the continent develop a common green bond framework, a common carbon trading framework, which would then make it easier for both African institutional investors and international investors. Because currently they are faced with diverse regulatory frameworks in these areas, which really makes it difficult for them to scale up their investments towards climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. DRC, Congo.
Merci, Président, pour la parole.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. As the previous speakers mentioned, I'd like to appreciate the quality of these reports, which we applaud, and duly so. But we have a small suggestion, and we hope that it will be quite useful. Every year we come here complaining on the increased poverty levels in Africa. Given that we're trying to find a continent-wide solution, we suggest there be a list of transformative initiatives and actions at the continent level associated with indicators and monitoring or follow-up criteria, so that next time when we come here to discuss, we do so on measurable and smart basis, rather than having simply theories and just some investments or isolated programs, just saying, okay, yes, the battery initiative, but what are the criteria really for the follow-up or monitoring, so that we be able next time to come here and say this measure was taken, this action was undertaken, and to this extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congo. DRC, Congo. I think you're raising a fundamental issue, say the issue of monitoring. How do we monitor all these programs, etc., measuring success and so forth. But for me, again, I'm emphasizing the issue of action plans with monitoring mechanisms, with timed activities, etc., and the targets. I think we've been discussing this for a while now, and I'm sure the Secretariat is noting this issue. But thank you so much for that contribution. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Côte d'Ivoire would like to react and provide supplementary ideas with regards to national development plans aligning with Agendas 2063 and 2030. I would like to recall that Côte d'Ivoire fully aligned its national development plans on these two development agendas. However, the question we need to put is to know whether all countries here present have national development plans. This is in order to determine which countries do not, so as to support them in the development of such plans, so that they be done in an integrated manner so that they take into account SDGs and Agenda 2063. And for countries already endowed with national development plans, the aim would be, but countries with national development plans that may not be aligned with SDGs, ACA could establish an experience sharing platform in order to help those countries align their national development plan along those two development agendas. Thank you very much.
Okay, Benin, can you have your contributions, please?
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to take the floor to add to what the delegate from Côte d'Ivoire stated. For all we've seen so far, what we could observe, even looking at the implementation of the activities of the Executive Secretariat, looking at the implementation of resolutions, we could observe that there is no real assessment of all those initiatives and undertakings. Looking at the resolutions, yes, there were some progress made, some activities undertaken, but have they been completed? We need an assessment framework in order to really appreciate those. The second point touches on aligning the various planning documents on international and regional instruments. And for Benin, we adhere to that reasoning. For your information, in 2018, we had the support of ECA to develop our national development plan, which led to the new vision of Benin. And in this framework, based on the support we enjoyed, we were able to achieve this year the adoption of Law 4 on planning, which allows us to better frame our planning process. For the year 2025, in line with this law, we will establish the next vision for Benin, the Vision 2063. In real terms, as part of the strengthening of the national development plans of states, we need to find ways for you to support us further in this process so that in fine, the various actions we undertake fall under the various guidelines of the continent. You've already underscored some points since last year. You said your mandate is for action. It's action time, so it's no longer time for theories. So for all this research we're carrying out, in real terms, we need some synthesis. We need a way to summarize them. Yes, there's much work carried out, but we do not have information on those various research on the data. We could leverage that better and share the information so that it be used wisely. And at the end of this, we see how to really develop projects in real terms so that for the benefit of the various states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benin. And with the note of action time, can we break for coffee and tea? Thank you. We come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, there is some eagerness to come in from our colleague up here. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are a couple of questions addressed. I will start with the honorable delegate from Egypt who asked the question during the first round about the dates on the website. I checked on it has been corrected. So this is done. And now on the question from Burkina Faso, pour la question du Burkina Faso.
The question put by Burkina Faso on enhancing our forecasting capacities. regarding disasters. ECA is working on that, has been working on that for some years now through the mandate that was bestowed upon us by the heads of states in 2009, the creation of Clean Dev Africa, which is a joint initiative of the African Union and ECA, along with the African Development Bank. ECA ensures the Secretariat through its African Policy Center. Through that, Africa has tried to enhance its climate information system in order to provide such information to our member states, as well as developing the research aspect you mentioned. It's very important indeed. And this is done through the initiative Research on Climate. We are strengthening the network of African researchers so that this information be made available on the continent. It's very important that we manage our climate narrative by making the forecast on climate on the continent. But beyond that, as the honorable delegate from Benin mentioned, in order to move to action, we at ECA are mobilizing funds. Yesterday, we talked about the challenges our countries are facing in accessing the green climate funds. There again, we started with concrete actions. We start with the African Island Climate Commission, whose member states were struggling to access those climate funds, especially in order to strengthen their early warning systems. That is their prevention and in climate information system in order to forecast natural disaster events. So you have this commission that is chaired by Seychelles. We have 9 member states in that commission, and collectively we made a request. ECA put that request, and we've achieved the last phase for the validation of this request. And really soon, about 2 weeks from now, we will announce in order to strengthen the capacity of member states in order to establish at the institutional level what is needed at the level of member states in order to enhance their forecasting capacities. This will be done along with all the climate commissions, the 2 others, but the objective is to touch all of our countries, endow all of them, whether it be at the institutional level or at the level of resources, to endow them in order for them to be able to overcome those challenges.
The question from the honorable delegate from Zimbabwe on the climate financing, indeed, ECA, under the honorable delegate from Egypt, has mentioned the SDC, the Sustainable Debt Coalition, launched by Egypt during the COP27. ECA is hosting the temporary secretariat for this SDC, and this is supporting is putting in place this framework that you were mentioning to facilitate, to exchange first information and experience between the member states, but also to facilitate debt management and all these dimensions. But in addition, we're mentioning about your question about carbon trading framework. ECA is working within the SDC. We did this Sustainable Debt Coalition, but also through the climate commissions, working at the regional level to have to put in place these frameworks. Indeed, the countries could go individually through ACME on the put in place the regulatory framework for carbon for this activation plan for carbon trading, but we are still facing this issue of the race to the bottom, having price on the carbon voluntary market very low prices. What ECA is doing is to put in place regional frameworks and ultimately a continental framework to have an integrated carbon market, African carbon market. So we started with the Climate Commission for the Congo Basin. This is in place. We have standardized protocols, but also a regional registry. We are now doing it with the Climate Commission for Islands, for African island states. So, and step by step, we are building these different regional components for a full integrated continental market on carbon. Nous avons très bien noté les demandes de la RDC.
The request put by the DRC was duly noted with regards to the list of transformative actions for poverty alleviation. Our division Gender, Poverty, Social Protection is working keenly on the multidimensional aspect of poverty. During the last Sustainable Development Forum that will hold in April, we will delve deeper into these issues and we will address these questions, especially how to establish a listing and the monitoring of these transformative undertakings. Now, regarding the question put by Côte d'Ivoire and Benin, this brings us back to the IPRT initiative. I may want to pass the floor now to my colleague Bart. Bart, over to you.
IPRT. I don't know if is there. I saw him there.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
So what EC is doing on IPRT to integrate the two agendas and also to integrate in relation with the national development plans?
Yes, yeah, thanks for the question. ECA has been supporting countries to integrate their national development plans to the Agenda 2063, as well as to Agenda 2030. And recently, we've also added the Doha Program of Actions. And we supported about 34 countries. This support is provided upon request by countries. Recently, we're going to focus on some of the Lusophone countries to support them in that respect. One of the things that we have noticed, though, that we can share in terms of experiences is that countries spend quite a bit of resources to develop these national development plans. But an area that I think they need more support is how to track them. The data in terms of tracking has not been very consistent, which then undermines the investment that has been put in developing those plans. So we're looking forward to supporting them in that area. And also related to that is that we don't find a very consistent link between the plan and the financing of those plans in terms of resource allocations. The IPRT does have a module that helps countries align their budgets as well to the National Development Plan. So we're encouraging countries to take advantage of this module so that we have a really truly integrated approach to planning that takes into account the links to the budget as well as the links to the international commitments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those responses. I think we can break for coffee. Let's come back at 10 past 11, sorry. Thanks.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events, and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events, and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events, and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening in September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers,
Colleagues,
the
can
world has
we
fallen deeper
call our
into
meeting
economic
to order?
fragility, climate
Thank you. We have three statutory issues or reports to look at now in this session 5. We have a report of the sub-regional intergovernmental committees of senior officials and experts, their sessions, which is being introduced by Director of Sub-Regional Office for West Africa, ECA, Ngone Diop. And could I have the two other presenters also, Eunice Kamwendo and Robert Lisinge, come up to the podium, please, so that we move quickly. Thank you.
Susanna, it's the other director. Susanna.
Does it change?
Bonjour. J'ai le plaisir, Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Your Excellency, Chair, members of the Bureau, Your Excellency, the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECA, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed. It's my pleasure to share with you the summary of the report of the Intergovernmental Committee of senior officials and experts of the sub-regional offices of ECA. And Chair, with your permission, I'd like to urge the colleagues here present, the colleague from Central Africa, Jean-Luc Lamaquet, who is the director of the sub-regional office for Central Africa, my colleague Mama Keita, the director of the East African SRO, my colleague Susanna Chouassi, director of the North Africa SRO, and finally, my colleague Eunice Kawanda, the director of the Southern African SRO. Distinguished delegates, this presentation is a summary of those reports, as I mentioned earlier. Without any further ado, I would like to review some of the salient elements of this report. But beforehand, I would like to highlight the various dates and themes. So these meetings were held between October and November. And in a nutshell, it was conducted in an innovative manner because since last year, ECA strove to adopt an approach that allows regional offices to hold joint meetings of the intergovernmental committees. As such, the Northern and West African Bureau were able to organize joint intergovernmental committee sessions. Next, I'll continue. It seems it's not moving. Let me continue so in the interest of time. So the team was on energy transition. The team was energy transition, food security. This in order to to achieve food security and ultimately sustainable development. I would just keep that, to save some time. Our two offices, that is the Central and East Africa office, jointly organized their intergovernmental committee on a critical theme that is establishing Central and East Africa as sources of quality products and investment destinations of choice to accelerate industrialization and economic diversification. The Southern African Bureau had organized its committees in silo, maximizing the potential of ECA and using IT as a crystallizing factor. These meetings brought together over 100 participants. Once again, this attests to the commitment of our member states and the interest they pay to the work of ECA. Without further ado, I'd like to underscore some critical components, one of which, given that these are statutory meetings, and these involved the election of a new bureau. As you can see on the screen, you have a new bureau for Central Africa. You have a new bureau for East Africa, North Africa, but also Southern Africa, and finally, a new bureau for West Africa. It's one thing to bring together the member states, but it's another to address statutory matters. There were some crucial reports. Essence was highlighted earlier and even yesterday. Those reports touched on macro and socioeconomic conditions in those regions. There was equally a report on progress made by our various states, by our various regions, regarding the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. There were equally the reports of the various bureaus, and all those information and the details you can find in this document. I will spare you that so as to give us time. Another critical element is how our various SROs were able to address some critical development issues in order to best satisfy the concerns of our member states. And you've seen the various reports that were presented, the report on accelerating the implementation of the AFCFTA, the report on how to best use the drivers in order to further fast-track economic diversification and, as such, sustainable development.
It's quite important to address some of the silent and structural but emerging issues our countries are facing. I'm not going to go into the detail because, as I said, they already have been tackled. But for the purpose of this meeting, I will just highlight few of them. The macroeconomic condition. It goes without saying, and we know it, that our country are facing volatile macroeconomic, and we know they are making effort in terms of generating positive economic growth. You can see, we saw it yesterday with Adam's presentation. Stephen has alluded to it, 5% and 3.6% for West Africa. Eastern Africa is doing quite well, but also you have variation within countries. But always we see that such economic growth is still below what is needed to be able to enhance the living condition, to be able to really address poverty and so on. Another very critical issue is the debt burden distress, as we know. And we know that there are many negative implications, negative externalities. We know when countries are faced with very high debt, 60% to GDP, 65 and so on and so forth, it actually bring to the fore the very critical issue of being, this trade-off between saving the debt and also allocating enough resources to the social sector. So the shrinking of the fiscal space and the shrinking of the policy space are critical policy issues that requires policy responses, and they do have critical policy implication, which my colleagues again have alluded to. You have the detail for countries, and you also have the detail in terms of the regional landscape. Regional landscape, when it comes to SDG progress, you can see it, we are not there yet. And it's very understandable because our country are still facing the implication, the negative impact of COVID, but the other crisis, what we call the multiple crises, name it, the COVID-19, but you have the Ukraine war, you have this whole geopolitical and geostrategies and all the kind of global economic landscape. And the fact that we have very low economic still diversification makes our economies and our country fragile, but not less. Climate change is really having daunting, we said it. I will not again repeat all that, but just to tell you from the regional point of view, we deep dive all that with a view to addressing them, but with a view to learning from each other, with a view to learning from, different kind of approaches, different kind of paradigm, and coming up with a paradigm shift that is articulated around really the clarion call of economic diversification. And ECA has been doing enormous work, as we said this morning. The clarion call of investing in social development, to building the social contract, to building the social compact, with a view to addressing those factors that really are excluding key segment of the population. But how are we responding to that? All that are in the report, but for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to highlight few of them. Of course, all the regions have been doing enormous work and have been achieving enormous results impactful for our member state. Let me flag some of them next. Here you will have, for example, Eastern Africa has been working with member states to supporting them, to unlocking and harnessing, the blue economy. Blue economy is a key sector for structural transformation, economic diversification, and sustainable development. They have been doing magic. They have been supporting them in terms of even satellite account of a thing and be able to measure them. We're talking about measure and measuring them as well, measuring also some key ways the continent is under with tourism, satellite photo, and so on and so forth. But you also have for Eastern Africa and Southern Africa, this regional program of value chain, what we call electric bat, is a critical one. I think it's one of the flagship regional program that ECA would like to scale up. We have many more regional kind of program value chain, which really speak to the issue of the paradox of the plenty, with a view to really harnessing our capital, harnessing our natural resources, harnessing our mineral resources, and making sure that Africa has a space be at the forefront of the economic landscape and the trading. And you can see here, the industrial park we talked about this morning as well is something that is going on in a very concrete way. The whole idea is for us to continue sharing with you, but scaling up, bringing more countries together. When it comes to also North Africa, they are doing extremely good job in terms of making sure that country really invest in resource mobilization, domestic mobilization, innovative one, bringing the private sector. By the way, all the region are doing so as well. But I'm just flagging some of the silent one there region. When it comes to West Africa, addressing the demographic structure is an imperative. As you know, I mean, we have very young population, all Africa, but when you come to West Africa, you can see when you reach our national transfer account that a lot needs to be done to invest in the 4 dimensions of demographic dividend, that is education, health, economic governance, but also very productive and employment. So what do we do from the macroeconomic point of view? From the economic point of view, we bring what we call the economic of demographic dividend. We're shaping our niche to bring value addition. with a view to supporting our member state to really take the dimension of demographic dividend as key variable of economic analysis, but as key also element and condition for effective resource allocation and policies and so on and so forth. We are very happy to report that so far member states are responding so well, reiterating their commitment to invest in harnessing demographic dividend. And in so doing, Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, Senegal are from the forefront. We have been engaging with ministries of finance and economic planning, and the work is continuing because we even have this kind of estimation of the budget elasticity. And the same thing will be done in another regions, all other regions. This is the kind of pilot with a view to scaling up. And of course, a CFTA. CFTA is really what we call the critical kind of, let's say, the cornerstone of what we have to do. And whatever we do to diversify, CFTA has been the entry point, the strategic anchor, and all the other regions are doing it. But here in West Africa, we also supported 11 countries out of 14. You have the name here to number one, formulated the CFTA strategy. Number two, having regional program and value chain to start now implementing them. And our countries are very responsive, be it all of them that are there. We only have 4 countries left. And in addition, we also investing in regional value chain, working with ECOWAS to be able to bring in those countries based on their comparative advantage to ensuring really we harness the wealth that the continent have in the region, to ensuring that the paradox of the plenty is over, to ensuring that the wealth, the mineral resources, be it bauxite, be it uranium, you name them, and the energy we have, all that contributing to harnessing and accelerating the pace and the path of structural transformation and economic development. So we're here for you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, Mr. Chair, this brings me to the end of my presentation. And of the key issues selected. And I just want, if you allow me to go through key recommendation, please, the key recommendation are here. I know time is of essence. You could see they articulate around 3 clusters, I may say. First, they were telling member state, you do need to take the right mix of policies to be able to, number one, domesticate the CFTA, to be able to make sure that the environment is conducive enough for private sector, because without private sector investment, you won't be able to accelerate the economic diversification and so on, because we do need investment. But we also, another thing which through the research, how do we make sure that what we were talking about, research and the policy action, connecting the dot between research outcome and policy formulation with a view to tackling the issue, but more importantly, with a view to ensuring we implement on time, we have the monitoring and we'll be able to identifying the kind of progress we're making. Another critical thing which is really important was also to deep dive in the FTA, REX FTA, because REX FTA are a kind of cost-effective pathway to be able to really accelerate CFTA. Sometimes we don't have that alignment, so work has been going on to do it, and ECA is being supported, is one of the critical kind of recommendation for ECA. I'm not going to go through all of them. You can go next again. Another thing which was very important for member state, especially when we come to Southern Africa, was the electricity, the issue, power issue. It has come to answer that power has been impeding some of those critical efforts in the business area. So member state will call upon to really invest in improving the prime throughput so that the wealth that the sub-region is underway can be harnessed powerfully. Another thing which was very important as well, was to invest on SMEs. SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the value chain we are doing, the regional value chain we are, and so on, really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure, to make sure we have the right structures here that actually help, post-harvest, the whole process of making it from, the farm to the country and to also the region and other things. So you have very couple of very comprehensive and forward-looking recommendation that have been spelled out, defined with your representative, your senior official and your expert, and the report you have more detail into that. And each year, based on that recommendation, we work with your country to make sure we are implementing them, focusing on the result, impactful result. Sometimes we focus on quick wins, but never quick fix. For example, if we say we have to start now, the cocoa value chain, or we have to scale it up, the whole value chain on the electrical battery. So we have some very profound quick win this year, but we make sure that quick win is turned into a very sustainable, impactful when it comes to economic diversification and sustainable development. That's the kind of approach we're using, but such approach has been used, spelled out with your expert you've sent. And we would like once more to thank them very much, but to thank your leadership, your sharing leadership that has helped us to try as much as possible to responding to your need. I thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My colleagues are here and will be able to respond to any questions that will arise.
Thank you very much. Okay, we go on to the second report. It's an oral report on the sub-regional preparatory meetings for the conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We have Director of Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, Eunice Kamwendo, to present, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me, before I start, recognize the High Table Deputy Executive Programs for Programs and Program Support. My colleagues, of course, from the sub-regional offices, and Ngone, you've done a good job in introducing all of us, so I won't go into that. Excellencies that are in the room, member states, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, I also want to recognize the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Mr. Edward Kalon, who is here. I'm just noticing you now, sir, but happy to have you hosting us as well. So my presentation, and if we could just load it, I don't see it on my end. Like I said, I'm going to give a summary of the dialogues or the conversations that we had at a sub-regional level in preparation for this meeting. And the reason, of course, the objectives of that, it was that, first of all, to ensure that we all have, if I could have the next slide. Yes, thanks. So that we all are on the same page coming here in terms of the issues. But we did this, we felt it was very important to do this at sub-regional level because we realized there are differentiated impacts, but also reflections that needed to be brought to the table if we are going to have a common African position. And like I said, I think because of all the differences in the sub-region, it was quite critical to do that. And we also know that we are all exposed to different opportunities and policy options as well. That we felt was going to be very, very critical for here. And finally, of course, was also the need to foster sharing of experiences within the sub-region, so the countries within sub-regions. And of course, coming to this larger grouping, we are hoping that we can pull some of those experiences for the continent as well. And I'm glad really listening to a lot of the conversations that we had yesterday.
J'ai suivi attentivement les conversations d'hier et j'ai vu que ces éléments ont été mentionnés lorsqu'on a parlé des expériences de différentes régions. Et bien sûr, il faut peut-être approfondir ce sujet. Maintenant, pour ce qui est du dialogue, nous avons tous tenu des réunions virtuelles, des webinaires. Et comme vous pouvez le voir à l'écran, vous pouvez suivre ces différentes réunions On a eu une réunion en janvier. La plupart des autres régions, c'était en février. En Afrique australe, par exemple, c'était le 15 février. Et puis, les autres régions, c'était la semaine dernière. Alors, ce qui est commun entre nous, c'est qu'il y a eu une forte participation à nos séminaires, à nos webinaires pour la préparation de la présente réunion. Pour l'Afrique australe, par exemple, on a eu plusieurs directeurs qui ont participé à la réunion et il y avait aussi des fonctionnaires, des membres du secteur privé, des groupes de réflexion, ainsi que nos partenaires au développement, y compris des banques de développement. Il y a eu par exemple une participation de la BAD et aussi d'autres banques de développement d'Afrique australe, y compris les milieux universitaires, les instituts de recherche. Mais par exemple, en Afrique de l'Ouest, ils ont eu un réseau de journalistes qui ont participé à cette réunion. Autrement dit, il y a eu des contributions fortes de tous les participants à ces réunions. Écran suivant, s'il vous plaît. Alors, pour ce qui est de l'organisation, comment est-ce que se sont tenues ces réunions? Eh bien, il a fallu s'en tenir au thème.
We are having a conversation in a framed way. So we did discuss, for example, the key imperatives. What are the push factors that are pushing us to even talk about greening transition for the continent? So I will talk about that, but I'll also talk about the policy opportunities, but also policy options that were discussed. So starting with the key imperatives, what were those, the key ones that are really driving all of us to have this conversation today? Number one, of course, is the key issue of climate change being an existential threat in itself. And I think we know that. Yesterday, a lot of colleagues, and today we've also spoken about that in terms of the increasing frequency of extreme weather or climatic events. A lot of flooding, if I look at Southern Africa, droughts in West and the Horn of Africa, for example. But we're also beginning to see some of the diseases that are coming with all this phenomena that we're facing today. So that on itself, and of course, if you look in terms of the development outcomes that are coming from there, increased vulnerability for a lot of countries to food insecurity, poverty, and of course, rising poverty and inequality as well. The other imperative is the risk of being left behind, especially in an environment that at a global level, everybody is on a transition path. I think the developed countries are, steps ahead out of all of us. And we do need to, contend with, number one, some of, I listened yesterday to the intervention from Egypt, where they were talking about some of the carbon tax that are being imposed on some of our, exports to Europe and elsewhere. And I think America tried to do that too a few years ago in imposing export bans from, goods and services that are produced with fossil fuels. A bit latent for now, but I think it's a growing concern that we need to keep in mind as well. And of course, I think a few years from now, we will be, also contending with the issue of maybe we'll have stranded assets if we continue on the path that we have. So I think that is also a risk that we need to manage. Thirdly, that everybody else has been speaking to, the issue of narrowing fiscal spaces. I think this is quite critical, persistent, and it's spoken to throughout yesterday, today, macroeconomic imbalances that we're seeing, that we cannot even do basic development with the resources that we have, let alone, of course, green transition. So therefore, the need for us to look for those finances that can help us transition in a green way. And finally, of course, which again is at the heart of, the work that we all do, the growing poverty and inequalities that we have on the continent, due, of course, to the same effects of climate change, lack of jobs. I think it's quite a serious issue. Development reversals because of all the climate phenomenon that we're seeing, as well as food security, and of course, lack of access to basic services. So I think those, in terms of 4 critical imperatives that really are our pain points or pressure points that are pushing us to have this conversation, and we need to have it urgently. However, and I think sometimes we get locked into the, from a problem lens. Yes, I think we are seeing all of these challenges, but there are real opportunities that we need to harness as a continent. And I'll speak to some of those. And again, remember, this is more consolidated and summarized. So a lot of this is coming from all the 5 sub-regions of the continent. Number one, the issue of the fact that we do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. And this, of course, when you look at solar energy, we look at hydro gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, but also green hydrogen that you're also, a lot of conversations are bubbling up. Again, Namibia from Southern Africa, and I think Rwanda is also looking really critically in exploring all of that. That is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness green minerals. I don't have the statistics with me, but again, I was so happy and lucky to listen to the colleague from the Central Bank of Egypt that actually had the numbers in terms of how rich we are as a continent. But looking at the green minerals or critical minerals or transition minerals, whatever way you want to call it, Africa has the abundance to be able to leverage and harness this as, again, as an opportunity. A lot of my colleagues have spoken to these issues in terms of what we're doing in Southern Africa, but also Central Africa, the battery, the electric vehicle battery initiative as one. And happy to also see that there's a lot of interest from North Africa on the same, because they're looking at the same value chain, as well as the interest that was made quite known both by the minister, but also by the chair yesterday of Zimbabwe, noting a lot of the minerals that they also have into this value chain. So a lot of opportunity there. There's also a lot of opportunity because as Africa, we do have huge blue-green economy potential. And you would have also noted in the previous presentation how East Africa and West, and I would say West Africa has a lot of that in terms of the blue economy, really focusing on that. But again, if you also look at East and West Africa on the blue economy, Central Africa on green and blue, and Southern Africa again on the green and blue economies as well. And then we also do need to harness the demographic dividend. Ngone just shared, yes, for West Africa in terms of, a lot of youthful population, but I think this is an issue that we all have for all the African continent. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youthful population that we have in terms of innovation, around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group. So an opportunity again there. And finally, a huge opportunity, innovative and private sector financing. DES Hanan has spoken to some of those instruments yesterday, but again, I think all of this also came into a lot of our conversations in terms of all the instruments that are available at national level, but also at regional level that we certainly do need to explore so that we can actually transition in a much greener way, noting, of course, the huge amounts of resources that is needed to do that. There are a few key policy options that all of the subregions also looked into in terms of what it is that we need to start doing and doing it urgently. That I'll speak to. First of all, of course, building on the opportunities that I just shared, investing in potential of the blue-green economies to generate carbon credits. And I would like to pause a little hit there and just say carbon credits and all of these carbon instruments are a question mark and a mystery, as mentioned yesterday, and one that we need to invest a bit to know a little bit more about for us to be able to take advantage of that. We also need to invest in renewable transition energy sources such as solar, wind, gas, green hydrogen, and so on in Africa. Again, like we heard yesterday, I think, 20 years ago, this was, quite expensive. It is not as expensive now. So we have a real opportunity to leapfrog from, technology advancements and the fourth industrial revolution, that we can do this in a much cost-effective way for Africa. We also need to implement supportive fiscal policies or conducive environments, both at the policy and regulatory level, to attract green investments. This also includes some of the issues that have been talked about in terms of de-risking some of this private sector investment. We need to accelerate mineral-based industrialization and economic diversification to expand our fiscal and economic basis. I think an urgent need. It was music to my ears yesterday when a lot of the delegates brought this issue up to say, let's stop with the begging bowl. Let us actually go back to industrialization and manufacturing for us to be able to own our development. I think this is the direction that we certainly need to go and actually accelerate some of the efforts that we're making right now. We need to promote natural capital accounting to get into the highest value for Africa's natural capital. Again, the minister mentioned this yesterday. It looks a lot more into the rebasing of our GDP or national accounts to include natural capital accounting again. And I think this is an area in terms of capacity building that ECA can actually offer, ECA, but also the UN can support in doing that. And finally, is to promote innovative instruments of financing options, including guarantees and trust funds, for example, de-risking models and investment funds. I just noted that Africa, actually, if you look, I think we have about 6 to 10 countries that have huge pension funds. To the issue that Ghana mentioned yesterday, for example, can we use all of these resources that we have on the continent to be able to fund and invest into our own green transition? I think quite critical for us to really take forward some of those recommendations. I would like to share very quickly some of the success stories. And I think the beauty of holding, first of all, a larger meeting like this is what is it that, other countries or other regions are doing to be able to attract a financing, possible to start implementing in some of these, to be on the green transition path. North Africa, for example, which again, good example. I'm not sure because I did hear DES and then also speak to some of the costs of what we are doing in terms of bonds. But suffice to say that North Africa has been able to issue a 1.1 billion green bond, representing 25% of Africa's total green bond issuances between 2014 to 2021. And that's huge. Again, would be useful to hear a bit more what the details of the experience for North Africa and Egypt in this sense have had in that issuance of green bonds. For Southern Africa, we were quite pleased to just learn also in our conversation that Mauritius and Seychelles were able to mobilize about 20 million grant for restoration of marine ecosystems funded by the Climate Adaptation Fund. So GCF, an opportunity there that we possibly need to also explore in our spaces. Central Africa and East Africa, they've, and again, going back to the black box, the mystery of all of the conversations that we're having around this issue, they've invested quite a lot in terms of raising awareness, but also unpacking all the issues around this issue in terms of, whether it's carbon markets, but also some of the opportunities. So, for example, Central Africa just held their conference of carbon markets, and this was in January, that was led by the Development Bank of Central African States, along with the IFDD and the UNFCCC as well. East Africa, and I think this was also quite a big success. In 2023, they held the Moroni Conference, which led to the creation of the Great Blue Wall Initiative for climate challenges and create support for over 70 million people. Again, our forte on what we are supposed to be doing is really to have impact on the people that we serve. And finally, on West Africa, and picking on an example from Cabo Verde, where they were able to have basket bonds through 22 municipalities and were able to raise 15 million for local development financing is another example that I wanted to share. And finally, in terms of the recommendations, and the recommendations really are along the lines of looking at both the opportunities, but also some of the policy options that we've looked at internally to see what is it that we, again, need to start doing now urgently so that we're able to be ahead of the curve in terms of, green transitions for the continent. And I will not speak to all of it. I'll just speak a few, which I think that, they need to be highlighted. Number one is, the promotion of local production of industries through innovation challenges and incubators for nature-based products. Again, using a lot of our youthful population to enable that. And that links a lot more to whatever it is in terms of the products is also acceleration of green value chains through mineral-based sustainable industrialization, while of course supporting MSMEs in the process. The issuance of blue and green bonds, I think, to finance green projects is one that we need to pursue. Again, a lot of capacity building there that's needed for us to be able to do this effectively. I think I talked already about creating conducive environments for all of this to happen, both in terms of, green private sector financing as well as de-risking instruments. Rebasing of national accounts is one big one. Again, couldn't be emphasized enough because I was actually struck yesterday when the DS Hanan mentioned this to say, which is actually a fact in terms of fair pricing. In Europe, it's $120 per ton. In Africa, it can be as low as $10 per ton. I think it is quite unfair. I think once we know that through the rebasing and improving of our national accounts, we should be able to motivate for better pricing for ourselves. And I think finally, and I'll skip on the one and note that it's important. It's not as important, but the issue of promoting financial special purpose vehicles that I talked to around what is it that we can do as Africa to use the resources that we have domestically, internally within Africa to be able to fund some of our support to industrialization as well as sustainable and in a sustainable and inclusive manner. So these are some of the issues that came from our conversations, but I'm sure that there is a bit more that I've left. Like I said, a lot of this conversation were over 3 hours, so quite rich and robust, but would be happy, my colleagues and I, to also engage and answer to any questions that you might have in this regard. Thank you very much. And I think, Chair, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Eunice. I think you've articulated very well the issues on the opportunities. But for me, I'm saying, how do we strategically exploit these opportunities? I think we need strategies to underpin these opportunities so that they materialize. Because we keep talking about opportunities, potential. But I think what is critical for me going forward is the issue of credible strategies to underpin these opportunities. But thank you so much. And then there's this critical issue of rebasing and improving national accounts to capture the national capital. I don't know how you are, as ECA, how you are programming this for the various member countries. To me, it's an obvious need, which I don't know how we can program for the countries so that we are all, no one is left behind, and that we can be all on the same base, as it were, given the natural capital we have across Africa. Okay, so can we move into the third report of the Committee on Private Sector Development, Regional Integration, Trade Infrastructure, Industry and Technology. That's a long one. On his third session, let's have Robert Lisinga, please, on this, Acting Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to present the report of the third session of the committee. It happened on the 14th and 15th of November 2023. This committee meets every 2 years. Next slide, please. This slide just gives you an overview of the committee session. The theme was boosting regional integration, infrastructure, trade, and technology towards prosperous and inclusive green industrialization in Africa. Just to say that the team very much aligns to the theme of this Conference of Ministers. They are all pushing towards inclusive green transformation in Africa. It also aligns with the African Business Forum team, which was around boosting science, technology towards, again, green transformation. The meeting happened at a time where we're looking to respond to the COVID-19 pandemics, climate change, new continental agreement on trade, meaning the African Continental Free Trade Area, adoption of artificial intelligence, infrastructure development in the energy and transport sector. So these are the things that we focus on during that committee session. You could see the members of the Bureau. There were 42 member states of ECA that attended the committee meeting, and it was preceded by two very important expert group meetings. The first was a workshop on satellite imagery and artificial intelligence. How do we use this to manage cross-border infrastructure in Africa? And the second expert group meeting was on environmental dimensions of the African Continental Free Trade Area, particularly focusing on how do we green the Continental Free Trade Area. Next slide, please. Now, what I will do in this presentation is to present the thematic areas that anchored the discussions, the issues that were discussed under each thematic areas, and the recommendations that came out from the discussion. Now, the thematic areas were also anchored in parliamentary reports or issues papers that ECA prepared and presented to the member states. Now, the first thematic area was advancing energy and digital technologies for prosperous and inclusive green industrialization. There were two key messages that emerged from the discussion under this thematic area. First was the need to build the scientific, technological, and industrial know-how to manufacture and trade in electric vehicles, drones, mobile devices, bioelectronics, and so on, basically innovative technology. The second key issue was how to harness the potential to develop energy and digital technologies to boost shared prosperity and green industrialization in Africa. A number of important recommendations came out from the discussion. The first one was to support research and technical assistance programs that are focused on alleviating energy poverty and increasing electrification rates on Africa. Essentially, the committee asks ECA to continue its work in this area. The second recommendation was ECA to promote research to accelerate the adoption of renewable energy technologies in line with the particular context of African countries. Now, towards the end of this presentation, I'm going to mention what ECA has been doing in response to these recommendations. Now, the third recommendation was ECA to support the design and dissemination of research and analytical products on the governance and adoption of energy emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. Other issues, very important issues that were discussed by the committee include the importance of improving electrification as a precursor to technological development and adopting emerging technology. So essentially, it was highlighted that if we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Another issue was that urgent action is needed to reverse the trends triggered by COVID-19. I think what was highlighted here was that actually reduction in the number of Africans that had access to electricity as a result of COVID-19, in fact, undermining the progress that had been made. And finally, the need to focus on the services sector as an essential driver of cross-border trade and regional integration on the continent was highlighted. And I think this has also been highlighted between yesterday and today. Next slide, please. Now, the second thematic area that informed the discussions was leveraging the African continental free trade area towards the deeper integration of Africa through inclusive and green industrialization. Now, the key message from the discussion under this thematic area was to implement robust policies on competition, investment, intellectual property rights, and digital trade to revitalize the African investment landscape and deepen continental integration. Again, this was discussed a lot yesterday, but with regard to the committee, 3 recommendations emerged. The first one was to identify new green value chains to be redirected towards green infrastructure, and Africa must meet its commitments under international agreements on climate action. The second recommendation was the rollout of the Pan-African payment and settlement systems to facilitate cross-border payment in local currency. This is very, very important. I think ECA has been engaging with partners like the Afrexim Bank on this issue. And finally, the recommendation in this area was research to address the global trade policies at the intersections of climate and trade. I think this matter has been discussed a lot yesterday and also today. How are policies on carbon taxes affecting or potentially will affect Africa's trade? And I think this recommendation has come up again during this meeting, underscoring its importance. Next slide, please. Now, the third thematic, and I'm moving towards the end, was promoting inclusive green industrialization in Africa through sustainable infrastructure, agri-poles, and effective financial market. Very interesting, important recommendations came out from the discussion under this theme. And the first was to address the prevailing regulatory barriers that hinder private sector investment in energy and infrastructure development. My next slide, I will explain how ECA has addressed this. The second recommendation was for ECA to provide technical support for initiatives for regional transport corridors, especially those that support landlocked countries. Another recommendation, the fourth, was that an in-depth assessment of the role of green hydrogen in advancing a just energy transition and energy security in Africa should be undertaken. This is an area that ECA is already working on. The fifth recommendation was to support the development of national public-private partnership frameworks to expand the scope of infrastructure financing. A lot was discussed yesterday about financing cross-border infrastructure project. This also emerged from the committee meeting. And finally, there was a recommendation to strengthen domestic resource mobilization strategies to enhance domestic and regional markets, ensuring the benefits from increased trade through implementation of the continental free trade area. Next slide. Now, this was the theme of this session: boosting regional integration, infrastructure, trade, and technology as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. The key issues that emerged from the discussion were the following one: the critical role that science, technology, and innovation play in achieving prosperous and inclusive green industrialization. I think there's consensus that this is the case, that science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one. The second issue that was raised was the importance of developing infrastructure, including energy, transport, information, and communication technologies to support efforts to make production sustainable. And the last one was the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, which was seen as vital to accelerate energy transition on the continent. Now, there were 3 recommendations. The first was that ECA member states should work together to develop transboundary projects and initiatives aimed to improve efficient and financing sustainable industrialization. The second recommendation was that ECA should compile information on the funds and sustainable financing options that are available to member states. I think this has come up again and again. In this meeting yesterday, one delegate underscored the complexity of accessing green finance. So I think this is the real problem. And the third recommendation was to assist ECA to assist members in building their capacity to prepare robust requests for funding. This is linked also to the work that ECA is doing on the risking investments. So the last slide, please move to it. We'll just highlight what ECA has been doing in response to the recommendations that came from this session. I should add here that this session happens after 2 years, as I mentioned. So we still have this year and next year to fully implement the recommendation. But for now, this is what ECA has done. ECA Annual Business Forum, like I mentioned, already focus on boosting Africa's transformation through education, science, and technology. So directly addressing the recommendation of the committee. The second thing that ECA has done, and is actually ongoing, is providing technical support on the use of satellite imagery and artificial intelligence to manage regional transport corridors. So what we're doing, we are working with corridors like the Northern Corridor, the Central Corridor, to ensure that they could sit in their offices in Dar es Salaam or Mombasa and be able to track what is going on along the corridor. This is critical because data on the state of infrastructure in some of these corridors is very scarce. It's difficult for many reasons. Some of the areas are remote, there are security issues. And so with this kind of software that we are developing, one could sit in their office and track what is going on. Another thing that ECA is doing in response to the recommendation is to undertake an in-depth assessment of the role of hydrogen in advancing the just energy transition. How can African countries benefit across the value chain of green hydrogen, from renewable energy production to production of hydrogen through electrolysis, to benefiting, in fact, from the market that exists in other parts of the world for hydrogen. Now, towards the end, we already have, and this is in regard to a public-private partnership, following the work that we have done in 6 African countries, we've come to an agreement with the African Development Bank on how to provide financial and transaction advisory services for public-private partnership projects, infrastructure projects that countries have identified. And finally, in response to how do we crowd in private sector investment in the energy sector, based on the work that we have done in 16 African countries, gap assessment, we've worked with the African Union to develop a continental strategy for crowding private sector investment in the energy sector. And this strategy has been adopted by the African Union Specialized Technical Committee that deals with energy and transport. So thank you so much, Chair. I will leave it there.
Thank you very much, Robert. On the presentation, I think it's loud and clear. Just interested on this issue of agro-polls. I know that the African Development Bank is working on these as well, some of its African member countries. How are we collaborating so that we're not spreading ourselves too thin across Africa and not duplicating, etc. And then the issue of artificial intelligence, again, I hope we are very serious about it for Africa as we run the huge risk of being left behind. What's happening on that front? Thank you so much for this quite interesting, very interesting presentation. Now, colleagues, we now want to discuss the three presentations. And again, I want to urge interventions to be concise and to the point so that we are very clear on the issues being raised. The floor is open to discuss the first report, which was on sub-regional intergovernmental committees, senior officials. We have Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. I wish to thank all the presenters for elaborate presentation and their commitments to the cause of Africa. My comment is on the green transition, the presentation before the last one. I get the sense that there's a great opportunity for us as a continent to benefit from the transition to a green economy. However, what I get is that this knowledge of both the threats of climate and the opportunities that lies in for Africa seems to be at the global level. When I say global level, I mean that at government, ministries, multilateral, big institutions level, that knowledge of climate and that knowledge of the opportunities that lies in the transition doesn't seem to have trickled down to the micro level, to the private sector. And we know that from our discussions here that the private sector contributes more than 50% to our GDP, our growth as an economy. And therefore, if there is any policy to transform, then the private sector must be at the forefront of that transformation. Because even at my level, I don't have a lot of extensive knowledge on this green transition, the opportunities and otherwise. For instance, people may respond a bit better to a change if they know the benefit that lies in the change. We tell people in the rural areas to stop bushfires. And in Ghana, we try to encourage people to use LPG gas rather than using charcoal or burning wood. Now, if the people have the knowledge that if I stop cutting down the forest to do firewood, I can be able to trade that forest for carbon credits. The idea of a benefit from deforestation may bring better gain to us than just telling the person that, oh, there'll be climate consequences if you continue cutting down forests. So I think that we need to begin to get a way of trickling down this knowledge. A lot of people know the threat of climate change because they experience flooding, they experience drought. But I don't think that a lot of the rural folks and a lot of the private sector know the benefits of trying to save the environment. And so at this level, I think that we must begin to work to trickle down the knowledge and all that we are discussing down to the private sector, down to the tiniest level, because Africa, we pride in micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. So this knowledge must also trickle down to the micro, to the small, and to the medium. And as I told you, that while using charcoal, if you tell them that if I leave the forest, I can benefit from green credits by leaving the forest. And even look at Zimbabwe as an example. You live with the animals. You have learned the benefits of living with the animals, tourism. So everybody knows that when I leave the animals, people will come and there are jobs. When people get to know the benefits of doing what you've asked them to do, they are more able to respond. So let us try to get this knowledge that we are discussing to trickle down to the grassroots. And I think that ECA should take this up, that you begin to support countries and make it a trump card that we must begin to trickle down this information so that everybody at the down there know that I have something to gain from preserving the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Role of the private sector critical to transformation, of course. And again, the issue of trading forests for carbon credits. Again, this is all about knowledge. I don't think knowledge is started at grassroots level. I think for me, it's right across all levels. I think in our countries, we need that knowledge across all levels. But thank you so much for the contribution. Libya, you have the floor.
I want to thank Mr. Chairman and the state of Zimbabwe for the hospitality. We're speaking about energy. The state of Libya adopted the national energy strategy that allows all the people of the continent, especially the private sector, to get the utmost. The state of Libya, as you know, has a big solar exposition for renewable energy. Now speaking about the different challenges to the sustainable development, you know that how the COVID had a bad impact on our economies, and as what happened with the Ukraine. So if we are faced with other challenges in Libya as part of the African continent and the extension of the Arab region. It is the war that is in Gaza. It paralyzed our thinking to achieve sustainable level and also for regional cooperation. And we cannot have this part of our body working in a side of what's happening in the Arab world. So this subject should be also part of your interest as Libya and the North Arab countries, North African Arab countries, they are part of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Libya. Of course, peace and security, critical to sustainable development. Thank you. Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since this is the first time I'm taking the floor, I'd like to thank government of Zimbabwe for hosting us during this conference. Also, I would also like to thank the UNECA for the brilliant organization and also all the presenters. I would like to emphasize on one comment that the chair made a few minutes ago related to some of the opportunities that we continue to hear since yesterday and over the different brilliant presentations that we've heard today. There are a lot of opportunities that were presented in terms of climate finance, in terms of what we need to do more about building the pipeline, and I appreciate all the suggestions that are made in terms of domestic resource mobilization. But coming back to the issue of fiscal space that most of our country, we are facing as an issue, we did not hear more about how do we make efficient public spending. And the reason why I'm raising that is because in our efforts to tackle climate issues, we could start by looking at what can we reduce in our public spending that is not green. How can we promote more green spending into reducing some of the subsidies that go into sectors which are less green, but also the different tools that we can be using as different experts that work in the Ministry of Finance to better advise the policymakers on some of the decisions. The prioritization, in which sector, because we can raise as much financing as necessary. But if we don't look at how we are spending those resources, it's not going to have the impact that we want. How do we use different tools to look at what spending will have the spillover effect in other sectors of the economy that are going to help us really have a quality growth that can really be taxed, quality growth that can create jobs, that can be inclusive? What sector should we start before the other? Why do we spend on this sector now and not after? Of course, there are different opportunities that we talked about, but all these are going to take time. In the meantime, how do we maximize on the little resources that we have? And this is key, because if we don't do that, we're not going to be able to practically achieve. Those are practical things that we need to do as technicians. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Rwanda. Opportunities, opportunities, opportunities. Again, this is a recurring theme for the conference, and I hope as we go forward, we'll be able to address this issue. And you speak eloquently on the efficiency of public spending. I think that again relates to also, I would like to add our public investment programs. How efficient are they? Are we spending on the right projects? Not just projects, it's the costing also of these projects. We have noticed that even some roads being constructed in terms of cost per kilometer, you see absurd, really absurd and ridiculous costing. So it's a critical element which I've noted, and thank you. And this issue of quality growth, I think that's again interesting terminologies and what we are trying to do. Thank you. DRC, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chair. DRC would speak on 2 points in terms of access to energy and in terms of research. I would leave the floor to my colleague on the research matter. When it comes to access to energy, there is a big opportunity in DRC. I have heard several times on the battery project, joint battery project with Zambia, and Zimbabwe would like to join us, and they are most welcome, of course. However, but there is also another project which may not be a project as such, but a program indeed that we may not have discussed in detail here. It's related to the INGA project. It's an important project which by itself has a potential of 100,000 megawatts production of electricity. It's an important project, first at local level, and it would allow regulate the environment. If we implement this project, we can have electricity throughout the country, and it would avoid cutting trees and would consequently address forest conservation. It would reduce the pressure on our forests. The second one is related to the mining aspect. Yes, we will want to export batteries, but we need energy first to produce those batteries. So the INGA project would allow us to exploit all the minerals that we have in the country, and also be an input to the battery project. It would also have an added value. The third one is the road infrastructure. We would have the road between the eastern side and western side of the country. And with this project, we would facilitate the transportation of all minerals throughout the country. And the fourth is the regional aspect. The Inga project would provide electricity to the country at large. So it's a huge potential indeed that Africa should benefit from. So this is part of the solution when it comes to energy. So these projects should be captured among the flagship projects and solutions for the energy problem in Africa. Thank you, Chair. Let me continue now. And thank you for giving DRC the floor. I would like to congratulate the various presentations. However, I would like to talk about the group established within the ECA, and we need to work and invest on research. Mr. Chair, Africa cannot develop without going through research, without conducting research. Friends are not helping us in the fundamental research aspect or applied research. I have the methodology of research. Friends are rather working on the creative research aspect. What have we created in Africa? This is a major question that we can ask. Friends are, when I talk about friends, those found outside Africa. I am a lecturer by profession, so we need to focus more on collaborative research or research based on partnership. I have always considered research as a base where some are contributing in research and they find some things, find some solutions. Others may not find solutions, but they continue their research to be able to find another solution. During the conference of African Ministers of Science and Technology, it was in Brazzaville, we had a resolution that research institutions should commercialize the findings of their research. So these must be bankable research. And when we look at the financing that African countries attribute to research, and when we look at the budget of research, it's very much minimal. It's meager. So we need to reach the recommendation of UNESCO, which recommends each country to allocate one budget of the country's budget to research. But we have never reached this 1%. We turn around 0.67%, 0.5% of our budget for research. So I'm astonished when we talk about research. So I encourage the ECA to advocate that we allocate considerable amount of financial resources on research. When we say that we are professors and researchers, we want to innovate. When we had COVID-19, for instance, DRC contributed a lot in the endeavor. I myself, for instance, we have developed a medicine, cyclotequina, and we even found models to eradicate all the symptoms of COVID-19, for instance. So this is a major innovation. But however, there was someone who was even invented a medicine for COVID-19, but unfortunately he was assassinated. There was also a professor in Lubumbashi in Katanga. He carried out research to fight COVID-19. He's named Bella Inilu. So this means that Africans are able to use their intellectual capacities to try to create, invent, instead of crossing fingers. So what have we done in this aspect? So our recommendation to the ECA is to advocate so that African countries allocate a considerable amount of financing to research in African countries. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So thank you so much again to my sister from DRC. I'm so happy you raised the issue of the INGA project. This project, I'm told, was first talked about when I was very young, right? And here we are, I'm 65. Nothing has happened, right? And when I was at the ADB, we tried to push for this project. Again, it stalled. Now, this is a huge potential for this project, but we are not moving as Africans to support this project. And really, I think I would want to urge ECA in its convening capacity, together with the ADB, maybe to look at how this project can move. Because we have been talking INGA for years. So let's hope we can do something this time around. Thank you, my sister.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président, je pense que la Banque mondiale
Chair. We have the World Bank working on that as well, but ADB should also join this endeavor. I was saying that the World Bank is already involved behind the INGA project, but 2 weeks ago, we have had a meeting with the Ministry of Planning, but we have a huge potential and we require additional financing and partners, and like ADB, the African Development Bank, to join this endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, next, Côte d'Ivoire.
OK, merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. J'ai juste deux petites préoccupations que je voulais poser au
I have some
niveau
concerns I'd like to express. This is with regard to the figures. I had expressed some concern yesterday, but I'm going to say yet again, in my statement yesterday, I said Côte d'Ivoire's growth wasn't right. The figures given were not right. The presenter said these were World Bank figures. It was from the World Economic Perspectives, World Economic Forecast, but I looked at them myself, and the rates given were lower than our own projections, which was 7%. But for Côte d'Ivoire, the World Bank gave another figure. I think maybe there was a typo and it should be corrected. But I think it's important that we reduce this type of occurrence of typos.
J'ai essayé également de voir les chiffres déclarés et puis
I looked yesterday at the figures, and then I saw that with the growth rates as presented in the recent economic report, the one that was given yesterday, then there was a sub-regional report. Which I tried to look at. Let's look at yesterday's report. The growth rate given, estimated and projected growth rates was 4.5%, 4.8, 6.1 in 2022, 2023, 2024, respectively. When I look at the sub-regional report, I say 3.9, 3.6, and 3.8% for the same 3 years. Maybe we can give some explanations for this. Maybe we can say in one of the reports, they were updated figures. In another report, it was perhaps
older reports, figures, but any reader might just think there was something wrong there. So I think we need to harmonize this data. I'd also like to know whether the data ECA is getting from our countries, is it the right type of collaboration? There are difficulties. Because if we have data that is different, if the various international institutions like the World Bank, IMF, you have adjustments, and then you find that the data is not the same from one document to the next. When you look at ECA, the data is different. You look at my country's records, the data is different. So that might create fears. That's my concern. My second concern is about regional integration. In all the reports that have been presented, I really can't say that I've seen data or situational analyses about regional trade. I think one of AFCFTA's major objectives is to achieve African integration. And this has to begin with regional integration as the first priority. So to my mind, in these kinds of meetings, we have to look at trade integration and see whether from the inception of AFCFTA, has there been progress? Is this progress attributable to AFCFTA implementation? If not, what bottlenecks have there been affecting AFCFTA implementation? What solutions can we find so that we can achieve our end objectives for this project, which is one focusing on integration? And must I point out, it is the only African Union integration project that has gotten this far in terms of implementation. Those are the two concerns I wanted to express. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Your concerns, I think, are well noted. Like I indicated yesterday, I think this issue of discrepancies of statistics, especially on GDP growth rates, I think it's critical and important. But I think also the onus is on us countries to sit down with these various international organizations as they prepare their statistics, really to be thorough in terms of what they are producing. We have experienced the same challenges as well, but I think we have managed to resolve those issues. Next on our speaking list is Libya, then we have Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the ECA for the hard working and for the excellent presentations. 2 points. The first one regarding the sub-regional projects. I would like to let you know, guys, that my country, the state of Libya, with Chad and Niger, and in collaboration with the African Development Bank, are working for a very big and huge project. They call it the Tripoli-Niamey-Chad Corridor. Since this project will be finished, I believe it will ease the food, the supply chains in the old region. For my comment on one of the presentations, they mentioned that on North Africa, there was 1.1 billion for the green bonds issued. And this, I would like, I don't want to say it's deceiving, but it's misinforming, because when you say North Africa, you mean all the countries. But I would like to know which countries benefit from this 1.1 billion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Libya. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank you and all the delegates who are here and all those that are coming. As a host country, we are very much pleased to have you colleagues here. But may I say, conferences of this magnitude, Chair, are very important at this time in juncture, given the calamities and the torrid times that humanity is facing, regardless of race. And these are meetings that we celebrate because for the first time in a meeting of this magnitude, it has workers represented, business people, governments, civic organizations. The good of it is that this will bring about ownership and a clear way forward for all of us. It's not an elitist conference whereby things are decided for, because the overall overarching of this conference is to try and mitigate towards poverty. Are you stopping me? I don't know. Yeah, I will proceed. Sorry, Chair, I was disturbed a little bit. Right. The overall overarching of such conferences is to mitigate towards poverty alleviation and also to try and eradicate all the myriads of problems that mankind are facing. So these are meetings that we expect to have frank talk, no sugarcoating. The good about it is because we have got central bank officials, government ministers of finances, and ministers, and even to the extent other top officials who have to do with the narratives of trying to make sure that there is clear narratives for the betterment of the humanity. But may I now say, Chair, to actually mitigate towards poverty alleviation, particularly here in Africa, we have to introspect ourselves as human beings. Yes, we have got the problem of climate change, but climate cannot introspect. It just happens when it's on. Those that needs to introspect are us human beings who will see how best we can mitigate towards climate change. I'll come to the issue of investments here in Africa. These investments, they are actually not premised on alleviating poverty. They are premised on looting and fleecing other men by men, which must be stopped. This is why you see that most of the investments that are coming here in Africa, they are being brought about by white guys, Chinese, Arabs. I'm not provoking, but I have to tell you the truth. When they come here, they don't want to put beneficiation. They bring their own technocrats as if we don't have our own technocrats here. When it comes to the salaries and conditions, they continue to harass, maim our people, fleecing them, subjecting them to modern slavery. Surely, Chair, this is an insult and a provocation to humanity, particularly to the black race. And our colleagues on the other side of the other race, they must really think twice before they try to pretend. Let's talk of the American stock exchange, London stock exchange. Those stock exchange are never meant to promote Africa. They are meant to continue to fleece and loot African resources at the expense of its citizenry. And hence, the poverty will continue at an alarming rate and alarming pace. So, Chair, these meetings of such magnitude must come up with resolutions that will put a stop to some of these shenanigans that are being pretended to us. I was glad my previous speaker, the previous speaker, spoke about the North Africa and he was questioning how much is that? Fine. But if we talk of these other countries where we've got migrant black workers, the way they are being treated, it's very bad and it's a sorry state. So, Chair, it is our plea that out of this conference, we must see a stop to madness towards racial segregation, exploitation. That must be stopped forthwith because we are all equal in terms of intellectual prowess. We are all equal to them. We breathe the same air. I don't know why we continue to be subjected to such narratives. I so submit.
Thank you for your submission, which is well noted. Well, you raise important issues. which I think the Secretariat has noted, issue of inequalities, the issue of racial segregation, the treatment of workers and so forth, which are noted. Who's next on the?
We have.
Badea, you're on the list, and then followed by Reality of Aid Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to come back to the issue of carbon market. But first and foremost, I would like to commend the work by ECA when it comes to policy advocacy, policy advisory, all of them based on evidence through the research the ECA team is conducting. But I would like more specifically to come to carbon market and try to, I'm going to be a little bit provocative in a sense that how can ECA research at the moment can convince policymakers at the highest level to buy into the idea of a carbon market? How would you convince a country like Zimbabwe, where we are in, to invest, to reap the benefit of the carbon market, if Central African countries like DRC, Gabon, Central Africa, and Cameroon, who have forests without concrete benefit from a carbon market? So this issue at the top, from experience, most head of state, head of government are very reluctant to invest in growing more trees if the trees they have on their land cannot provide them with benefit. So that at the top. And when you go down on the main streets, how would you convince a farmer to grow more trees if the forest protected within their country does not provide them with concrete benefit? Thank you.
Thank you, Badea. Reality of Aid Africa, please, quickly.
I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me also join other colleagues in congratulating the presenters for the quality of the issues that have been raised. Mr. Chairman, I want to align myself with the statement of the government of Rwanda and also the statement of the government of Zimbabwe. I think the issue of placing poverty at the center of our discussion remains very crucial, and indeed how public investment is made, particularly towards this sector, is going to be very crucial. And looking at listening to presentations that have been made, Mr. Chair, I feel that focus is still not very much given attention. And especially given the element that we had yesterday, that 54% of the world's population is found in Africa, we are focusing too much on high intensive capital and how to mobilize that to come into the continent, but really not directing a lot of attention on how we want to work with these communities, work with this population to be major stakeholders in these ideas that we are proposing. I think we really need to look at the kind of investments that target the population and target the majority of those who are in the community or in the rural areas, who can be major players and indeed form the bedrock through which we are able to transit in a very sustainable and in a very inclusive way. Because our experience shows that indeed focusing too much on private sector investment coming from abroad does not necessarily translate to meaningful jobs or translate to meaningful people moving poverty. And I think, Mr. Chair, it is indeed very important we talk truth to these issues. where we ensure that even the investments we are talking about is critically linked to the issue of transparency, is critically linked to the issue of results that can really lead us into moving out of poverty, but not really as a way of just mobilizing resources and quantify them to show, but really talk about the livelihoods that we are able to change. And that's the element that I would like to see, Mr. Chairman. I thank you.
Thank you very much. But there are good points in terms of the issues of convincing governments and through research, evidence-based policy advice. I think that's well taken. On the last comment, I think let's also acknowledge that the foundational work of the ECA is guided by Agenda 2063 and the 2030 issues we have agreed as Africa. And I think the underlying target is that, I think, eradication of poverty. I think, to me, all we are trying to do is to eradicate poverty. But I think if it's not being specific, but I think the senior officials we have here can answer to that. But I feel strongly that the underlying foundational issues are being addressed through Agenda 2063 and 2030. Whether we are achieving it or not, that's something else, the pace at which we are achieving it. Thank you. Now, we're running short of time. I don't know if there are any on the table who want to respond quickly. Yes. Susanna.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe before Susanna, there's Asna from Morocco online. Are they ready? Or we can have Susanna. Maybe Susanna, go ahead. Then we can, while they connect us.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to the question from the Libyan representative on the issuance of bonds in North Africa and who benefits or who were the issuers. And it was Egypt who issued in 2020 the first sovereign bond in North Africa and Middle East. It was actually successful from the point of view it was highly oversubscribed. They wanted to issue $500 million, ended up issuing 750. So that's more than half of the 1.1. And then the other one is Morocco that also has been issuing green bonds. So Tunisia has prepared framework, guiding framework, how to issue them. But as perhaps someone else from the audience made a comment, even greater concern is how small this share is relative to global issuance. So Africa currently accounts only for 1% of global issuance. So again, this is a great opportunity, not for every country, depends on circumstances, but something to be explored. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Yes. Mama Keita.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just would like to say that I cannot agree more with the delegate from Rwanda about the power of public spending in terms of trying to resolve some of the issue that we are discussing here. It's true that it's important and it's even imperative to find by no means how to widen the fiscal space, how to increase fiscal revenues and other types of revenues, but spending is equally so important. And not only spending, but spending in those green objectives, actually, how to green the economies, because if we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gains that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. So really very good comment. And yes, everybody is urged to do so. Quickly on Badea, I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies, what is working where. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be able in a position to advise other countries. This way is how we can really go towards building a a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market. And then sharing information is really key, and that is allowing ECA to do a better job actually. On DRC, I cannot agree more with you also. I think research is critical for the continent. Research and not fundamental research, but also R&D. This is how we are going to drive innovation. This is how we are going to build a critical industrialized economy. So it is fundamental, and countries need to put money in research. Finally, on the comment from Ghana also, again, I agree very well with you. I think that sharing, generating the knowledge and then sharing it along the chain is extremely important to drive the incentive. To incentivize people, they need to have clear information and to know where they should put their effort, where they should put their money, and what they can gain out of it. So really very good comment, and we take note of all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have from the table up here, Hannah, One, and Eunice? Oh, and this side as well.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Pedro.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to share a very concrete example on how actually effective and efficient resource allocation is critical. When we engage with countries recently to actually implement the regional budgeting sensitive to demographic dividend with Ministry of Finance, one country, namely Burkina Faso, when we work with them till the end, defining and estimating the budget elasticity, we found that if we just change the allocation within a sector, let's say education, you just change the allocation of resources from let's say salaries or other functioning to the services, the actual education services of health, it has implication in terms of the quality, but also in terms of the impact in the medium and long term of it. So, and the message there that you were focusing is to say, let's use this tool, because Rwanda was referring to tool. Let's use the budgeting sensitive to demographic dividend as a critical tool to promote, support efficiency of public expenditure. And it was very critical to use it right now for the 2024 budget execution to support and have insight into to what extent that kind of reallocation within the portfolio of a given sector will have multiplier effect on other sectors. This is extremely improved, more so right now, where we see the kind of risk of trade-off between servicing the debt and, of course, making sure that the allocation of resources to the key sector for human capital actually are maintained or increased. We can share more with that. And I wanted also to just very quickly to our colleagues from Côte d'Ivoire. What we are trying to do at ECA is also to continue working with member states to get the data on time so that the data that will be used will actually speak, les données en fait de
data from the country is what will be shown. We commit to get the latest and most updated data from countries so that it is reflected as best as it possibly can. So we expect to get this kind of data from the countries, as you pointed out. Well noted. Thank you. I leave the rest to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's a wise decision, DS Hanan, because we're going to leave all the questions that we haven't addressed to you. But I wanted to speak to two, which the Chair had raised in terms of, can we move from opportunities, the potential that we've all been speaking, what is it that we're doing to be able to move us from, wherever we are to credible strategies, but also the issue of rebasing national accounts to include natural capital. I just wanted to share, I think, from the Southern African region, I think a lot we've already shared in terms of, some of those initiatives that we feel are actually very, very strategic, and it's really moving us from the opportunities to those credible strategies that you're speaking to, Chair. So again, not to repeat, because it's already been talked about, I think that the DRC, the Zambia initiative, is one critical and good strategic initiative that we will continue to work on. But the other one, which is the Common Agro-Industrial Park, which is between Zambia and Zimbabwe, is another. And for that, speaking to your issue that you raised in terms of, agro growth poles, this is how we're viewing this initiative. It is, for now, Zambia and Zimbabwe, but because when we did the pre-feasibility study, it already identified 9 value chains there. There is a lot of opportunity for other countries to actually be part of that value chain. So I'm just looking, for example, for a country like Malawi that is now going into mega farming, for now looking a lot more into food security. But I think when you look a lot more, it's also would be one of those that will feed into that Zimzam agro park. But we also have now looking into the beef value chain, a conversation that we're going to go into with Botswana, and to see, who else, because they do have the license, who else can benefit from that within the sub-region. Again, really, really moving strategically into developing those value chains. And then the other one, which is also quite critical, it's a leather value chain, which has already been identified in the Common Agro-Industrial Park. We have countries like Lesotho, and others that really are on the leather products. So what is it that they can also contribute in terms of, again, funneling all of that into the regional value chain for that. So I think we are moving and continuing. Again, we will keep listening to all of you from where you're coming from in terms of if there's anything else that you think we can actually go into to support. And then the second question, the rebasing of national accounts and so on. I know that my colleague Oliver is not here from the Africa Center for Statistics, but also just to share that we've actually begun to do a lot of work on this. We've just concluded about 2 weeks ago or so, Namibia. We supported Namibia, for example, to develop their satellite accounts. This is the tourism statistics satellite account, because tourism is a big component of Namibia's GDP, and yet it wasn't fully accounted for in their national account. So those are some of the work that we're doing. And I guess, all of these have to come, of course, from yourselves as member states. If you see the need for you to come to us, and we'll be happy to support in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Eunice. We'll have Jean come in, and then I'm going to propose that the other 2 reports, I don't know if there's any burning contributions from the floor. I think I'm going to propose that after Jean, then we have Hanan, then we close for lunch, if that's agreeable, unless if there are burning contributions for the 2 other reports. Okay, so Jean, then we have Hanan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, dear delegates, for all the comments we have received. I would like to intervene on 3 points. The first one is related to your question, Honorable Chair, about the opportunities, how we are reaping them and harnessing them based on the experience of Central Africa. For us, the opportunity to reap the opportunities, we have been mobilizing strategic partnership. Because when it comes to industrialization and economic diversification, our countries needed strategies. And we have helped some of them, from Chad to Congo, Brazzaville, and others, developing their industrialization and economic diversification strategies. Beyond national level, now we are moving to the sub-regional level, helping Central Africa to have its sub-regional economic and industrialization and economic diversification strategy. Beyond the strategy, building up a partnership toward implementing them through special economic zone has been our motto actually in Central Africa, and trying to actually address this constraint in terms of financing. Have been able to come up with financial institutions such as Afrexim Bank, ADEA, which is here, the African Development Bank, and others, to try and advance the agenda on special economic zones in in some of the countries. We have been talking about the battery initiatives between the DRC and Zambia, now opening up to Morocco and Zimbabwe, making a call to join us. I think it's an opportunity to have a real regional value chain well integrated where we can make sure we move from opportunity to real investment. The second point I would like to dwell on, Honorable Chair, is related to what we are doing on natural capital accounting and this ambition to base the GDPs. We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From our last ICE meeting in Brazzaville, all the countries were the awareness was built. And then from that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon, where with the support of UNDP and also through the National Institute of Statistics and other bodies at national level, we've been able to introduce them not only on the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. We need actually to expand this. We have started the work in Cameroon, strengthening the capacity of the country to have its own plan for environment statistics. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, social statistics, you have issues. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the link with financing. A very last one, Honorable Chair, is related to the role of research and research development in advancing our debate on special economic zones. And this is a question by the DRC. Dans nos efforts de développer la zone économique spéciale de batterie.
In our efforts in developing the special economic area, and ECA can be considered as a partner and develop the Center of Excellence on Batteries, which is hosted within the university in Lubumbashi. It mobilizes Congolese universities, Zambian universities, and the space is open more and more after our meeting in Rabat. Moroccan universities were also to join this initiative. But beyond the public financing of the research, we also have to look at financing possibilities from industries by creating a relationship between companies and the project. And this is one other interesting aspect that can inspire others. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's have Robert. And quickly, please, if we could wrap up.
Yes.
And then we have Anand, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to comment on a couple of things. One, to build on the capacity issue on science and technology on the continent. I think that the key here lies in partnerships, partnership with specialized institutions. For instance, ECA is beginning to partner with the African Academy of Sciences to see how can we scale up capacity of scientists on the continent, right from the university level. I think we also started to talk with the Air Navigation Services Authority in South Africa, for instance. How do you build the capacity of Africa in sophisticated technology like air navigation and routing? And we're also even discussing how do you manufacture these kinds of equipment on the continent. I think we're also partnering, for instance, with the Human and Social Research Council of South Africa to build the capacity of young graduates in new emerging sophisticated areas like green hydrogen, and also with the Commission of Science and Industrial Research in South Africa. So I think the key really is for all of these institutions that are involved in scientific development to work together. And very quickly, Chair, on energy. I think the issue of INGA has been raised. INGA is a flagship project of Agenda 2063. INGA is a project of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. INGA is a project that seems to have all the ingredients to be developed. I think feasibility studies have been done and redone. Financial institutions have indicated interest. Investors have indicated interest. And a couple of years, actually, ECA worked with the AU High Representative for Infrastructure at the time, Raila Odinga, to organize a high-level meeting in DRC where the heads of state, President Tshisekedi, actually attended online. And so the question really is, what is the challenge? I think it is to sit down and identify DRC officials. What is the challenge when everything that is required to implement a project seems to be there? So it seems one have to really identify what is the constraint to move forward on this. And lastly, with ADB, because the chair mentioned what we are doing with them. I think a big challenge in infrastructure development in Africa is to move through the different stages of the development cycle, from concept to feasibility studies to implementation. A lot of projects are stuck at the early concept stage, and that's why, in addition to being part of the PIDA steering committee together with AU and African Development Bank, we're now working with African Development Bank to see how they can provide advisory transaction services to move this project forward. I think that would be an important step, because if countries says these are our priority projects, and ADB is coming to say, okay, we can provide technical transaction advisory services, I think that could be critical in moving the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Annan. Then we have an outstanding online contribution from Morocco, Asnal. Are they still online? So let's take them quickly, then she closes. After that, no.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Ça va?
Est-ce que vous me recevez?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
D'accord. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates and participants, good day to you all. Since we're speaking for the first time, allow us to begin by congratulating Zimbabwe for the successful organization of this COM 2024, and to thank the chair. I have really followed all the presentations throughout the session of today and preceding sessions with great interest. These are sessions that have highlighted a whole range of initiatives and interventions by ECA. I would sincerely like to thank ECA for the efforts that have been made to speed up economic transition and inclusive growth. Within this framework and within the context of our relationships with the United Nations family, I don't have any specific comment, but if I may, I'd like to share some of the elements of Morocco's transition towards inclusive development. We must mention that the Kingdom of Morocco is very committed to inclusive growth. For Morocco, this is a societal project promoted by His Majesty, and we now have succeeded in integrating this into our various institutions and entities. It was an effort to begin with enhancing the environment and then moving on to sustainable development. And most recently, we have had several strategies that have come to fruition. One of them being the Sustainable Development Strategy, aiming at transitioning to inclusive growth by 2030. And then we also have the energy strategy for 2030, and we have the 2050 strategy. May I also mention that Morocco has put in place a new developmental model. One of the major priorities within this new model for development is preserving the environment. When we talk about preserving the environment, what we mean is protecting and upgrading our resources, our natural resources, water, forestry, and land, and so on, strengthening resilience to climate shocks, ensuring energy transition, sustainable mobility, and so on. We in Morocco are looking at water sovereignty, energy sovereignty, industrial energy that is harnessed to promoting Morocco not only on the international scene, but also integration within Africa. First of all, integrating Morocco's policy within Africa's policies. Briefly, may I mention a few initiatives that Morocco has embarked upon for diversifying our economic sector. First of all, we have worked more with the public sector. I want to focus on how exemplary the state has been, supporting transition, supporting industry, research and development, creating a conducive environment to foster this transition, creating sustainable demand for Morocco, notably strengthening small and medium-scale enterprises and ensuring that they integrate the informal economy. Another area that we have focused on is an area that is a major element for Morocco, trying to look at carbon credits, harnessing them to producing electricity through renewable energy, through more efficient energy sources. Morocco has also worked on preserving water resources, looking at how best to use water and how best to harness new technologies and innovative solutions. We have several programs that have been implemented, covering all these areas I have just described, decarbonizing industry, one of them being what we call the Green Growth Program. Another point that was discussed yesterday at great length, and which is at the heart of this conference's theme, which is financing the transition. Morocco has put in place an industrial transitional project that is looking at creating stimuli for fiscal support. There's a carbon tax, there's energy to be used to reduce overuse of energy and to have tariffs that foster import of energy at competitive prices. So, Chair, these are several pillars that we have used to support growth, green growth, with international partnerships, but we have to develop internal sources of financing, as was discussed yesterday. Yes, mobilize domestic sources of finance, improving our tax base, putting in place a targeted monetary proactive policy. One last point, as I do not wish to speak for too long, is the role of the private sector. We need to focus on the private sector, work on transitioning to the green economy, and most importantly, when we talk about energy transition, because this requires tremendous efforts, colossal efforts, in which the private sector has an indispensable role as a catalyst for development and for financing towards a green transition and renewable energy projects. So those were just a few elements that highlight economic transition, transition towards a green economy. And as I said, these are initiatives that have already started in collaboration with the ECA, and we are very happy with the quality of our collaboration with ECA. Morocco and ECA are working well together. We wish you all success in efficient and sustainable development of Africa. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Now, if we could request, I know Morocco is represented, could we have the presentation for the Secretariat, please? Thank you. Now, lastly, Anan, you
Thank
have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for all the questions and comments that have been already brought up. I think the team already answered many of them. I'd like to focus on 3 issues. So one, the first one is on issue of public expenditure efficiency. I cannot emphasize or highlight this issue more. And to just give you an example, for example, for Africa as a region, Africa spends the highest in terms of percent of GDP on average relative to all other regions. Yet, the spending on that sector is the least efficient among all other regions. So for each dollar spent, we get 56 cents on a dollar. So you can imagine the level of waste that is created in a key issue that will be critical for us on how we will develop if we don't utilize the skills and the next generations and the youth, and we don't move forward on this. None of what we are discussing now will actually materialize. So this is just one example of even when we do the right thing, meaning spend on the right sectors, invest more in education, we're not doing it in the best way we can. There's too much leakages. And this is the type of things that we need to look into. How can we raise the efficiency of what we are spending so that we get the highest returns for each dollar spent, because we cannot afford otherwise. Another issue, of course, is how do we also reduce the inefficiency, like the issue of energy subsidies. And in many countries, it's not the most vulnerable that actually end up benefiting from energy subsidies. It's usually the high capital intensive industries that are basically getting subsidized at the cost of the most vulnerable. So we need to pay attention to what are we trying to do, and is the tool that we're using actually achieving that. Another very important example is the need to review issues of tax expenditure, meaning tax incentives and tax breaks and tax concessions that are supposed to attract investment, but are not, actually delivering to what they're intended. So we need to really have pause and reassess many of these things to actually enable us to create savings that can then be better invested elsewhere. There was also a second issue that was raised, is and was raised by Ghana, is trickling down to a micro level. I think this is a very good point, and it's essential to build awareness overall on what needs to be done. But also, I think there is a lot that is actually being done by the youth and young entrepreneurs that is very impressive. I think one of the things that I've seen firsthand when we had this event on youth entrepreneurs working on climate action during COP27. It was just really, really inspiring. While we were, as policymakers, as technical and experts discussing things, they were actually getting action done. So what we need to do also is to ensure that we are supporting their innovations, and we are creating enabling environment to allow them to deliver the results for it, and to create platforms for experience sharing. And this is one of the things that ECA is currently working on, to build a platform where these climate entrepreneurs can learn from each other and can provide them support in terms of the know-how. And lastly, Chair, for a point that you raised yourself in terms of credible strategies to underpin opportunities. I think part of what we're trying to do, and I mean, there were really great presentation on what are the key opportunities. What we're trying to do is to really have a paradigm shift in our development strategy. We need to move from backward looking to forward looking, to develop in a way that takes into account all the trends that are happening, whether it's innovation, technologies, artificial intelligence, the direction that the world is moving into, and capitalizing on our assets. And our assets are definitely, I would say, first, our youth, because we are the youngest continent and only getting younger, where everywhere else is aging. Our natural resources, which we are blessed with, and our actually the higher participation of females, and of course private sector, because the government, with the level of challenges that we are facing, growth is not just going to be created by the state. Need to be actually the driver need to be the private sector. So that's the type of change that we'll need to create to actually move forward. And things like what we've been talking about regarding building green industries around these green minerals is the type of direction that we need to go into, but will not be able to move up that value chain and improve the livelihoods of Africans without actually investing in skilling, education of our youth, and as well as promoting innovation. So these would be kind of the levers that we need to focus on to get it right moving forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you, colleagues up here for the presentations and for the responses, etc., which I think are very, very comprehensive. Thank you so much. Now can we break for lunch, and then we have an hour for lunch if we can come back at 3 o'clock. I've proposed to my colleagues up here that for session 6, we combine session 6 and session 7 when we come back from lunch, and then we have a discussion, and then we can go to the last, the second year, 10-year implementation plan agenda that we can do after we. Enjoy your lunch.
Recording stopped.
Bienvenue, Kalibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried with Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried with Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there's a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote
We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events, and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. but also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a simple market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20. And this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers. And leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangonani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibunani Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Saligonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening in September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and higher or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
Manuel, can be said. I think it's a little high. On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
When I was standing here, did you feel that it was too tall? I think so. No, I know that's right.
We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events, and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
Recording in progress.
we are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20. And this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers. And leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Taligonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers and entry points so that we create a single market.
I think it's good.
And services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening in September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
Good afternoon, delegates, colleagues. We apologize for the slight delay. There was a slight consultation taking place, so the two deputies are involved in that right now, and they'll be with us very shortly. So please bear with us, and thank you for your understanding. No, I want Daya to sit here. Daya, can you sit here? Because Said is also making another presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The,
so
the NEPAD one.
the NEPA
Right,
also sit
okay.
here. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, what we got. I didn't like the show in the other one.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can we call our meeting to order? We continue with our statutory issues for this afternoon. And we have the following report of the Committee on Social Policy, Poverty and Gender on its fifth session which will be introduced by the Chief of Staff and Acting Director of the Gender, Poverty and Social Policy Division, Sexina. She's going to present for us. And then secondly, progress report on the work of the African Institute of Economic Development and Planning, being introduced by the Director of African Institute of Economic Development Planning, Mr. Is it Ben? Miss Ben Sultane. And then the third one is with two sub presentation, proposed program plan for 2025 and the program performance in 2023, and then summary and proposed program budget for 2025. We'll have the proposed program plan introduced by the Director of Strategic Planning Oversight and Results Division, that's Daya Brangate. And then the proposed program budget for 2025 will be by Carlos Haddad. That should take us to the, we are taking the next report, which was supposed to come after coffee. We take all of them at once. Report on United Nations support for African Union and its new Partnership for Africa's Development Program, introduced by the Director of Strategic Planning and Results Division. So we'll do those. And then the last one, which was 5:30 to 6, we are going to do that in the morning. This has not been finalized, so we'll do that first thing in the morning. So we can start with these presentations. Then we can, if the presenters could be concise, please, the main issues, and let's avoid too many elaborations, etc. We need to be concise and to the point. So we'll start with Saxena. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to share with you the outcomes of the 5th session of the Committee on Social Policy, Poverty and Gender, and also share some of the areas of focus for the division in the coming year. And just to give you a little background, the division consists of 2 sub-programs, Sub-Program 6 and Sub-Program 9. Sub-Program 6 covers gender equality and women empowerment. Sub-Program 9 covers poverty, inequality, and social policy. And we have 3 divisions, 3 sections in the division. 1 section covers Sub-Program 6 on gender equality and women's empowerment, and 2 sections cover Sub-Program 9 on social policy, urbanization, and development. So let me do this. Next. Yeah. So the 5th session of the committee took place last year on November 2nd and 3rd in Addis Ababa. We had 36 member states represented at the committee. We also had representatives from some of our close partners like the African Union Commission, as well as some UN agencies. As you may be aware, the committee serves as an advisory board comprising of experts and policymakers that guide the work of ECA in promoting equitable and inclusive social development in Africa. The committee is led by a bureau. And last year, we had the election of the bureau, whereby Ghana was elected as the chair, Djibouti as the vice chair, and South Africa and Tunisia as the first and second rapporteurs. After the election, After the election of the bureau, we had both the sub-programs presented their works in 3 parallel sessions related to the focus of their sections. In addition to presenting the works of the sections, we also had the presentation of the issues paper that was based on the theme of the committee session, which was building new social contracts in Africa, choices to fulfill development aspirations. And after that, we had 3 breakout sessions, which were led by the 3 sections. Next, please. As I just mentioned, that the 3 parallel sessions deliberated on themes related to the areas of focus of the 3 sections. For instance, the gender equality section deliberated on the pathways to enhance the skills of women and girls across Africa. True to its focus on social issues, social policy section investigated the role of education and skills development in reducing poverty. Last but not the least, the urbanization section deliberated on how to enhance towards the agendas 2030 and 2063. So it delved into how to localize the implementation of these agendas. Coming to the theme of the committee session. As we all know, education is crucial to meet Africa's development aspirations by preparing young Africans for the jobs of the future. And political momentum is very apparent around education, as we've just seen with the recently concluded AU summit that deliberated on the topic, Educate an African for the 21st Century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong quality and relevant learning in Africa. To present the theme and to have discussions, facilitate discussions, we developed an issues paper that investigated how education can be used as a lever to foster new social contracts and to leave no one behind. The paper identified the strategic drivers and actionable reforms that can help countries develop more effective and efficient education policies and nudge people in order to make correct decisions in their lifetimes. Following the presentation, 3 breakout sessions explored 3 areas of affordability, accessibility, and applicability of education policies. Government officials made recommendations both for the ECA as well as for member states in bridging the gaps between sound education policies and positive socioeconomic outcomes. So in the next 3 slides, I'm going to present the main recommendations that came out of this committee meeting. But before I go into it, I just want to emphasize the important work of the division. Its mandate is to help member states formulate policies that reduce poverty, improve inclusion, create jobs, reduce urban-rural divides, and also improve gender equality. And as you can see, that 7 out of the 17 sustainable development goals are under the purview of this division. And it's hard to do meaningful work without having data, resources, and partnerships. Next, please. So in this vein, 4 strategic areas were identified that can help member states improve social policies. These include improving data collection and analysis to enable evidence-based decision-making for policy formulation, advocacy, and accountability. Second, channeling more human, technical, and financial resources to skills development by developing the capacities and infrastructures needed to prepare young Africans for jobs for the future in order to improve social mobility and reduce poverty, and also expand the adoption of voluntary local reviews with a view to accelerating progress towards achieving the implementation of Agendas 2030 and 2063. You can't do without partners, so strengthening partnerships with key international and regional stakeholders and leveraging on best practices in the region. Last but not the least, to achieve sustainable development through systems thinking, member states were asked to establish coordination mechanisms, which comprise of core ministries, departments, and agencies by using existing national institutional structures where possible to promote ownership and reduce duplication. At the same time, the committee also recommended a few areas for ECA to work on during 2024 and 2025. I will summarize the recommendations and also tell you how we are taking them on board. Next slide, please. So looking at the left-hand side on sub-program 9 on poverty, inequality, and urbanization, with more than half of the world's poor living in Africa, poverty reduction remains a priority. In this vein, our work will continue to help member states improve their capacities to estimate poverty and inequality with the aim to help them design more inclusive social policies, especially in the context of poly-crisis that we have been experiencing. Of course, social inclusion remains at the heart of having just societies. Here, as recommended by the committee, we are supporting member states in assessing social protection systems and providing actionable reforms to improve their coverage. This will also increase the resilience to economic shocks. With urbanization as a mega trend and 6 out of 10 people are expected to be living in cities by 2050, we need to ensure that we do not create urban slums. To deliver on this, we will be generating knowledge products on the impacts of rapid urbanization to support member states' capacity to respond to emerging challenges and prioritizing issues related to vulnerable population, informality, and inequality. Lastly, in order to deliver on services to urban population, member states need resources. Here, ECA will provide technical assistance to member states in assessing their fiscal space. This will be done using the methodology already developed for some cities like Addis Ababa, Dar es Salaam, Kigali. Coming to on the right-hand side on sub-program 6 related to gender, with Africa falling behind the rest of the world in meeting its gender equality goals, bringing it to the center is a primary objective. And instead of adopting a piecemeal approach, we will need to assess gender equality more holistically. In this regard, we will help member states to use fiscal policy to address financial inclusion, as well as help them in adopting gender-responsive budgeting. Here, ECA will undertake analytical work that to assess structural, institutional, legal, regulatory, social, and cultural barriers to women's financial inclusion. On progress towards Goal 5, well, ECA estimates show that at the current rate of progress, we will achieve gender equality only by 2094. And I think we all can agree that this is unacceptable. We need to actually move faster, which means we need to continuously monitor our progress. So in this vein, we will be providing technical assistance. We'll continue to do this with our monitoring tools, including African Gender Development Index, AGDI, and Africa Gender Index, AGI. Additionally, we need to establish an Africa Gender Equality Observatory which is very similar to the one in Latin America and the Caribbean, to monitor and analyze the progress on gender-sensitive equality policies and regulations, and also to provide data and information to policymakers to make more informed decisions. Last but not the least here, as digital technologies are unfolding and paving the way for the fourth industrial revolution, we need to ensure that our women and girls do not get left behind. And in Africa, African women have immense potential to shape the continent's digital transformation agenda. Just to give you a sense, at around 47%, Africa has the highest proportion of females graduating from STEM courses globally. However, these numbers do not translate into females pursuing careers in STEM. And this doesn't have to do with the access to digital technology or also digital connectivity, but more to do with their digital literacy, skills, and usage. So in this vein, ECA has developed a 5-pillar capacity development strategy to digitally upskill women and girls across Africa to address this gap in skills and usage. Finally, next slide, please. I would like to conclude with some thoughts on how member states can achieve education-related development aspirations and what role ECA can play here. To ensure access to equal opportunities in the sphere of education, member states should mobilize domestic resources so that they can increase spending to expand access and affordability to education, especially for vulnerable population. Invest in monitoring and evaluating systems in order to better assess the needs of the beneficiaries and the inefficiencies in providing these services. Lastly, promote sustainable urbanization, prioritizing the accessibility to services like education through better planning and mobility. As education is recognized as a critical lever for achieving most of the SDGs, ECA should consider the following priorities. For instance, ECA should do a thorough analysis and identify and share good practices among member states on how to promote enrollment and retention, especially of young women and girls, in education at all levels. And ECA can help design better policies at urban scale. This means providing evidence-based policy advice on how to improve access to educational services in urban areas. And lastly, ECA can work with countries to assess the education system against current and future job opportunities and propose actionable reforms to ensure that education and Tibet match the job profiles in the country. This role can also be scaled at the continental level to ensure African youth are equipped with the right skills to support Africa's aspirations to structurally transform through industrialization, digitalization, and climate-friendly development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saxena. One issue which I found of relevance is actually even if we don't increase the resources allocated, Rwanda was talking of even the current dollar you're putting into education, how efficient is it? So I think we need to look at that as well. And then again, the relevance of education systems, the impact of education for the future, all those issues, I think they're very critical. But thank you so much for your presentation. The next report is from Ben Soltani, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, colleagues from the UN system. This morning, when concluding the session, DS Hanan mentioned a number of assets our continent has. And very rightly, she started with the human capital. And it is about the human capital that my presentation will be. Actually, if we do not nurture our human capital, give it opportunities to participate first, to live decently, to participate in public life, to become entrepreneurs, to be part of the decision-making process, then whatever we say in these rooms actually Okay, I was about to say we'll need nowhere. Let me be positive. Will not lead us very far. So we need really to rely on our human capital. The report I'm presenting, actually, the highlights of the report I'm presenting is about the work of IDEP. IDEP is the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. It is the training arm of the ECA, and it is mandated to support African member states in developing their human capacity, and we also focus on institutional capacity. This report is something that is requested by the statute of IDEP. IDEP has a particular setting in the ECA's environment, and the statute of IDEP requires that we report to you annually on our activities. Next, please. So, what do we do and what are the areas of focus of the work of IDEP? We are guided by the overarching issues relating to achieving the SDGs with focus on selected ones, but the selection actually doesn't limit our involvement in the approach to the SDGs, and the implementation of the Agenda 2063. And we were very much interested in being involved in the first decade of the implementation of Agenda 2063. And we are looking forward to a successful implementation of the second decade. So this is globally the umbrella of our work. And this leads to, I would say, a recurrent catalog of courses. But from year to year, we tend to focus on selected issues as we see fit. And we try also to anticipate on a number of issues or to be agile enough to adapt to the requests that we are receiving from our member states. So for the period that I'm presenting, basically there were these few areas. So in terms of macro, I will not go into all the details of the courses, there are many, but I will highlight some of them based on our discussions and your various areas of interest. So macroeconomic policies and development financing is, I would say, the heart of IDEP work, and it is how IDEP started actually. All its courses were revolving around this area when the institute was launched. During this year, we have worked on two main areas, risk management and foresight. And I'm very happy to have heard a number of delegates actually mentioning, for example, risk linked to investment, risk linked to climate change. And it is in that way that we have approached actually the courses that we have provided on risk. And what is interesting to note is that, I mean, we do not teach. Actually, we follow up with our alumni and see how they can translate the knowledge they have acquired during our courses into operations. It is what our chair has been saying throughout. We have to operationalize the great ideas we have. So for example, in the case of Niger, there has been a program launched by alumni, people who attended our course on housing and croplands flood protection. And somebody was discussing early warning systems, for example, due to thanks to what they have acquired in terms of knowledge, in terms of risk management, they were able to build a program on that. We are also working on climate change and food security. And again, here we have, since we are convinced that our continent will not succeed if we do not have a place and a voice to women and youth, we are involving them in a number of activities. And as far as the youth are concerned, actually we have organized courses with them on climate change negotiation so that they can be able not just be observers during COPs, but be actors and lead the debate. In terms of regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization, again, a focus on the role of gender in youth in the AFCFTA, in addition to all what we do for AFCFTA. In terms of sustainable industrialization, we are in discussion with the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, for a second step of a master's program on industrial policies. We have already had 5 years of implementation of the master's program on industrial policies, and now we are adapting it to greening industrialization, creating more jobs, giving a place to the youth. And we are also in discussion with Polytechnique Yamoussoukro in Côte d'Ivoire to have the same master's program in French. In terms of infrastructure, again, there is a range of courses, but I wanted to focus on 2 of them about energy access and the regulatory issues linked to the electricity market with the involvement of the private sector that we have organized with our headquarters. And again, these are here to try to provide answers to a number of priorities. I will not go through all of them, but just let me mention for the social dimension, following my colleague's presentation, that for the last 3 years, we have been working on introducing digital tools into the TVET so that our learning process, systems can adapt to the development of the ICTs and be able to integrate them so that we reach out to more people and integrate more people. And you have heard that from a policy perspective, this is very much in line with what has been presented. And finally, technology, digitization, and innovation. We have started with courses on digital technology in public policies, so to see how to mainstream digital into our national policies, but at the same time, we are preparing a course on digitization for decision makers, so that when you go to your decision makers or yourself, you make decisions, you are convinced that digital technology have a role to play. Next, please. So this was, I would say, the essence and the substance of our work. But at the same time, figures matter. Because, as I said, we really need to have enough people, enough main power to lead our programs, to design them, to implement them. And as has been said during the discussion yesterday and today, to be able to monitor them and prove that they were efficient. And for that, we are happy to report that we have trained more than 300 people, and you see the curve actually of the progression of the number of people we have been training, and this is thanks to our utilization of e-learning systems. We have also, through our think tank role, been able to organize meetings with a number of thinkers, and we encourage them to think out of the box, not to come with ready-made ideas, so that we can really lead the discussion about Africa's development. And in this context, we have involved the Young Economist Network that you can see as Yen here, because again, as I said, we try to be consistent with ourselves. We think that the youth have a role to play. And today we have close to 90 African universities in the network, and more than 1,000 youth participating. We have trained them in macro modeling because it is the area of focus of the network. And now we are progressing to involve them in the research aspect. And somebody was mentioning how we can support research in Africa. And I think that it is our contribution to that discussion to build a bridge between the academia and the decision-making system. And we are working under the guidance of a strategic plan that was for the period 2019-2023. So it came to an end last year, and we made an external independent evaluation, and we are very happy to report on the figures actually that came out of this evaluation, because it was very positive. But of course, what we will be focusing on from now on is the gaps and the weaknesses that the evaluation has identified, so that we can progress together. Next slide, please. We can do nothing without your guidance and without your support. That's and for us, your participation in our thinking, in our work is key. And I'm happy to report that after your recommendation for resolution 2023 10 and 2023-17 14 last year, we were able to propose to go to New York, to our headquarters, with your recommendation for an increase of the UN grant of the ECA. And we got that increase. It is a little less than what we were expecting, but at least it is a positive trend, especially given the current circumstances. And this will boost the e-learning program and our proposal to organize an annual Africa Macro Economic Modeling Day, where we will bring all the modelers so that we can discuss a number of issues and the orientation of their work and the research area. Your contribution is not only the moral support, but it is also financial. As you know, all your countries are to contribute to EDEP budget through an annual assessed contribution. And you can see that this has been uneven through the years, with last year not being the most successful one. But I would like to very warmly congratulate and thank those who have contributed to our budget last year. And we have for a number of countries, not all of them, accumulated arrears. And again, this gives me the opportunity to call upon you to express your support to EDEP through financial means. And one of my colleagues has been circulating this morning with letters to your capitals, so please convey them so that we can try to limit this critical situation. Next, please. So, as I said, EDEP is quite particular since we have a governing council. Our governing council met in July in Addis Ababa last year. And among the various recommendations that we have received from the members, and the members of the governing council actually are, the governing council is chaired by the executive secretary of the ECA. There are two sort of permanent seats. One for the Africa Union Commission, which is normal, and one to Senegal, who is the host country for ECA, for EDEP. And we have two country members participating from each one of the sub-regions, so 10 on a rotating basis. And when they met in Addis in July, they recommended that we go deeper in the country level capacity needs assessment, so that we are really very close to what countries are expecting. They again raised concern about the budget of the Institute and the low level of member state contribution. They have taken note of the strategic plan evaluation process, and they will support us and be with us in the design of the new one, which would run from 2025 to 2029. They raise the issue of whether or not, which we do not do so far, limit access to those who are maybe not the good payers. And this is something to be discussed with them again. We are still waiting for the nomination of 2 members of the governing councils. 2 countries are still to give us their representative, and they approved the membership of the Technical Advisory Committee that oversees all our substantive work. Next, please. Next, please. So, what will we do once we have presented all this work? We will continue, of course, to work and have our catalog of work with recurrent courses, as I said, under the umbrella of Agenda 2063, second decade, and the SDGs. But for 2024, our main area of focus would be social protection. We have seen with the COVID crisis how fragile our members were actually to translate their economic gains into social dividends. And I think that developing programs, stronger programs for social protection is a must and is urgent. We will continue working on foresight. We organized a course on foresight that trained close to 300 people last year, and we have a course actually on foresight running starting this week, and applications are still open. So if you are interested or you know people interested in foresight, please encourage them, and digital transformation. And these are very much in line with the United Nations 2.0 quintet of change that gives a very prominent role to foresight so that our countries be better equipped actually in their planning processes, so that in addition to short-term perspective, they can see very far away, and they can really be able to integrate long-term issues in their planning processes. And I'm happy, Chair, to have heard you mention again the importance of monitoring and evaluation. And again, here, whatever we will be developing it with monitoring and evaluation strategy, so that we can show and demonstrate the relevance of the courses and the impact they have had on our member state. We will work on our strategic plan. We will continue resource mobilization, and a very important event for EDEP and all the United Nations institutions that are based in Senegal. Actually, we will, thanks to the government of Senegal, we will all be moving together to a common house that is called Diamniadio UN House. And this will strengthen the synergy. You know that we have been applying the One UN concept, and through the move to Diamniadio, the 33 UN entities present in Senegal will strengthen their ties, their relations, become more efficient, and EDEP will also be part of all this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of issues, observation. I think you mentioned the issue of country level capacity assessment needs. I think those are critical, really, so that we are demand driven at IDEP. My worry is the financial sustainability. I hope you gave us a letter for Zimbabwe. I want to know how much we owe, because I can't be hosting and I'm in arrears. It doesn't make sense. So but also if I think the problem, Africa, we are notorious for not supporting our institutions. I think we need to change our attitude. If these are our institutions, we need to support them, and let's pay. And I want to commit Zimbabwe will pay. I want our figure so that we can pay and clear our arrears on this aspect. And then I saw your numbers. You have so many attendants from countries in arrears. Why don't you bar them from attending? Why do you entertain training those who are in arrears, including me? As if we're in arrears, why do you train us? Huh? I think we need to start being firm with ourselves so that we make sense to others. Okay, but thank you so much. Human capacity development, critical. Our next presentation is on the proposed program plan for 2025. This will be by Daya Brangate, the Director for Strategic Planning Oversight and Results Division. Daya? Oh, she's there. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick correction. I'm not director. I'm just the chief of the corporate policy and planning section within the strategic.
I
planning
promoted you.
officer. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Very much grateful. So my presentation will be focusing on the proposed program plan for 2025 of section 18, which is being submitted for your adoption. So the presentation refers to the respective first parts of two documents that are available on the ECA's website, including the summary of the proposed plan and budget with a reference E/ECA/COE/42/16 and the full draft of the proposed program plan and budget with reference E/ECA/COE/42/INF/2. So the program plan, which is being presented to you today, is a result of very intense consultations between the Strategic Planning Oversight and Result Division, which is overseeing the preparation of the program plan, with all the 13 sub-programs at ECA. And this round of consultation started sometime last year in December, following a specific template and guidelines provided by the Program Planning and Budget Division at the UN headquarters. And that's the reason why my colleagues from the division, sub-regional offices, and IDEP will also be in a position to answer any question you may have in more detail. Most importantly, the program plan includes reorganizational changes that are being proposed by ECA to tackle emerging priorities, and I will be describing them later. So the outline of my presentation will include a first part on adapting to the current context, a second part on ECA strategic directions, a third part on pressing needs and emerging priorities, and fourth part on the realignment of ECA's program of work, and the last but not least, the fifth part on a snapshot of the 2025 program plan by sub-program. Next, please. So as you have seen from previous presentations, we are evolving in a very difficult context, which is marked by recurrent crises and conflicts that have been increasing the vulnerability of countries to shocks, as well as to socio-economic, geopolitical, and environmental shifts. However, we have also seen that this warming scenario can lead to opportunities for ECA to have a lasting footprint. Hence, the emphasis on preparedness, responsiveness, and adaptive management while implementing the program plan. The African Union Summit at its 37th ordinary session, which was concluded a little bit of 10 days ago, launched the second 10-year implementation plan for the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And to make it happen, in order to foster its implementation, the African Union, together with close partners such as ECA, are emphasizing on the need to adopt an harmonized and integrated approach towards those two agendas, following the concept of two agendas, one framework, in order to enhance their alignment and ensure optimum impacts, even more so when the SDG implementation is lagging so much behind. And this is the reason why the UN has identified entry points of the 6 transitions, which have already been described several times in previous presentations. Next slide. And the good news is that ECA is very well positioned and equipped to contribute to assist the countries, regional economic communities and organizations, as well as other stakeholder institutions in accelerating the implementation of both agendas. And as part of its mandate, ECA has 5 strategic directions focusing on building analytical capabilities and knowledge to feed back into policymaking, formulating macroeconomic and structural policy for the transformation of Africa, among other policies, designing innovative financing models, integrating regional and sub-regional initiatives, and advocating the African position at the global level and developing regional responses. And these 5 strategic directions are being supported by 3 core functions of think tank, convening as well as the operational function through the provision of advisory services, technical support, training, and capacity development. And those directions and functions have been guiding the elaboration of the program plan. Next, please. Within this strategic framework and with a view to addressing pressing needs and emerging priorities on the continent, ECA is planning to upscale its responses towards enhancing regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization as main engines of equitable growth. Also supporting macroeconomic policies and development financing to boost resource mobilization, underscoring the importance of the science, policy, society interface and technology, as well as energy infrastructure development to prepare for the next tech revolutions, and providing solutions to tackle food insecurity and climate change. Underpinning these actions is ECA's core work on data and statistics, as well as mainstreaming of social dimensions. Next, please. In order to deliver this program of work in the most effective and efficient way, ECA proposes some realignment at the level of internal sectional work within 3 sub-programs. The initial sub-program 3 on private sector development and finance is to inherit work on technology and digital transformation from the sub-program 5 on technology, climate change, and natural resource management, which in its turn will receive the portfolio on land and agricultural transformation from the original sub-program 3 in an attempt to holistically comprehend natural resource management. The newly proposed sub-program 3, which will continue to work on energy and infrastructure development, is to be titled Technology, Innovation, Connectivity, and Infrastructure Development. And the new sub-program 5 is to be called Climate, Food Security, and Natural Resources, Green and Blue Economy. The sub-program 1 is expected to inherit the work on innovative finance and capital markets from the former sub-program 3 and be renamed as Macroeconomic Policy, Finance, and Governance. Next, please. The following 4 slides provide a snapshot of the plan intervention of the proposed program plan for 2025. They're only very key examples without being exhaustive of the contents of the documents I was referencing in my introduction. As an example, the renamed sub-program 1 will pursue its support towards the customization of the integrated planning and reporting toolkit, which was presented in previous presentation, as well as on tracking the progress of implementation of the 2030 and 2063 agendas. The sub-program 2 on regional integration and trade will continue to support members of ECA and REX in operationalizing the AFCFTA with a special focus on economic diversification and sustainable industrialization. The new sub-program 3 will pursue its support of the program infrastructure development in Africa within the framework of the second 10-year implementation plan of the AU. Next, please. The sub-program 4 on data and statistics will pursue its support towards the strengthening of national statistical systems to digital transformation and modernization, and will also look at how to better integrate statistical and geospatial information within related network. The new subprogram 5 will pursue its support on sustainable planning policy formulation related to the green and blue economy, as well as agricultural and food systems transformation. And the subprogram will also continue to convene peer learning, policy dialogues and platforms such as the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, the Climate Change and Development in Africa Conference, and the Conference on Land Policy in Africa. I will not dwell on the SP6 and SP9 because related plan intervention were already articulated in the presentation made by the Director of the Gender Division. Next, please. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in North Africa will pursue its work on the development of evidence-based policies to leverage migrants' economic contributions. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in West Africa will pursue its support towards strengthening capacities in integrating the demographic dividend in planning and budgeting frameworks. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Central Africa will pursue its work on strengthening regional value chains and industrial clusters as part of its efforts on economic diversification. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in East Africa will continue to contribute towards enhanced capacity in designing and implementing policy frameworks on trade, the blue economy and tourism, and it will also continue its support towards the operationalization of the AFCFTA. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Southern Africa, the next please, will continue to support the implementation of the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap, the SADC regional energy access strategy and action plan, and the COMESA industrial policy. I will not also dwell on the subprogram 8 because the director of IDEP has already been elaborating in a very detailed way on the plan interventions for 2025. So I will go straight to my conclusion. ECA has also been paying attention to the cost-cutting issues and will continue to integrate gender perspective in all its operational activities, the deliverables and results. And in line with the UN-related policies and strategies, ECA will also continue to pursue the implementation of disability inclusion-related measures, as well as the mainstreaming of human rights and environmental sustainability. Most importantly, ECA will enhance its joint planning and delivery between and among the sub-programs to avoid duplication, and will continue to ensure a sound resource utilization rate while implementing the 2025 program plan. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's at the level of director level. That's why I promoted you. Okay. On a serious note, thank you so much for the presentation. I think for us, it's important to review this, the proposed program plan for 2025, and then see if it fits into the thinking among us. And I don't know how far we can change anything, or in terms of the issues in the sub-programs. I'm not so sure I stand guided. But for me, overall, I think the fact that the program is now looking at emerging issues, it's not fixed on the past. We are looking at emerging issues and the environment, which is complex, it's changing, etc. I think that's a plus for the program. So we will look at that when the others comment from the floor. Can we now have the budget now which supports this program from Carlos Haddad? Thank you.
Excellencies,
fellow directors and colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to address you and briefly present the 2025 proposed program budget as shown in the document E/ECA/COE/42/6. I would like to thank the chair for giving me the time to make this presentation. This presentation has two aims. Firstly, to show the overall 2025 budget proposal. And second, to explain any increases or decreases and how ECA is innovatively catering for the increased demands from member states without necessarily increasing the budget. Next. ECA has three regular budget sections. First, section 11, which is United Nations System Support for the African Union's Agenda 2063. The second one is section 18, Economic and Social Development in Africa, which is our main source of funding. And section 23, the regular Program of Technical Cooperation, or RPTC. The proposed overall 2025 budget of 126.74 million for all three sections reflects the 2024 appropriation. This means this is a zero growth compared to the 2024 budget. This is in alignment with the Secretary General's proposed budget level and provide for the full, efficient, and effective implementation of ECA's mandate. As my colleague Daya mentioned, ECA has made a slight adjustment to its current structure to highlight the growing importance of technologies and innovation as a driver of economic growth and competitiveness. The resources have therefore been aligned with the new structure. Please note that we report extra budgetary proposals under section 18, which reflect ECA's expectation to mobilize resources for the year 2025. Also note that the budget document is undergoing several reviews and revisions at ECA, and then at headquarters, UN headquarters, and the final version may vary slightly than the one we have. Next. This slide shows the two components of ECA's main budget, section 18, which is the regular budget RB, and the extra budgetary XB. Under section 18, we are proposing a total budget of 93.57 million for RB and 22.23 million under the XB. The decrease of 4.8 million in the projections of XB resources forecast for 2025 is explained by the fact that this projection is based on current 2024 expectations. There will be additional XB resources to be mobilized in 2024 and 2025. ECA has embarked on a strategic, programmatic, and holistic approach to XB mobilization. In that respect, efforts are underway to develop multi-year integrated programs for purposes of mobilizing additional XB resources. The 534 regular posts to be carried forward will cost 62.1 million. The posts are distributed between professional, general service, and national officers categories. The 22.23 million that we envisage mobilizing under XB resources will fund 68 posts costing 5.2 million. The remaining XB resources of 17.03 million will support the non-post activities. Extra budgetary resources represent 19% of the total XB resource requirements, while the remaining 81% are sourced from the regular budget. The total proposed regular and extra budgetary resources under this section for the year 2025 is therefore 115.9 million. Next. This slide shows the distribution of the RB resources per sub-program. For example, sub-program 7, sub-regional activities for development representing the 5 sub-regional offices, Kigali, Yaoundé, Rabat, Niamey, and Lusaka, will receive a sum of 17.5 million of the total regular budget to support the region's member states. Next. This slide shows the distribution of non-post resources into different expense categories. For instance, we plan to spend the sum of 6.6 million and 8.9 million under general operating expenses and contractual services, respectively. Next. In this slide, we demonstrate how the XB resources are allocated among ECA divisions. For example, climate change, environment, and natural resource management, which is now replaced with a new sub-program called Climate, Food Security, and Natural Resources, Green and Blue Economy, in short, CFSN, is appropriated a sum of 6.5 million. Next. This slide provides a summary of the proposal under Section 11, the United Nations System Support for African Union's Agenda 2063. We are proposing a budget of 1,096,000, representing both posts equaling 868,000 and non-post resources equaling 228,100 USD. Next. This slide presents a summary of the proposal under Section 23, Regional Program of Technical Cooperation. The resources here are of non-post nature and are used to support African countries in their capacity development efforts. The total proposed is 9.3 million, and the major expenditures fall under other staff costs for advisory services and fellowships, grants, and contributions for fellows and workshops. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, in summary, the 2025 proposed resources are as follows. Section 18, regular budget, 93.57 million. Section 18, extra budgetary, 22.23 million. Section 11, 1,096,000, and Section 23, 9.84 million. That is a total of 126.67 million USD for ECA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have the program and now we have the budget. And one feature I announced is the zero budget. And then for me, we talked of the recalibrated structure, realignment of the resources, etc. How does that now relate to the posts in terms of the posts and the structure realignment? Has there not been impact on the number of, on the post, etc.? That's one issue I wanted clarity. And then for most budgets, you'd have indicators of budgetary efficiencies. You say certain percentages, indicators of maybe the salaries to the total budget expenditures, etc., etc. Do we have such guidelines in terms of indicators of budgetary efficiency? And then the third one, I was consulting with Alhaji, was on the role which all the member countries play in this whole budgetary process, so that when we come here, nothing is new. We've made contributions, etc., etc. Those are my three or so observations. Thank you so much. Now we're moving to the fourth report. This is the report on United Nations support for the African Union and its new partnership for Africa's development program. This will be done by Said. Welcome back, Saidi. Let's hear your story.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's a pleasure for me to be back and to take back the position. The report I'll be presenting is a report of the United Nations System Support to the African Union and the New Partnership for Africa's Development, document E/ECA/COE/42/17. This is not a report of only ECA activities. It's a report of the United Nations system to the African Union and its new partnership for development. Let me provide a context. In 2018, the chairperson of the African Union Commission and the Secretary General of the UN signed a joint agreement called AU-UN Joint Framework for the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. Prior to that, in 2017, they also signed a joint framework on AU-UN Joint Framework on Enhanced Peace and Security. The latter was to support the African Union in the process of promoting peace and security in Africa, and the former was to provide a common platform for or framework for the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. You would agree with me that if member states have to follow Agenda 2063, follow Agenda 2030, and also follow their programs at the level of the regional economic communities, they will be drawn in different directions. So the agreement was that let's have a joint framework for the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. And let's also bring all the UN agencies together, particularly at the regional level, to work in a much more cohesive and collective way with the African Union, in particular, supporting the African Union in the implementation of Agenda 2063. Next slide, please. The context which I've provided is what is called two agendas, one framework. In other words, we've got two agendas, but we have a common framework of implementation, both working together. Underlining that is also the agreement reached by both parties that the primacy of the African Union, the agency of the African Union, will be emphasized. In other words, the UN will support the African Union much more in terms of the implementation of the two programs. The African Union will be in driver's seat, while the United Nations development system at the regional level will support the African Union. This is just a few highlights in terms of the areas of work in 2023, and we've identified three major areas. One is in strengthening AU-UN partnership to deliver on Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, Agenda 2030. The UN system-wide coordinated action to deliver on Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 at the country level, working together to make sure that we deliver at the country level. And the final thing is area is promoting Africa's voice, interest, and space at the global level, the two parties working collectively together. Next slide, please. In terms of the key achievements, the structure of collaboration between the African Union and the UN was reorganized, or if you like, recalibrated to make it much more impactful. Now we've got about 3 or 4 layers of engagement. The first layer is the AU-UN Annual Conference. This is led by the chairperson of the African Union and the Secretary General of the United Nations. That is the highest layer. And that's why they give broad direction in terms of what should be done together. They spell out the key priorities and they give marching orders to both parties in terms of the direction of travel where they would like to go. And below that is what is called the high-level policy dialogue. The high-level policy dialogue is between the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union and the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Beneath that is what is now called the college to college, meaning heads of UN agencies, funds, and programs to also meet with the commissioners of the African Union to discuss policy issues and to discuss how they work together. And finally, is the African Collaborative Platform, which is more at a directors level, working closely with the directors of the African Union. So we've had a structure, a pyramid structure that is interfaced, well interfaced between the African Union and the UN to make this much more impactful. And a major result that was achieved this year was the signing of the African Union, Africa Human Rights Framework, which both the UN and the African Union have been working together on for years. But finally, in December, on November 28th, 2023, the African Human Rights Framework was approved, was signed by both parties, by the Secretary General of the United Nations and also the chairperson of the African Union in New York. The UN system also worked very closely together with the African Union in the evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. And the UN system also supported the formulation of the second 10-year implementation plan, which is from 2024 to 2034. We are currently discussing with them on the implementation modalities and the role that the United Nations will be playing in supporting the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan. Indeed, a meeting will be taking place next week between the African Union and all other stakeholders, including the UN, on the elaboration and implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan. The UN system supported the African Union in terms of developing the African credit rating system and also the credit rating review in terms of improving Africa credit ratings. These are just few highlights. A lot much more was done. And if you look at the report, you certainly see some of the other key achievements there. Next slide, please. In terms of the UN system working in a coordinated action to support member states of the African Union through the UN cities on delivering Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2030, there was support to 15 country teams in designing common country assessment and UN Sustainable Development Cooperation frameworks in 2023. The UN Cooperation Framework is a mechanism by which the UN at the country level, engages the African Union member states. And it's through that UN supports in terms of the implementation of the programs and activities of the member states. There was the Harmonized Regional Policy Framework for the implementation of the Great Bull Wall Initiative, the domestication of the CFTA through national CFTA strategies, and of course, the implementation processes. The UN is working very closely in implementing the CFTA strategies which member states have developed. There was a development of the UN African Data and Statistics System, and of course, the launch and operationalization of the African Knowledge Management Hub. The African Knowledge Management Hub brings together is a repository of expertise that the UN has got at the regional level, which not only the UN system at the country level can tap into, but also the African Union can also make use of. So if you go into that particular online portal, you will see the you will see the repository of the expertise that UN has got at the country level, at the regional level, which can be used at the country level. Next slide, please. In terms of promoting Africa's voice, interest, and space at the global level, the UN has coordinated very strongly with the African Union on the reform of the global financial architecture in order to unlock financial resources for Africa. We've also worked very closely as the UN with the African Union on combating illicit financial flows to increase domestic resources for delivering on Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. The UN worked very closely with the African Union in terms of the Tax Cooperation Convention that has been mentioned earlier on. And there were very major events that took place at the global level. The market and scale, unlocking industrialization through inter-Africa trade, through the Africa Dialogue Series. The Africa Dialogue Series takes place in New York, and it brings together different constituencies. It is led by the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa to the Secretary General of the UN, and it provides a global platform for Africa's voice to be heard, for issues relating to Africa to be tabled and discussed at the global level. So there was, and annually, there is an African Dialogue Series with different themes. In 2023, it was on market and scale, unlocking industrialization through inter-Africa trade. Another major platform at the global level is what is called the Interdepartmental Task Force on African Affairs, that brings UN agencies together at the global level, together with the African Union, to discuss things that have pertinent interest to Africa. And in 2023, the emphasis was on digital transformation and food systems in Africa through global partnership. How do we promote digital transformation and food systems and food security in Africa? By forging global partnership in doing so. Next slide, please. We think it's important to share a brief highlight of the second 10-year implementation plan of the African Union. This slide shows what is called the 7 moonshots. The 7 moonshots constitute the aspiration that Africa seeks to achieve by 2034. That's what it seeks to achieve. The first moonshot is about creating a prosperous Africa. And the goal here is that every AU member state must attain a middle income status by 2034. We hope that is doable. And that's one thing that ECA and other UN agencies will have to support. The ambition of the African Union through the second 10-year implementation plan that we must all attain middle income status by 2034. You must also have an Africa that is more integrated and very well connected. In other words, the issue of digitalization, digital connectivity, road transportation, all those things have to be done. Creating a digital basis of transportation across the continent, and perhaps also the issue of the free movement of people, goods, and services across the continent is part of the connectivity. We want an Africa that will be integrated by 2034 and well connected. A democratic Africa, an Africa in which public institutions are more responsive and public institutions are resilient and they are relatively autonomous to be able to drive development, because you need institutions that are fairly autonomous to be able to support development in our respective countries. A very peaceful Africa, an Africa in which conflict will be resolved very amicably, a cultured Africa, an Africa where values are explicit and are promoted, African culture, African values, African heritage are well promoted on the continent, a people-driven Africa, not a state-driven Africa, a people-driven Africa, an Africa where the citizens are more empowered and more productive, and in which the people becomes the means and end of development. And for Africa to also forge a partnership that can promote development and transformation, an Africa that is strong, that is resilient, and that is an influential global player. Of course, the membership of the AU in the G20 is already gradually bringing that to the global stage. an Africa that can be a global player, and have its voice heard in the global system. Next slide, please. Chair, this is the conclusion. I think for us, the future of the continent is in its present. In other words, the future starts now. The future is not something to be deferred. The AU's membership of the G20 is a great leap forward, and the UN has committed itself to support the African Union in this process, and this is to be led by the ECA. Already we're having consultations with the AU on how to support the AU's membership of the G20 so that Africa's voice can be heard and heard very loudly, and key issues relating to Africa, issues of debt restructuring, issues of the imbalance in the global financial architecture, reform of the global financial, those issues are issues that should be put on the table through the G20. Africa's voice being heard. The UN is standing behind the African Union to make this happen. The Summit of the Future will provide a new global pact of development and social transformation. AU and the UN will work together in articulating a common Africa position at the Summit of the Future. The AU theme of the year on education should provide a new pathway to leapfrog Africa's development through quality education, technology, and innovation. Already, the AU and the UN are working together. The summit was just held in February, on February 17 and 18, and currently we are working together to make sure that we really actualize the objectives of the theme of the year of 2024. Strong collaboration between the AU and UN is essential in realizing the 7 moonshots of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 by 2034. Again, we are standing shoulder to shoulder with the African Union to make sure this is realized. And finally, the aspiration of a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous Africa hinges on a strong partnership between the AU, the UN, and other key strategic partners. We look into the future with optimism, and we hope that in the next 10 years, we have a different story to tell. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I see the ambition. Yes, we need the ambition, strong ambition, but we need to bring them into action. What strategies do you have to achieve the ambition? I think that is fundamental. Thank you so much for the report and update. And I sincerely hope the AU's membership to the G20 will be productive and contribute to a difference on the outcomes coming from the G20, especially on the debt issues. I hope we can be strong enough in the G20 as represented by the AU. So let me thank all the presenters, and I want to open the conversation to the floor. I think I'll be liberal. You can comment on any of the papers. You just indicate which paper you're commenting on so that we can take down the comments and the questions, and then the appropriate directorships can respond. So the floor is open for discussion. Thank you. Burundi, you can start. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci de me donner la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I am from the Central Bank. Coming back on the central theme of this conference that is funding the transition towards inclusive green economies in Africa, I don't think there was much said regarding the role of central banks in this endeavor. It was more of the budgetary policy.
So coming back on the central bank, now I come back to the reaction of our delegate from the Central Bank of Morocco. Morocco, which briefly mentioned the fact that they are establishing a targeted monetary policy that will be proactive. So here I would like to have further clarifications regarding that so that we be more exhaustive. We shouldn't focus solely on budgetary policy, but we should examine what the monetary policy can do, because our funding is in the long term. So this is in order to learn from the experience of other central banks at that level, especially in regards to the instruments used. The funding provided is the same in terms of guarantees, in terms of deadlines, and in terms of partners. So are we funding these through commercial banks, or are we dealing directly with the states? Perhaps there are some other central banks represented here, and as such, could they share their experience as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you. One would assume that macroeconomic stability would require both monetary policy and fiscal policy to work together. I think that's very critical. I don't think we can achieve. They are very critical for coordination, etc., and everything. The Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to commend the presenters for very, very good papers that are presented. I just want to comment on the presentation by IDEP, that is the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. I think whatever we say here, the issue of capacity development is very crucial for us to attain the objectives that we're setting for ourselves here. And I think IDEP over the years has been very responsive to the needs of member states. Currently, I'm at the Central Bank, but just recently, I was at the Ministry of Finance and I had cause to work very closely with IDEP. And if anything, I want to encourage the institution to continue to strive to do better and for member states to continue to meet their obligations to funding the institution in a more robust way so that it can respond to our capacity development challenges. And to conclude, I just want to reiterate what the chair has said, that it will be very important that as we look at our development agenda as a country, that both fiscal and monetary policy be very coherent and that they work hand in hand, because it's not possible to achieve these objectives by focusing mainly on just fiscal policy or just to focus on monetary policy. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have Benin?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'll also give the floor later to my colleague. The first point touches on the report on poverty. One of the first SDGs is to eradicate poverty in all its forms. Given all we've experienced, this is 2024, so the report that was presented ought to have shown the track we followed to implement our targets and how we intend to change the trend regarding the shocks we've experienced. That's the first point. Now, on the second, we feel, and this may be a shared feeling, we are addressing some real and concrete themes. However, it's only at the international level that we are really dealing with those. There are some measures that are taken, but they are quite unknown. We can leverage that further and provide better guidelines. Thus, we will be adding to the international guidelines provided. Oftentimes, we tend to fail to really appreciate what we are doing at the national levels. This is in relation to all we are dealing with here. Transition to green economies, training, etc. The shared point, the common ground here is education. I think when we talk about the stakes relating to AI and energy, it will be essential for us to train more Africans. That's why we would like to propose that a sub-regional level study be carried out that targeting the jobs of the future, looking at the developments that are unfolding. We could establish a map and really look at what we have in countries and how to better leverage it, because there will be some countries that will be able to do that and have a long-term vision. Now, we welcome the EDEB report and the associated innovations. We welcome that. I think the various trainings that you have conducted and the beneficiaries of those trainings can be used in order to strengthen our capacities at the national level. Yes, you mentioned the budget issue, the resource issue. So how do we ensure that among those who've been trained, those who are available, those who have those capacities, how can we ensure that they fully support our states? And as such, we will be optimizing these trainings or its benefits. Now I'll give the floor to our colleague. Now, thank you. Now, I'll touch on the implementation of Agenda 2063, the AU agenda. During the assessment of the first implementation plan of this agenda, we could observe that there was a struggle regarding the appropriation by stakeholders, and this was not implemented at the level of member states. Like Agenda 2030, which could harness the support of the United Nations system through its agencies. Well, I would like to thank the ECA for its support in the implementation of these agendas towards member states. So I would like to know here how ECA is supporting now those countries in domesticating Agenda 2063 such that it mainstreams this agenda in its national policies and through some mechanisms that will establish indicators and actually help monitor its implementation. Thank you.
Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I want to make a comment on the budget. I observed the lines, the broad lines, and I saw that gender was 1.24 million as against 5.3 and others in other lines. And I'm thinking, even over here, we are trying to empower women. And we know that there is always a saying that when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. And so we know the power of empowering women, and we know how entrenched this situation has been. And so I'm wondering why the budget over there, it's quite small compared to the other, like the macroeconomic policies and other things. And so is it that there is not much work to do there? Because if we are encouraging governments to include into their fiscal policy gender issues, why is it that at that level, we seem to give a lower budget to promoting gender issues? And then I also looked at poverty and social policy budget, and I realized that likewise, that area was smaller. And so I'm wondering, because these are very thematic areas that I think that the budget should rather have been heavy over there. That's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Cameroon, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the floor. Please, beforehand, allow me to thank you for steering our work so brilliantly. Chair, quickly, I'd like to make two observations. My first comment is on the budget as it was presented. There wasn't enough information on the budget as it was presented, and this leads us to question some of the basis of this budget. There was no information on the sources of funding of this budget. I think the director did not expound on it. The objectives were not well presented, just like the indicators for the outcomes expected out of every project. Another comment regarding budget. The extraordinary budget the director introduced we are questioning this budget, which in our presentation and in our view is violating the unitary concept principle. So we are wondering how this falls within forecasting and with regards to resource mobilization. These are not clarified. Another comment on Agenda 2063. First of all, we welcome the proposal made to publish the African credit rating publication, because this publication will perhaps reduce the risk related to credit rating in Africa. This is because oftentimes we have rating agencies quickly reducing the rate or the marking of African states due to governance or security issues, whereas Africa has a great potential. Africa provides ecosystemic services that can counter these constraints. Here, I may allude to the forest potential which Africa is endowed with, which somehow balances the risk pertaining to climate change. For instance, such a potential can be factored in when ranking or rating credit in Africa. So it's important that that publication addresses that ecosystemic services Africa provides in order to somehow buffer some of those risks. Another comment on the second 10-year phase of the implementation of Agenda 2063. In our presentation, we were expecting that the cost assessment structure for the implementation of that second phase be clearly expanded on. I don't know if it was missed. I don't know if the director intended it in that way, if he did not want to stress that. But that is a concern, given that the first 10-year plan or implementation plan had some challenges related to funding and the alignment of targets. I think one of the participants mentioned it, stating that it's important that the various agendas align. We talked about Agenda 2063 being aligned with Agenda 2030. And together, both agendas ought to align again with the regional and national development plans. The same goes for targets. In the presentation of targets, this alignment, it wasn't brought up. And that is our wish. Would like for all the targets of the second implementation phase of Agenda 2063 align better with our regional and national, international commitments. Another concern, maybe a question. is there an underlying funding strategy for the implementation of that second implementation plan? Because the first decade was faced with some funding challenges. So how do states, how does the ECA intend to establish a mobilization strategy in order to implement Agenda 2063 this time around? So these are in a nutshell our concerns. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much for some quite expansive comments. I hope we've taken note and can respond to these issues raised by Cameroon. DRC, please take the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And as I am taking the floor for the very first time after my two compatriots who have done so severally, allow me to thank the people of Zimbabwe for their legendary hospitality. It's no longer a legend, it's now a reality we are experiencing firsthand. I would equally like to commend the organizers for the perfect organization of these sessions. Finally, Chair, allow me to say that I sincerely appreciate your stewardship of the way you steered these debates. The subject I'm about to address is cross-cutting. I purposefully waited for some speakers to be heard before I took the floor for these comments. So during this conference, during these sessions, we've heard about a number of concepts we were not very familiar and we have not heard of for some years. For instance, energy transition, carbon tax, eco-taxation, green economy, and even blue economy. These terms, these notions, these concepts are quite familiar to the Western world, but is it the same for the Africans? I highly doubt that. Here, I'd like to underscore the need to educate the African people on these notions, on these concepts. I feel that ECA is not paying much attention, or at least the deserved attention, to these. You know that if the general public, especially the African people, with so many being illiterate, if the general public does not understand what green economy, what blue economy, energy transition means, how are they to build resilient tools? How are they to build a resilience against these phenomena that will affect the youth and the women significantly? So it's very important to educate the general public on these concepts. If we fail to do so, everything we will try to achieve will lead to nothing, to failure. So I'd like to insist on educating the youth, the women, and the general public as a whole, so that everyone knows exactly what these phenomena are which impede the future of Africa. I am glad that we are addressing other issues here. We have mentioned severally integration. I am glad that my compatriot mentioned the Grand Inga Dam, but I would like to supplement that because I don't think she highlighted sufficiently the regional and perhaps even continental, if not global nature of this project. This is indeed the perfect integrated project because if Inga is completed, if the Inga Dam is completed, Chair, you said it earlier, you said you heard about this project as a child. Now you're 65 years old and we are still talking about it. This is to show how important this project is, and it needs to be achieved through the cooperation of all our friends and partners. Because if Inga is fully executed, imagine the impact it may have on the region, on the continent, and even on the globe. There's also another project we're not talking about enough, still falling under African integration: water. Water. When President Mukute was still alive, there was a project to green the Sahara Desert with the Congo basin water, because every second millions of liters of water pouring into the Atlantic Ocean. That is a loss. There was a project to pump that water in Libya, and that project was nipped in the bud. We know not what happened what happened to it. So we equally talked about a project regarding Lake Chad, replenishing the Lake Chad. You know all that every year Lake Chad is losing its volume. So this project is another integrated project. It's critical, but to date, it has not yet been brought to light, and we're wondering why. I think these two projects, if achieved as part of the African integration, will be critical and it will be major. I believe, Chair, so these are my statements. I thank you for giving me the floor.
Monsieur le Président, je vais compléter. C'est toujours.
I'm going to compliment. We are still from the DRC, Chair. My intervention is going to focus on human capital. I'd like to say that I thank you for giving me the floor once again, Chair. Africa must invest in the human capital. It's important, Chair. Investing in human capital is essential for the economic development of the continent, as well as the capacity and industrial competitiveness. In this regard, the public sector must play an important and foremost role in ensuring that there is learning and technical training as well as professional training. And we think that this contribution is an appropriate contribution in the social capital. And this is related to the effort to achieve the sustainable development goals. So in this regard, the social capital, which is linked to reducing poverty, comes in handy. Now, with that, we need to pay special attention to the quality of the human labor and the segmentation of the work market. The other component that I would like to talk about is about the social inequalities which we continue to see in Africa. In fact, these social inequalities indicate that there's a relative difference of situations between individuals, either through consumption of revenue or achievement of social basic services or gender. And here I am looking at the source of the program of the United Nations for Development for 2014. Now, in our understanding, as far as we are concerned, this does not focus exclusively on the poor. And if all the people, in fact, the typology of social inequalities, it brings out the inequalities of income, the inequality of human development, and inequalities that are seeing access to basic social services, and the inequalities in the area of gender. These are gaps which we see in our country, DRC. So in order to be able to mitigate these inequalities, the Democratic Republic of Congo ratified in 1985 the Convention of Elimination of all sorts of gender discrimination. In 2006, the Democratic Republic of Congo put in its fundamental laws the gender equality. And when we talk about gender, it's men and women, and there's need to have equality and women empowerment in accordance with the Articles 12, 13, 14, and 15 of the Congolese Constitution. And finally, the law relating to the to gender and women equality was promulgated in 2015. Now, despite those legislative actions to give more rights and better places to women in the political, social, economic, and cultural areas, we encourage certain African countries not to leave behind or forget the issue of gender in particular, to make sure that the women are empowered. But before I end, I'd like to say, I have a question to raise, which is directed to the people here. How do we support research in Africa? How should we support research in Africa? Now, I would like to know what are the key indicators of science and technology innovation, which guided IDEP to develop the 2025-2028 strategic plan. I thank you, Chair. Those were my few words. Thank you.
Thank you to our colleagues from DRC for such elaborate issues you're raising. Thank you so much. I think we have noted that. On the Inga, I think we have discussed this before. I think we need, I don't know what to say. At times I tell it as it is, but I'm just saying, why from your perspective, DRC, why is the project not moving? What are the stumbling blocks? As a country, right, and we have ECA, can it help? Its convening power and everything? Can it assist? How do you bring in the ADB, et cetera, and all those issues? So for me, I think we need some concerted effort to focus on this project. And I hope Hannah and the team can move in that direction as we move. And it's something we can follow up during our 12 months chairmanship and discuss these issues. I've been asked to request participants that when they speak, they should remove their headsets so that there is no feedback or echo on the sound. Côte d'Ivoire.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je souhaiterais intervenir sur le rapport de l'Institut africain de développement économique et planification.
Economic Planning Institution. First of all, I thank the leadership of IDEP for their presentation. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank once again, to thank you for giving us the training, the online training by IDEP through improving African performance towards the implementation of FCFTA. This was very instructive. for the learners. Concerning my intervention, I would like to go along with the chair concerning the contributions. It would be interesting to present the distribution of the beneficiaries of the EDIP training per country. This will enable us to have a general view of the area that benefits from that training, but also to be able to compare these figures with the list of members that are not up to date with their contributions. The aim here would be to show to the members that are not yet up to date that it's important to participate in the subscriptions and look at the people who participated. This would enable us to be able to live up to the duty of subscription and accepting only candidates and the countries that have contributed would probably be something inequitable. For the countries that have paid, that do not have candidates in their distribution and do not request, which do not apply for training, it would be important to remind them and about the opportunity to go in for this training and to strengthen the capacity to analyze their human resources. Thank you, Chair.
We have Senegal. Okay.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais, à l'entame de mes propos, remercier
I'd like to thank the government of Zimbabwe for their hospitality and congratulate the ECA for organizing this meeting. I'd like to talk about the presentation of EDIP, the presentation of Madame Karima, the director of EDIP, whom we congratulate for the quality presentation. And we would like to talk about the importance of the work that EDIP is doing for the African countries, because we know that the African countries greatly need research, results, and capacity building. And these are the areas that EDIP is working along for the African countries through training, online training, physical training, online training, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we thank them. And we add that we are very satisfied with the support of EDIP. EDIP constantly supports countries, especially my country, Senegal. And I think it was, she said it earlier when she talked about the support within the framework of PAP. But also, we also benefit from the support from the UN systems in the development of our national. Recently, PAP 3, which is the third 5-year priority plan prepared by the country of Senegal, we received support from the UN Program for Development. It is still under the UN system. So it is the opportunity to say that the government attaches a lot of importance on the support of the UN systems to Senegal. And that's why I think that Senegal is committed to respect the commitments, all the commitments. And the UN center, it was built in Adiandago recently, which has different UN systems in Senegal, is a testimony to the determination of the government of Senegal to build capacity of the UN systems in Senegal and for all the countries around. These are national and regional offices. So I must say that we are grateful to the UN system. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Senegal. I'm happy you're benefiting from IDEP, and I hope you are paid up. Because if you're benefiting, then let's support our institution. And as I've committed Zimbabwe, we'll look at the numbers and see where we are, and we're committing to clear our arrears and support IDEP. We have UN Women requesting the floor. After that, AFDB also requesting the floor, and Rwanda. So if you can have those three in that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had two comments, and one of which was related to the budget, but the distinguished delegate of Ghana has addressed it eloquently, because I had the same concern on the amount of resources the ECA has allocated to gender, but also to issues of poverty reduction and social inclusion. So I will not repeat that. Particularly on the issue of the recommendation for ECA to implement gender responsive budgeting. And I wanted, through you, Mr. Chair, to inform the August House that UN Women has been implementing gender responsive budgeting since the 90s. And we've learned many lessons throughout that process. One of which was, as we were implementing this tool of gender responsive budgeting, we realized that the bulk of what we were doing was around a very little percentage of the resources availed to member states, because we're focusing on the domestic resources and not necessarily on the development aid. We then, with that lesson, we then moved on to implement a more broader aspect, looking at financing for gender equality and women's empowerment. But allow me, Mr. Chair, to indicate that we have had varying degrees of success across Africa. And to mention that we have had countries like Morocco that have become a center of excellence for this work on financing for gender equality, but also gender responsive budgeting. They are a center of excellence, not only for Africa, but for the whole world within UN Women. And I think they have been sharing their experiences across Africa, and many countries have benefited from their experiences. We've had other countries that have had mixed levels of success of implementing this tool: Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Zimbabwe, and others. This said, I feel that there is a lot of work still to be done to look at what works and what doesn't work, because it's not one size fits all when you implement gender responsive budgeting. Going forward, our proposition as women to ECA is as follows: that ECA, given their comparative advantage on research and analysis, they could help us, and maybe we can work together to review what we have done already and in the countries we have implemented gender responsive budgeting in Africa, and draw lessons on what works and what doesn't work. Again, realizing that one size doesn't fit all. Secondly, in countries where UN Women is already planning to start gender responsive budgeting, ECA could come in right at the beginning to help us to do a gendered review of the macroeconomic frameworks of those countries, and therefore identify entry points for implementing gender responsive budgeting, but also key stakeholders for engagement. And then we take it up as UN Women to implement going forward. So indeed, I see a partnership and collaboration between UN Women and ECA. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we have AFDB, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have two comments. First of all, I'd like to thank the presenters for the excellent papers. The first comment is directed to the first presenter on the social sector, where there was mention of the return on investment in education. For me, this is very important, largely because all the programs that we have under Agenda 2063, their success hinges on human capital. And if we're not getting returns on investment in the sector, then we need to see how best we help. And given the capacity of ECA, perhaps what needs to be done is to identify the pockets of excellence on the continent, because we do have countries where perhaps the return on investment is high. And in my own country where I come from, I see that a lot has to do with governance. And in private institutions where parents are involved or funders are very much involved in the governance of those institutions, the returns are quite high. So perhaps we could have a study that looks at the model in different countries and see how that can be replicated, because we cannot spend so much on education, because if you look at the budgets of most countries, in the education sector gets the lion's share. So we do need to get returns on that. And then my other comment on IDEP, I appreciate the work that is done, and I know they've trained quite a number of economists, in particular in macro modeling. And now, because we're focusing more on the continental free trade area, they've also trained trade analysts. So my question is, have IDEP considered partnering with the African Development Bank? We have the African Development Institute within the AFDB, but when I was just listening to the partnerships that they have, I didn't hear them mention the African Development Bank, whereas I feel with the resources within the bank, there can be a meaningful partnership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that's a fair point on collaboration with other training institutions or programs in Africa. There are so many institutions in Africa conducting effective training based on needs assessment. So I think it's a good proposal. Rwanda, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is actually a very small request. I just wanted, one of the presentation was mentioning some of the efforts that are being done to train young economist network. And my question was to understand if there is a follow-up to know how much actually of those young economists are actually integrated into their respective ministry and central bank and different private sector institution of their respective countries, so that they can actually contribute to the policy formulation of their country. Hopefully, those young economists which are trained are not recruited by UN organization, and they are going back to their country. So that is my humble question. Thank you.
Thank you, Rwanda. We have experienced that exodus to UN agencies, so I'm sure it's prevalent all over the continent. Any other contributions from from the floor before we go. These are online, before we go online. Sorry. Reality of Aid Africa. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to also express an opinion on some of the presentations that were made and really begin by aligning myself with a statement made by Ghana on the issue around the budget line, particularly with regard to elements covering poverty and inequality. Mr. Chair, you remember in the morning, we were talking about the primacy of tackling poverty as a way of really making sure that we're in the right path and ensuring that we are addressing the right things. And I think also in the budgeting, it is important that we see that level of commitment. And I'm afraid that segment budget allocation is quite small to be effective in showing the level of commitment to focusing on poverty, even in the analysis context. The second point I wanted to make, Mr. Chairman, is while we welcome the inclusion of the African Union in the G20, we still feel that the proper institutions, the legitimate institutions for international financial architecture reforms lies with the United Nations. We do not believe that the G20 should form a policy-making or decision-making organ that should influence how the international financial reform should be taken. And in that regard, we hope that indeed the support that will be provided by the ECA is in the context of really urging the members of the G20 to revert back to this, the processes, the procedures, and the forums created by the United Nations to address the important issue of the international financial reform. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear any comments how the ECA plans to prepare the continent on the forthcoming financial conference, Financing for Development Conference that is scheduled to take place in 2025. Perhaps they would like to shed some light on that so that we know how member states will be engaging with that process going forward. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Could we have the Research Institute, Southern Connecticut State University? You're most
Can I start?
You can start.
Thank you for allowing me to give a little bit of my opinions or reasonable suggestions. I am originally from Ethiopia. I left Ethiopia at age 18 to go to school in the US. I have been back once in a while to Addis Ababa because that's my beloved city. Africa is close to my chest, but everything that I have written, undergraduate, graduate, including on ECOWAS, all these years that I have been in the US. 2 or 3 times I have participated in ECA's conference. And we have written paper with 3 of us about women equality with men in terms of business ownership, which is already published. Now, this time, I am listening, not representing any country in the world. I'm simply enjoying the educational atmosphere that I get from this type of conference. 2 papers that I would not remember exactly which one is which. One is the very last one, which was on gender equality. It said by 2094, as Alfred Marshall used, not Alfred Marshall, John Maynard Keynes used to say, in the long run, we're all dead. Most of us, we may not see 2094 to see whether or not this gender equality will be actualized. When I left for the US, there were only 2 or 3 young ladies in my 11th grade class. The rest was boys. I call them boys. In the US, when I finished my senior year, over 51% of the students in my classroom were women. US women participation in any of the fields. Time might be on our women's side here in Africa. The question becomes, what can ECA do to see it can motivate families, regions, and so forth to enable women to go to school immediately when they're ready to go to school, even if publicly provided educational atmosphere. But that's one. I don't know whether or not we can actualize this. Let's not deceive ourselves, but we have to do the work that it takes to move forward for women equality. They have yet to go a long way based on current behaviors of us, the men. The other area that I want to discuss is when I wrote my dissertation, that was in 1989, 88. Gawan wrote also on ECOWAS, who was the signatory individual for the formations of ECOWAS. To this day, I have yet to know what exactly ECOWAS has achieved. In fact, recently, 2 of the members exited. The question becomes, why? The continent of Africa has been really dictated by military takeovers. Look what has happened to the Sudan. Look what has happened even in Ethiopia, my birthplace. Anytime there is less democratic systems of government, less stability, then the growth pattern, the improvement, the growth level will be compromised. What can ECA do? Unless you put aside the protocols that you are playing, it has to be done, it has to be done. Otherwise, we will repeat what this Tanzanian author said a while back, how Africa was underdeveloped by Europeans. That is not going to stop whether we know it or not know it directly or indirectly. It is time for you to move forward. I am 75. I don't know how many years I have left. I may not see 2094. I may not see when the monetary system has been implemented in the entire continent of Africa. Transportation, education matters. Institutions matter. In each country, there are weaknesses of institutions. I have seen it in Addis Ababa as recent as 3 months ago. As recent as few days ago when I got my visa. It's a laughing stock. There has got to be a forced institutional change, not military, but civilian leadership, democratically guided. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Yes, indeed, institutions matter. Now we have what I think will be the last contribution, but this is online. Mr. Ahmed Anafi from Egypt, the Minister of Planning. Are they ready for connection?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
Interventions done by the different member states. I'm just at one point, maybe, of course, we appreciate your role as a chair, but I'm not sure, given the UN kind of setting of meetings, usually member states are given a priority to make the interventions, but anyhow, I stand to be guided by Your Excellency as per the rules of procedures of this meeting. Second, I just want to also say that we have received presentation of the Secretariat, especially on the program plan for 2025. And actually, one of them was one of the strategic was the one that integrated regional and sub-regional transport initiatives. I would think that this is quite important to make this kind of mapping for the different regional and sub-regional and transport initiatives. Initiative which was 27 that has been launched given the success of decent life in Egypt, which is mainly focusing on the rural areas and these communities, which are usually the poorest and the most vulnerable. We think that there's a big opportunity. This is why we worked on this opportunity and started to make this development on the ground. So our regional initiative is aiming to improve the quality of life in 30% of Africa's most vulnerable and villages across the continent. So we look forward maybe to ECA also to engage on this one to see how we can push it further. Just to also we want to join Ghana on the same concern when it comes to the budget, especially on poverty eradication and also women empowerment. Maybe we would like to seek more clarification on the Secretariat on how they intend to also make sure that these two important aspects for Africa, they will also be well covered in the work program, given the budget allocation that is currently proposed for the budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get your first intervention. Could you repeat the microphone? I couldn't, the earphones, I couldn't hear properly. If you could repeat.
I'm not sure if it was for me, something regarding the order of the list of speakers. Usually member states are given a priority to deliver their interventions. But anyhow, of course, I stand to be guided by Your Excellency in this matter.
No, on that one, I'm guided that member states are given priority. But for these sessions, we were giving those who are here physically the opportunity to speak first, and then we would connect with those on the online platform. That's how we were operating. Thank you. Okay. I think now we need responses from above here. I'm not going to say who's going to start what, etc. Maybe we can go by the order of the presentations and then we can adequately respond. Thank you. With Saxina.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll actually group everything that was said about my presentation and things related to gender, poverty, and inequality. Let me address first the question, the comment that was raised by UN Women. We are well aware that gender responsive budgeting has been your area, and we were thinking of when it was assigned to us to actually collaborate with you and also with the IMF, because that also has started doing a lot of work there. So we will come to you, and I very welcome your two initiatives that you've given us to work on these papers, and also where you are starting new programs in countries for us to do a gender review of macroeconomic frameworks. So I really welcome that, and we will definitely come back to you. In a similar vein, for my AFTB colleague, I just want to say that we will be happy to collaborate on the study to see where the returns to education are higher. We'll be in touch with you on that as well. Now, coming to a general question about poverty. Africa has 60% of the world's poor live in Africa. How do we tackle that? And I've thought a lot about this issue. And before coming to ECA, I used to work at ESCAP, which means the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. And I was very used to making presentations where I would say that during this entire period of the SDGs and in the last decade, decade and a half, 1 billion people have been pulled out of poverty, mainly from China and India. So there is something to be learned from that. And I think, Mr. Chair, you mentioned at the very beginning about what to learn from China. I'm just going to say one thing. Having seen my own country, I come from India, over the last 10 years, how it has progressed and how much poverty reduction has happened and how much progress has happened in the last 10 years. So one of the ways of thinking about poverty in general, in my opinion, is there is, I find the SDGs a really beautiful framework for countries to follow. Because if you look at the way the entire, the 17 goals are, poverty is number one. Okay, goal number one. Goal number two is hunger. Goal number three is health. Goal number four is education. And that's how countries need to actually figure out how they work towards eliminating poverty. And poverty, I do not mean necessarily getting above $2.10 or whatever the poverty line is, because that's just poverty in terms of income. But we do have multidimensional poverty, where people have poor health, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to clean energy, they don't have access to water, clean water. So all these things are a part of eliminating poverty. So countries need to start building on that, providing social protection, okay, providing healthcare, because that's a very important aspect. Somebody who doesn't have wealth, I mean, I remember growing up, we were told when health is lost, a lot is lost. So we need to ensure that we have social protection, because in Africa, I think my colleague sitting at the back might want to correct me, but only 17% of the population has at least one benefit on the social side. That needs to improve. So working towards that. Now coming to gender equality. I think my colleague will answer the question related to the budget. He presented the budget, but I wanted to actually talk about gender equality in general. Gender equality is not necessarily about spending more money. Gender equality a lot has to do with a lot of the institutional, legalistic barriers that prevent women from achieving their full potential. That does not require any money. So countries, and that's sort of some of the work that we want to pursue in order to see where exactly, and that's what I was saying when we said that we're in financial inclusion, one of the ways of empowering women, looking at structural barriers, legalistic barriers, what kind of barriers exist. Everything does not necessarily cost money. On top of that, this question raised about what to do. One of the other things I want to say that gender equality, I'm a strong believer that everything that the governments can do in order to advance on the SDGs will help in gender equality. So I'll give you, if you try to provide sanitation and all these kind of things, what would it happen? It would improve gender equality, because we all know from various studies that after a certain point, if you do not have these kind of facilities, girls tend to drop out of school. So if you're working towards, providing sanitation facilities, that is gender equality. If you're providing universal healthcare for all, that is gender equality. If you're providing access to education to all, that is gender equality. So one has to think in a more holistic manner how to achieve that, and start working from goal 1, making your way up to goal 4, 3, 4, gender equality is goal number 5. So thinking of this entire thing in a more holistic manner is the only way one can eliminate poverty and move towards some of the higher goals. That's what I want to say for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to react to some of the questions and comments. But before that, let me say that after my presentation, I have received messages from my staff, and actually they were more excited about your comments than my presentation. So I think that your comments summarized everything that I wanted to say. I wanted to thank all the delegate who have expressed satisfaction of the services that IDEP is providing to them, and with their support, we'll continue doing so. Just maybe few reactions to what has been said. En ce qui concerne le Bénin, vous avez parlé des
Regarding Benin, you mentioned a study on the jobs of the future. I think this is something that can be beneficial based on the work carried out, the research carried out by the ILO. I think we can contextualize it, domesticate it along the various axes we're promoting, such as green economy, blue economy. We can find ways for these to create new jobs, more attractive to our youth, because we observed that there are some fields that are not very attractive, such as agriculture. Agriculture is considered too conventional, and as such, the youth are not attracted to it. Now, if there is a new form of agriculture, how can we ensure that these new jobs be developed in Africa? With regards to the use of IDEP graduates, I think this is a good suggestion. Thank you very much. We use them for our courses, but we also use them as resource people. Our facilities are not just, we don't just provide open courses, but we also have standard courses for countries. Earlier, our state delegates mentioned our operations with Gambia. We're working within that framework with that country. Indeed, we are using our graduates. Using our graduates is an excellent suggestion. There was another question, I think, that was put by the DLC regarding the strategic plan and the way it was developed. I explained that we have a governing board, we have a technical advisory committee which oversees the guiding of our works. Once that is done, we present the outcomes to the Conference of Ministers. So the strategic plan established by IDEP between 2019-2023 was submitted for appreciation to the Conference of Ministers. So this body that provided its opinion and its guiding, and that is how we proceeded.
Yes, we are very much aware, actually, of the, as my colleague said, about the gender responsive budgeting. Actually, we have a number of courses relating to gender responsive policies, and there are modules and specific elements that relate to gender responsive budgeting, that relate to time use, etc. So it is something that we have been doing for a number of years now in collaboration with UN Women. We do it in Dakar, so maybe we can now see how we can expand it to the rest of the continent. And I fully agree with you about the role of Morocco actually in championing gender responsive budgeting. We have been using them in this regard. ADB partnership, of course, I mean, we are open to all sort of partnership. We have had an excellent working session with ADB when ADB few years ago, I think 2 or 3 years ago, has reorganized its training offer. And we have received colleagues from ADB in our premises, and we discussed how we can cooperate. And let us wait for the outcome of all this and how you can tell us about potential partnership. Rwanda for the Young Economists Network, definitely. I mean, we have, we were discussing earlier return on investment in a number of areas. We have invested in the training of our youth, but 95% of them are still students. They are masters and PhD students who have been sponsored by their heads of labs, and we are following up with them. And earlier, when I presented IDEP, I mentioned the new support that we have received from the United Nations regular budget. and it is also meant to support the yen. And that's why I mentioned the macro modeling, Africa macro modeling day. Actually, it is a day, it is not a training day. It is a day where we will be gathering to see where the needs are, what are the areas that we have a group of students who are interested in looking at social aspect. We have others working with the statistic sector. We have a group working on climate. And you know that we have already had a study about how to reach 10% growth in Africa. So there are a number of potential areas, and we will be following with them thanks to their, and whatever you have as idea and recommendation as you think priority areas for this kind of research, would you be welcome? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just three issues that I wanted to just comment on very quickly. First, I want to really thank you for your commitment and leadership in leading by example on the areas to EDEB. Thanks a lot. And we hope you can champion that, across with, encouraging other countries to also follow suit. The two other issues that I wanted to refer to, one is the question on how do we eliminate poverty and reduce inequality. I wanted to remind all the delegates of the work that had been done last year for the Conference of Ministers, which actually particularly focused on this in terms of what policies can we do. And some of what we had discussed included things like progressive taxation, looking into things like, land taxation, property taxation. How can we actually also increase the efficiency of targeting of social safety nets? So we had a lot of these discussions last year already, and we hope that these, can be some of the things that we build on going forward on how we can actually address the issue. And beyond just the issues of, income and distribution, there is also a very fundamental concept of equality of opportunity. At the end, it's not just about the income level, but what determines at the end, the ability to have social mobility to move up is this equality of opportunity. And that encompass so many issues, not just in terms of income and wealth, but goes beyond that. And it's an enabler. So that would be really important to keep in mind when we are addressing or trying to address these issues. The other one on gender inequality. I wanted to just mention that there are, it's a very interlinked issue. Sweta already mentioned some of the things that actually have implication on the gender equality, but let me refer to one that is at the heart of what we are discussing in this year Conference of Ministers, which is the issue of energy gap in Africa. There are documented studies that shows that actually addressing energy and access to electricity and so on in certain regions, certain towns and cities, actually basically enhances women labor participation. Because what it does when you have electricity, there are many things, many tasks that women had to do that are now, more accessible with other means. So actually in addressing some of the key issues that we're discussing in this Conference of Ministers, we can actually get positive spillover to enhancing women labor force participation and tackling this issue of gender equality. Another issue is, the need for more data that is related to gender. We have, particularly during COVID and even the year before, there has been a lot of tendency for policymakers and central banks to try to have measures that actually support more access to finance for women. Yet, we don't have the data to track the success because we don't have disaggregated data, for example, for credit by gender to actually measure how has this helped. So these are the type of things that we need to work on, the underlying data and statistics to support, to monitor, to measure, and to also work on other supporting issues like, for example, there are a number of countries that try to offer guarantees to support credit to women. Women tend to have very low non-performing loans in terms of whenever they borrow, they are more likely to actually repay. So there is evidence actually that for African countries that did these measures, that this has been successful. So sharing these type of experiences would be very important. And another, I think, important area that we can do more of is looking at success stories within Africa. And here I can, just out of my top of my head, mention 2 countries in Africa that made substantial progress in terms of gender equality, Rwanda and Tunisia. So part of what we can do also is to look on what have they tried to do, what worked, how they would have done it differently, and how this has been sustained. These are some of the things that I think we need to encourage more of the peer-to-peer learning across the board within the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have to be out of here by 6:15 for the interpreters. So I'll give the next responses 3 minutes each. Daya, Carlos, Said, and then we'll have the last word from my big brother, Pedro. Please, let's stick to that so that we are out of here on time.
Extremely quickly, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There was nothing much, no many comments about the presentation. I made just maybe 2 indirect comments. The first one made by the distinguished delegate from Egypt and about the integration of transboundary initiatives. And we have taken note of potential initiatives that might be relevant to the program of work of ECA. And I would like to kindly invite the distinguished delegate of Egypt to provide us with further information through the Secretariat. And the relevant program will take over from there and further exchange, and perhaps within the framework of the upcoming Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. The second indirect comment is perhaps one made by the distinguished delegate from DRC. C'est au sujet du commentaire que vous avez.
This is regarding the comment you made on the relevance of water resources and the need to educate the general public on some concepts such as the blue economy. I'd just like to confirm that at ECA, we largely cover water resources through the blue economy concept, because for us, this does not it's not limited to seas and oceans, but also touches on lakes and underground waters, among others. So there are several activities that have been undertaken and are underway regarding water resources. There are a number of programs on that, and I'm sure the Office for East Africa can provide further information on the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the question related to gender has been elaborated on several times by my colleagues. However, additional piece of information that I could provide, that gender equality comes under the Gender, Poverty and Social Policy Division. This division has a budget of 5.01 million, of which 1.24 million that is specific to gender equality. As gender within ECA, within the program, is a cross-cutting team across all the disciplines. All sub-programs have embedded gender in their respective work plans. Hence, gender will receive the adequate attention it requires. Nevertheless, we agree that more XP funds could benefit gender equality and poverty reduction. We take note, as my colleagues mentioned, about the gender responsive budgeting. So this is well noted, and Sweta is going to be following up with UN Women on this. Now, in relation to information related to the budget, the document E/ECA/COE/42/INF have been shared with the participants. This document has the full explanation about the budget, what it entails, to what purpose it would serve, and the source of the RB budget is through the member states' contributions. In relation to the clarity of forecasting on XP funding, as we know, XP funding is contingent on successful resource mobilization. So it is not straightforward. However, we are in the process of concluding several agreements, and I'm going to list a few of them only. One is 20 million euro to support decarbonization, decarbonized, inclusive, and transformative value chains for energy transition minerals in the SADC region. 1 million for debt restructuring support, 750,000 on data on science, 500,000 on technology / digital, 200,000 euro on blue economy, 3.5 million on AFC FTA, 5 million on support to the AISCC member states on managing climate risk and bolsters resilience. So this is in a nutshell. So we have a forecast, but it was difficult for us to give a figure if we don't have signed agreements yet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, distinguished delegates that raised questions or comments. The first question is from Benin. How is CC supporting the domestication of Agenda 2063 national development plans? I think my colleague, Bat, did speak to this earlier on. We're using the integrated planning and reporting tool, which is called IPRT, to domesticate Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 in national development plans. And like he said, we've supported over 30 countries on the continent, and the requests are still coming in terms of countries that want to be supported. And this afternoon, I think earlier on, Egypt also made a request that they would like to be supported. So that's the tool that we are using. We're also having conversation with the African Union in adopting that tool to support all AU member states. We hope by the time that's done, we'll be able to do this within the ambit of the African Union. The question of Cameroon on Africa's natural capital account being factored into the credit rating system, I think that will be quite useful. And I think as we also factor in natural capital accounts into the rebasing of the GDP, it will also assist a lot in terms of credit rating. But more fundamentally, the heads of state and government of the African Union, they've decided that Africa should have its own credit rating facility, and Africa should be able to rate its own countries rather than others rating it. It's a work in progress, and the ECA is supporting that. The same also by the delegate of Cameroon. Why didn't we talk about the cost of funding the second 10-year implementation plan? And also, is there an underlying strategy for the funding of the second 10-year implementation plan? We deliberately omitted that. Auda NEPAD, that has responsibility for this, they will be speaking to you tomorrow morning. They'll be making a presentation tomorrow morning and focused on the funding of the second 10-year implementation plan. And they will also be speaking to you on the strategy being put in place. They're working on what is called the African Development Fund, which will be a fund that will support the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan. They will also speak to you on the funding PIDA 2, phase 2 of the PIDA project. So let's wait till tomorrow morning and listen to Auda NEPAD, because they are the action owners on funding the second 10-year implementation plan. They've been given that responsibility by the African Union. So we need to wait to listen to them. Financing for Development Conference of 2025, we omitted this. I'll ask my colleague, Adam, who has responsibility for that, to speak to it. And finally, my final comment, although I do not work for ECOWAS, but I listened to the penultimate comment by one of the speakers, one of the respondents about ECOWAS. What has ECOWAS achieved? My sense will be that we should not throw away the child with the bathwater. There may be challenges today, but ECOWAS has achieved a lot, ECOWAS free movement policy has really promoted substantially intra-regional trade in West Africa. Secondly, ECOWAS has been very instrumental in promoting peace, security, and stability in the region. Don't forget, Liberia was in crisis. Sierra Leone was in crisis. There was also a time in which Côte d'Ivoire also had its own challenges. ECOWAS was there for all those countries, and ECOWAS helped to achieve stability in those countries. So I think as we critique these institutions, we should also try and do it in a balanced way. Progress has been made. There are challenges, but there are also opportunities ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
Adam, do you want to...
Okay. Yeah, okay. With your permission, Mr. Chair, very briefly, regarding the question related to the fourth International Conference on Financing Development. This is a very timely question. The fourth International Conference on Financing for Development is scheduled to take place around August 2025 in Spain. And in preparation for that conference, the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs will be organizing a meeting in Addis Ababa this year, between June, August, to review progress since the third International Conference on Financing for Development that was held in Addis Ababa in 2015. And all regional economic commissions have been requested to organize regional consultations on financing for development in preparation for the fourth international conference. Here in ECA, we would like to, together with African Union and other partners, organize consultations to develop a kind of a common African position on all aspects of financing for development that will inform negotiations at the global level in 2025. So we would like to have the contributions and preparation of all member states who will be requested to participate in these consultations. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we have to give our Deputy PS the last words, but we have to get out. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. First, on financing for development, indeed, we've been in contact with the government of Ethiopia to support the preparation of the forthcoming meeting in Addis Ababa. And the outcomes of this meeting, our Conference of Ministers of Finance, are equally important in shaping the content for that meeting. Now, thank you very much for the comments that you provided on our sub-programs, on our program, on the budgets and so on, especially the call that you made about the importance that you've identified in the work on poverty and women empowerment and gender equality. Just to say that the Executive Secretary of ECA has equally identified this as a priority, and the relevant efforts will be made with a view to strengthening our work in this area, strengthening the analytics so that we provide more evidence-based analysis on these issues, in addition to, of course, allocating resources accordingly. So it is an important agenda. But as my colleague said before me, this is an interlinked issue, and we can address it from the different other areas of work in which we are active. Our work, for example, in ensuring financial inclusion through digital transformation, which is a work that for which we've now established a dedicated division on technology, innovation, and connectivity, will support the achievement of greater gender equality and women empowerment. So there are many pathways to achieving that, but your point has been made quite clearly. Now, on the sources of financing, as Carlos, my colleague Carlos indicated, we derive this from different sources. First, the contributions from our member states, the assessed contributions, and these consultations involve your representatives in New York, the Fifth Committee, the ACBQ, that will engage into interrogating our 2025 budget. In addition to that, we have the extra budgetary resources to ensure that we have stable extra budgetary resources. We formulated a midterm business plan that covers 3 or 4 years, and in which we've identified some of the strategic areas where we need to develop integrated projects. For example, one of the integrated projects is on de-risking investments in Africa. And this, for example, addresses the question that was raised earlier by the Honorable Delegate of Rwanda, which is about how to make the most of our resources. The de-risking project has, among other things, a series of analytics, for example, including the need for us to undertake growth diagnostic studies so that we know exactly what is it that differentiates one country from another. To do something which we call GIS enabled hotspot analysis. Where should we target our investments so that we don't have roads to nowhere, so that all investments in infrastructure generate the more development outcomes as possible. So this is part of the package of those integrated projects that we'll be engaging with our member states with a view to securing resources accordingly. For example, on the entire work on climate action, we, together with the African Union and with the African Development Bank, we have what we call Climate for Development Program. It's about $200 million, which are going to go out there to secure resources. So there are many other there. And in this, all of this work, these projects, certainly the work on ensuring women empowerment, gender equality are part and parcel of the objectives. What we need to do internally, and we've started that exercise, is to try to do, of course, more with less. We're living in an environment where most of our organizations are facing liquidity challenges, which require that we try and generate more integrated work internally, meaning to make the most of all of the different pieces of work that we do. I mean, there was a point earlier that we need to go from single projects to much more transformational projects. We are doing that effort internally at the level of ECA to integrate our work together, so that we generate the scale and the impact that is required. So that the work that is done, for example, in sub-regional offices, link better with the work that is done at the headquarters. A point made by Cameroon, which I touched, which is important, had already been touched by our colleague from the Office for Central Africa. Jean-Luc, in his remarks, had mentioned that we are working with the Congo Basin Commission to develop those carbon credit markets. And we also mentioned that in the case of Cameroon, we had done work on environmental statistics as part of the effort, indeed, to valorize the ecological service associated with our natural capital. A point again that I think DRC had mentioned earlier. Now, on DRC, raising awareness about all of these concepts is important. Our communications and knowledge management work includes that effort, that importance of engaging with many stakeholders across the continent with a view to explaining what all of these concepts are so that we have greater ownership. It's key for us to have success. So the chair is looking at me impatiently. So I'm asked to conclude my intervention here. Daya made reference to an important point, which is the blue economy. And the honorable delegate of DRC made reference to these grandiose projects in the past to try and utilize the water from the Congo Basin to, among other things, ensure that we have a very living Lake Chad, transporting water to Libya and other places. This is, of course, needs to be done with science as a foundation to make the right kinds of decisions, so that we do not create imbalances, the water cycle. But it's part of the initiatives that may be required in the future, but it needs to be very well designed so that we do not create other environmental negative impacts. So, but it's part of our work moving forward. I guess, Mr. Chair, I think that's on the work about domesticating the Agenda 2063. Within the United Nations, we are equally looking at how to utilize the structures, infrastructure that our UN counter teams have on the ground to be able to support the implementation of Agenda 2063. As you know, our member states enter in what we call the cooperation frameworks with our UN counter teams that capture the priorities of the member states. It's important that the alignment that we are asking for between national development plans and Agenda 2063 are equally then transferred into that cooperation framework so that now our UN counter teams can support that exercise. So it is a multi-partner effort, including the UN counter teams. And as part of our overall AU-UN collaboration, our Secretary General and the chairperson are looking at how to strengthen this vertical integration, including at the country level. So to say that it is part of our priorities, and we'll be looking and working together with other partners with a view to making this, a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. what we can do, given the importance of his responses, we can give him 15 minutes tomorrow, 9 a.m. Give you a slot for 15 minutes so that you go through everything. I know it's very important for you to be able to do that.
Thank you for your generosity, Chair.
Okay.
We'll oblige.
Okay. We are closing now. I hear there are some notices from the Secretariat. Please quickly, the interpreters are tired.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly to announce that the morning shuttles to come here are at 7:45, 8 o'clock, and 8:15. There are no shuttle buses coming here from your hotels after 8:15. So please catch one of the three. And for return to your hotels, the buses are parked by the gate and each bus is marked by the respective hotels. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much for a very productive day. We continue tomorrow. We start at 9 and Pedro will give him 15 minutes. Then we go into our program. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.